Evening, Vice Mayor.
Good evening.
I brought an extra.
Did you do this?
No.
Yes, you did.
It's a going away present. Don't eat it all in one place.
I'm gonna cut it in eighths.
Hey,
What?
these pop up everywhere. I thought an Easter egg.
Go ahead, Jason, open your computer. Hey.
I want to make something like a little necklace to put up.
All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay, I'm starting
Nice
recording.
surprise.
You know, my mask says one size. It should say one size fits all.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Who do we have tonight? Christine or Nova?
It's Christine.
Thank you, Christine. All right, it is now 6 o'clock. This time I will call to order the meeting of April 19th, 2021. City Attorney, before we go to closed session, is there anything you'd like to say?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the city council so moves, the city council will go into closed session to discuss the item agendized for closed session discussion, which is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 549569A. The title of that case is Elizabeth Williams versus City of Hollister et al., San Benito Superior Court case number CU 2000203. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any public comment?
I have no one from the public, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
and the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will see you all in closed session.
still complain when people go, yeah, when they're calling.
Fair enough, yeah. That's too bad.
Yeah.
It's too bad that we wasted our time.
Or we, shelve it and, I don't want to be,
Thank you. Everyone on board?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? We are
Thank
ready
you
to
very
go.
much.
wait, the city attorney.
Oh, wait, city attorney, we're waiting for the city attorney, sorry.
No problem.
I was looking at council.
Councilmember Perez, did you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance last time, or was that Mr. Burns?
I think it was me. I'm not sure. That was like over 24 hours ago. I can't remember.
Oh, okay. All right, I see the city attorney back. This time we will resume the meeting of April 19th, 2021. Councilmember Perez, would you be so kind to lead us again? The Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Councilmember Spencer?
Here.
Councilmember Burns?
Here.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Here.
Mayor Velazquez?
Here.
Thank you. The agenda posting, the amended agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of April 19th, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on April 16th, 2021 at 12:32 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, will you please report out from the closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city council discussing closed session, the item agendized for closed session discussion as read into the record prior to going into closed session. And direction was given to staff. The city council recessed from closed session at 6:49 p.m. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Tonight we have a proclamation. It's declaring May 2021 as Water Awareness Month, presented to Sean Novak of San Mateo County Water District. Is he in tonight? Mr. Novak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, he is.
Okay, let's get him ready so I can read this for him. Mr. Novak. Mr. Novak, let me read this and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor.
There he is, my old friend.
Yeah, we
All
find
right.
ourselves in another water short year this year, so
Yes,
now
yep.
more than ever, it's important to consider.
Good timing.
Mhm.
So let me start with the Water Awareness Month for May 2021. Whereas California's arid and semi-arid climate, its ambitious and evolving economy, a continually growing population, and climate change have combined to make shortages and conflicting demands the norm. And now, therefore, the City of Hollister does proclaim May 2021 as Water Awareness Month and urge all citizens, businesses, industries, institutions, and public agencies to review their water use and water systems for water use efficiency and to contact the Water Resources Association of San Mateo County for water savings ideas and assistance. And my friend, again, thank you for being here. If you want to say a few words, that would be great.
No, I just, we're starting our irrigation season. I urge everyone in the community to contact the Water Resources at 637-4378, have their irrigation system inspected, make sure it's running efficiently, and we can program your controller for you. So that's super important this time of year.
Well, thank you. Very
Thank
important.
you. Thank you, everybody.
We are now going to move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to pull item number 2, A2, please.
All right. A2, is there any others from council? Do we have any speakers on any of the items?
We have no speakers and no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
and the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll go now to item A2. Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you,
Good
Mayor, I
question.
appreciate it. I would just like to make a recommendation to amend the meeting notes or in regards to, there's a section there where it talks about the roll call, and it's my experience in all the other roll calls, it reflected that either a member attended personally or in person or remotely. And as I recall reviewing the minutes, there were two of the council members that attended remotely as opposed to in person, and I'm recommending that that be changed simply to remain consistent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Jennifer Lane,
Hello, this is Jennifer Lane, Executive Director of the San Benito County Arts Council, member of the City of Hollister Public Art Review Committee, and board member with Californians for the Arts, California Arts Advocates. I just wanted to take a moment today to let the council know that this month is Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month throughout the state of California. It was declared in 2019 by the California State Senate and was also declared by our own County Board of Supervisors in 2019 as well. April's a good time to recognize the many contributions that arts and culture have brought to our community, and especially the city of Hollister. And I also wanted to use this opportunity to commend the city and the council members and city staff for moving forward with the arts element on the City of Hollister General Plan update. That's an amazing historic opportunity for our city. And also to really commend the city for the creation of the new Arts and Culture Commission. So we're really excited. I can speak on behalf of the Arts Council. We're very excited to collaborate with the new Arts Commission and to see more movement, creativity, and funding for arts and culture. I'll finally conclude that, as with all sectors, arts and culture have been really heavily impacted by COVID. Our entire sector is based on bringing people together, live events, convening in indoor settings such as museums and galleries and in schools. And we were one of the first to close and will be one of the last to reopen. Arts and culture represent 8% of the gross state product. That is twice the amount of the GDP across the United States. So we in California are creative leaders here, and we would like to continue with that role with increased funding and support across all levels of government. So again, I just want to commend you for your recent strides in this direction, and please feel free to reach out to me anytime. And I look forward to seeing more developments in our great city of Hollister in arts and culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Logue?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, Susan Logue, resident of Hollister. I'm also president of the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library. I want to thank the City Council for their continued support of the library. I also wanted to let the public know that the library is being very active at this time. They have online adult reading classes. They also have curbside pickup, zip books, which means you can order books through the library. If they're not at the library, you get them for free sent to your home, and then you return them to the return them to the library. They also have story time, English and bilingual. This week they'll have a banana slug band, which should be pretty exciting. They're going to have it on April 21st and April 22nd as part of the story time for the kids. If you ever get a chance to go on Zoom and see what the library staff is able to do online, it's pretty amazing and pretty awesome that they're reaching out to the community. April 4th through April 10th was San Benito County, it was National Library Week. So if you go to the SBCFL, which is San Benito County freelibrary.org, their website, you will see what they have put out for outreach in regards to National Library Week. They have a bunch of information about the state of America's libraries, and it shows that even though we had COVID, we had more community resilience, determination, and innovation in this unprecedented time. Also, I wanted to let you know that in 2019, for example, they had electronic material that was being checked out. That was about 6,500 checkouts. And in 2020, they had 19,000 checkouts. And then in regards to the website visits, in 2019, they had 119 visits. In 2020, they had 147 visits, 147,000 visits. And then the same numbers increased with total checkouts. So I just wanted everyone to be aware, community, especially the community, in regards to the resources for the library. And if you have any questions, you can always contact the Friends at our website, sbcfriends.org, or you can call the library, 831-636-4107. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robert Bernowski?
Hello there. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, Mayor Velasquez and City Council members. I would like to ask that you study over developer fees that are due taxing entities such as the school districts in San Benito County for plans that originate within the city of Hollister. Recently, a major company who will be a major employer and a benefit to our city and county here began a huge project. And through a little research, I was able to determine that they had not paid developer fees that were due the various school districts that were due such fees. So I reached out to, on the advice of a county supervisor, I reached out to a city council member, and for some reason, any inquiries I've made regarding that are being totally ignored. I'm very upset about that. I don't want to call out the individual, but schools are very important to the health of the city of Hollister. The school children are constituents as well. And this is a very serious problem. The amount of monies that were due by this major company were huge to the school districts involved. And now I'm asking you to investigate what developer fees might have been due for projects in the past that were not paid to them. As some of you may recall, as a member of the Hollister School Board 3 years ago, I was able to figure out that the county was not remitting developer fees. We ended up suing the county, but settling out of court for a very large sum of money. And what I'm proposing is, before anything gets to that level, please, you city council members, please investigate this, and somebody please get back to me as a citizen, or at least to the school districts, and let them know that you are concerned about it. Again, I don't mean to be antagonistic. I just want the problem solved, but I cannot express enough my disappointment with the city council member who I thought I had a good relationship with, has clammed up on this whole issue, not even returning my phone calls. So please investigate it, and if you could, put it on as an agenda item. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, sincerely.
Thank you.
Carol Lenore?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I didn't call in tonight to talk about traffic, but I do want to ask you if you would give a little more oversight on the illegal street vendors that we have on the weekends. For example, 3rd and San Benito and Hillcrest and Memorial. There's many of them. You know, the ones even set up so close there to Baylor Market in the right of way, actually in a parking spot. They're never ever allowed in the public right of way. I'm not opposed to private property getting the appropriate administrative permit to do sale of flowers and sale of whatever, but they're doing it on the public right of way. And I'd like to see maybe if you could ask staff to check that out on the weekends and ask those folks to cease and desist. But as well, you can go the next step, because really they're brought in by a contractor to do that business. And in the past, I know Mike Chambliss would run down the person actually in charge of bringing those vendors here and dropping them off. So maybe that's just offering up a little suggestion for you. So that's my concern this week. I really appreciate your time. I want to say how beautiful I think downtown is. It's looking really good, and I hope for the best to come for downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kylie Luna?
Hi, I'm Kylie Luna. I'm 11 years old and I'm in the 5th grade. And I have a poem that I'm going to be reading that I wrote. It's called Future Green. Smoke in the sky, how it hangs high, how it hangs high. Trash in the water, killing animals like skilled assassins, jagged edges. Cut trees, being forced to bow down to the lumberjacks and face their terrible doom of becoming paper to be tossed away quickly. Animals facing war between their kind and poachers. Ground shaking, sweating, and shedding its oils for others to collect. Snails and ants crawling across the floor in search of food, only to be hunted down with chemicals to poison them. Ice melting quickly. The water cries out, "Poison, poison, why me, why me?" "Look what you've made me do," roars the burning fire as it plows through trees. Do you want to look out the window in the future and see fields of char black as night? Do you want to see blackened waters filled with phantom fish? So stop, and just for a second, look around at the earth. Look at all we've done. Don't you want to fix things? We can start making amends right now. Go outside. Just sit in the grass, read a book, sing a song, take a nap if you want. Just stay there. Doesn't it feel peaceful? We should love our earth like an honorable human. Thank you, Mayor Velasquez and council members for your service. I urge you to support arts education, take action on climate change, and protect the environment. My future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luna.
Amanda Chiaro?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Amanda Chiato. I am a San Benito County resident, Hollister, and I am the Director of Arts Education for the San Benito County Arts Council. I'm also a credentialed teacher and a published writer. I would first like to thank Mayor Velasquez and council members for your support of the arts. And I'm very excited to see the general plan addressing arts and culture and also in the environment. Kylie Luna was one of my students, and I still have the opportunity to work with her, and she wrote this magnificent poem celebrating Earth Day. I got to also share her poem through a webinar with many other arts and culture groups recently advocating for climate change, like protections around climate change. I'm here today to thank you and also show my support for the council and all of your hard work in the arts, and to advocate that the council support any consistent ongoing investment in arts and arts education to develop our arts and culture sector. The arts connect between and across sectors, including environmental justice. I also work closely with Sean Novak on a program that encourages students to participate in civic engagement and environmental causes. It is deeply needed now for their social emotional well-being. Ours collectively, the arts touches on health and the economy. And as an arts education director, I've seen firsthand how deeply the arts change people's lives, specifically our youth who need it very much. During COVID, I have seen artists, families, teachers all connect through the arts, and it keeps us connected not only to each other, but to ourselves. And so I urge you to continue to support arts and culture in our community for all of our sake. An investment means more innovation and a legacy of creativity for our city and our county. And if we invest in the arts, it shows what we value. And I would love to see more of that happening. I'm really excited about the Arts and Culture Commission and happy to continue to be a partner and supporter of the council. And I appreciate your time today. And I want to celebrate Earth Day this month, Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, and super excited this is also Water Awareness Month. So thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Aislinn Barnes?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so this is a comment regarding the April 5th meeting on the resolution regarding the pride flag being raised in commemoration of the Stonewall riots in June of 2021. So my name is Ashlyn Barnes. I'm a senior at Benito High School.
Ashlyn, I'm going to have to stop you real quick because that is an item on the agenda tonight. So you could speak on that item when it does come up.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Please stick around. Thank you.
I have no more hands raised. I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Wait, Elia, of course. Elia, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Christina. Actually, I sent an email earlier, but I logged on like at 6:32, so maybe you didn't see that I wanted to make a public comment. Anyway, so thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My question to you all is I would like to eventually get some kind of information from you as to when council will be back, all of you on the dais in person, and when the public will be able to attend. I know that you have, all of you have gone out and you've made public, presentations and stuff. And so y'all need to come back and sit at the dais and so we can see you. I've been saying about this all up from the very beginning. We need to at least see your face so we know that you're paying attention to us. I want to thank Robert Brunowski for bringing up that subject about the development agreement. There is no development agreement that I'm aware of, otherwise it's a secret. And nothing has happened. It needs to come before the city council. And I am tired of giving away so much to corporations when you try to attract them to come here and you give it away. So council members, I know that today is Ms. Spencer's last day, but there's 4 of you up there and you need to do what's in the best interest of the city. So I would strongly recommend to please don't give it all away. This company wants to come here. They want to come here because it's cheap here, but you can't give it all away. We need to make some kind of a revenue. Economic development is what it's all about. I would like to, at this time, take the opportunity to thank Councilwoman Honor Spencer for her time at the dais. She has endured a lot of scrutiny, a lot of opposition, but she has strived through it all, and she has done her best to try to do what's in the best interest of what she has felt to be of the city. And more than anything, she has tried to do her very best for city staff, for the police and the fire department. She's made herself available to them. And regardless of other members not meeting with them, she met with them and tried to do the best that she could. Tried being impartial. She did her research and came up to the dais and had questions and wanted to get more information out there so that the public could be aware of what's going on. So Ms. Spencer, thank you very much. I wish you lots of luck. I'm sorry to see you go. Very, very sorry, because now we're going to have to wait for a special election or to the next election to fill your seat. And unfortunately, I don't think anything's may happen between now and then with regards to the council pushing forward. But I hope that that's not true. And I hope that all the council moves forward to try to do what's in the best interest of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now move to item D, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mayor. In regard to the school impact fees, we will definitely look into that because we do not want any of the schools to be left out. So that'll be my first thing to work on tomorrow. And then also for the, I will work with Abraham to work on the code enforcement to make sure they're following that vendors on the weekend are being looked after. That's it.
Thank you. We'll move to item D2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nova, my deputy city clerk, and I have attended the last 2 weeks. This is our final week of the City Clerks Association of California's conference this year. The classes we have taken are leading a world-class workplace culture, how to engage, inspire, and empower your employees to greatness. One of the things that was a great takeaway is that the greatest organizations in America have 3 things in common. They have great leaders, great teams, and great workplace culture. There was a lot more to it than that, but I'm trying to be brief because I have a lot. Association of Records Management Administrators, it was only an hour-long class, but it's saying that what it basically boiled down to is that the city clerks are taking on more responsibilities. Even some are taking on ADA coordinator. Some are helping with the homeless, trying to get them moved, human resources, and communications. So that was a pretty good class for just an hour. Social media law, understanding the social media, and the First Amendment and the Brown Act. It provided us an overview of the intricacies of how social media by government entities relate to various state and federal laws, specifically the First Amendment. And also, there was a huge emphasis on AB 992, which went into effect January 1st, 2021. A 2-hour class that we took was guidelines for public noticing, just things to not conflict with the Brown Act. CEQA, it went over CEQA, public noticing, state zoning and planning law, rules for setting taxes, assessments, and fees. Always good information to keep learning. We also went to how to understand and prevent myopia and think like a department director, but I gotta be honest with you, I think I was pulled out of this one at least 3 times, but it was designed to help us understand motivations and tendencies of peers, department heads, and how to use the information to better affect change. ADA coordinator and role and certifications, something I'd like to look into because I know that we need to be more ADA compliant. So that, one of the best classes I think so far was effective business writing. It was a 5-hour class, and it just helped us to remember to learn to write with clarity, to write at a lower grade level than what you're taught to do in college. Everything that you write should be understood on the first read, and no matter your audience, your business writing, staff reports, emails, memos, proposals should be concise and complete. Completely after work hours, I did a virtual escape room and my team came in third, just saying. We did a Society of Human Resources Managers. That's going to be coming up on the 15th. And on the 19th, oh no, we did that one. I think we did that one. I may have missed that one as well. I think I was amending something. Business fashion during COVID. That was also a really good class. Nobody stood up. April 20th, we'll be doing redistricting 2021. That's tomorrow. I'm super excited about that. That's going to be a 5-hour class. On the 21st, we're doing Municipal Management Association of Southern California and International City County Management Association, which we'll be focusing on professional associations, overview of those positions, and associated certification programs, a lot with the ADA coordinator, more along those lines. I believe there's probably going to be a bill that's going to be introduced if it's not already in the works. Boards and commissions on April 22nd. It'll allow us to understand the critical functions, various types of boards and commissions, the application and onboarding process, and maybe give us some ideas to do it better here. On April 22nd, there's legal research and navigating the city attorney city clerk relationship. Again, I don't think we need it, Jason, but I'm going to take it if I can. It's just focusing on tips on navigating the relationship, conducting the legal research in areas of mutual interest, including Brown Act, elections, conflict of interest, agenda preparation, resolution and ordinance drafting, and meeting management. And the last class we'll be taking will be on the 23rd, From Dangerous Discourse to Extraordinary Engagement, Changing the Conversation on Inclusion. Just diversity is a fact, inclusion is a choice. If 2020 has taught us anything, it's taught us to be important. It's taught us it's important to take good, hard, long look at how we're doing business and truthfully examine how to do business better. So we're looking forward to the rest of these classes this week, but I just wanted to give you an update on what we had done so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trainings?
No other trainings to report.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move to item E1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Planning Manager, Interim Director. Thank you, Christine and Paul, for the PowerPoint slide. It would be the not planning staff, please. Thank you so much. As you recall, this item was tabled from the March 1st 2021 City Council meeting. This is in regards to a development agreement, amendment number 2 between the City of Hollister and the development known as West of Fairview, which consists of a total of 667 units, including 100 apartments, 507 standard single-family homes, and 60 smaller lots single-family homes. And it is located west of Fairview between St. Benedict's Parish to the north and to Roberts Ranch, the development known as Roberts Ranch, to the south. The amendment request to the development agreement consists of the extension of the term limits. It also consists of the affordability component of the development agreement, and if the City Council is in agreement with those two aspects, then staff would also recommend that the Communities Facilities Districts be amended as well, and I'll go into it in a little bit more into detail. The first item that I would like to speak on is in regards to the term limits. I will try to see if I can get the next slide. Yeah. There you go. Thank you. So the term limit for the development agreement, currently it expires on May 1st, 2022, which is a little bit over 1 year from now. Thanks, Christine. And during the March 1st City Council meeting last month, during the public hearing, the applicant proposed to extend the development agreement term for 10 years. After the item was presented, the City Council discussion ensued, and part of the reason why, thanks so much, Paul, the term limit was requested to be extended by the applicant for 10 years is because there's a requirement within the development agreement, the settlement agreement, to actually only allow for a certain number of building permits to be issued a year. So the requirement indicates 220 units to be allowed to be built, and then after that, 70 units per year. And so therefore, the applicant has requested a 10-year extension. However, after discussions with the City Council during the public hearing on March 1st, the applicant has indicated that they would be amenable for a 5-year extension instead of a 10-year extension if the City Council were to eliminate the provisions for the allocations limits of 70 units per year. If that's eliminated, then they would be amenable for a 5-year extension rather than a 10-year extension. Since then, the applicant has modified the amendment and has indicated that precise language in the packet that was provided to you. The next aspect that we would like to discuss tonight is affordability housing development that is part of the DA. Currently, as discussed in the March 1st meeting, the development agreement requires 33 single-family units within the smaller lot aspect of the development to be reserved for affordable housing. And the applicant is asking to allow for those 33 single-family units to be a market rate instead of affordable. And in return, during the March 1st meeting, the applicant, the Ward Homes, offered 50 at minimum of the 100 apartment units that are part of this development to be affordable. Since the March 1st meeting, during the actual March 1st meeting, there was a discussion with the City Council and staff, and we touched upon the high need that the City of Hollister has in regards to affordable housing, both rentals and owner-occupied. And since then, the applicant has amended the affordability component to request that the amendment allow for 100 apartments to be affordable, but they are still asking to have the 33 single-family homes be removed from the affordability component and be at market rate. In discussions, the applicant will be addressing the City Council, and they'll be discussing that particular topic as well. And the request would be, and I can say it in a little bit, that before the public hearing is opened, that the City Council the request is that the City Council allow for the applicant to address the council, and if there's any terms of negotiation, that occur, and then open up the public hearing for the public to have a chance to discuss those terms. And if the City Council is amenable to amend the development agreement to agree for the term limit extension and for the affordability change, the City Council, the staff actually took the initiative to request that the community facilities districts also be amended. Currently, the development agreement includes an annexation into Community Facilities District 2, which is a police and fire community facilities district, and lighting and landscaping. And during the time, as we've discussed at the March 1st meeting, the tentative map was actually approved in 2007, before our CFD 4 and 5, and actually the development agreement was in place in 2000. So we're talking about a little bit over 20 years. And at that point, the language basically stated CFD2 and Lighting and Landscaping District. Currently, the projects that we move forward before the Planning Commission indicate CFD4 and 5 because there are current CFDs, and there's also language that says, or any community facilities district that is present at the time when building permits are issued. So in case we have a further one, a community facility district, then the one that's active at the time of the building permit is what the developer would be required to annex into. Unfortunately, we did not have that language back in 2000, in the year 2000 when this was created, and so they have indicated that they are currently within CFD2 and the Lighting and Landscaping District. As you can see in the slide, and also included in your staff report, CFD2 for police and fire per unit, it's a set cost of $497.82. Lighting and landscaping is $475 per unit, and this is just for the single family, 577 units. And so total per year, it's $972.82 per unit, which of the entire 577 units comes out to $561,317.14. The proposed amendment to the development agreement for each single family home would be for CFD 5 for police and fire, which currently is at a rate of $829.72 per unit. CFD 4, in talking to our consultant DFA, who helps us with the CFD 4, the per unit amount would be approximately $1,359.87 per unit, which accumulates to a total of $2,189.59 per unit. Total for the 577 single-family homes comes out to $1,263,393.43, which is a difference of an additional $702,076.29 with the approval of this development agreement to include the development into CFD4 and CFD5. Just wanted to make, I know that was a request from the city council to bring back at this time, and those are the numbers that were brought up and discussed and evaluated by DFA, our consultants who helps us with the CFD aspect of all the CFDs that we've done since 2014 or so. So with that being said, I want to bring your attention to the ordinance 1201. Since the March 1st meeting, whereas number 4 indicates Award Homes Inc. has requested a second amendment to the development agreement to extend the term of the development agreement through and including May 1st, 2032. That was the March 1st. So we would like to address your attention here and actually, if the motion is to approve tonight, then whereas number 4 be amended to actually indicate May 1st, 2027, instead of May 1st, 2032. And then with that, also add an additional whereas number 5 to say that whereas Section 3B of the Mutual Release and Settlement Agreement and any and all references to the development's restrictions regarding housing allocation and building permit limits and development agreement, First Amendment, or other governing documents are hereby eliminated in their entirety. So with that, the developer will also address the council to further explain, and therefore staff humbly asks the council that before you open up the public comment period, the developer is online and ready to speak, address the council. And if you'd like to discuss any of the terms, to please call on the developer first. With this, staff recommends read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister to amend the development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and the development known as West of Fairview, with the modification to whereas number 4 as stated, to show a 5-year extension instead of a 10-year extension, and with the new whereas to address that the current building allocation limits within the existing DA of 75 units per year after the first 220 units would be eliminated in its entirety. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions for staff?
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Prado, I recognize some of these questions may be more appropriate for the developer, And so hopefully, if you want to defer, I respect that, and it may be more appropriate, but I'm going to put them out there so that the developer can hear the question and hopefully be prepared to answer it.
Wonderful.
So I do have several, but I'll try and be as quick as possible. So I guess my first question is, there's a significant increase in the CFDs as opposed with the revision to the contract or the extension. And so what are the CFDs actually physically used for? I see that it says fire and police, but can you be more specific on what they're used for?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Councilmember Tim. So yes, the police and fire for CFD 5 are used for, there is a need for facilities for police and fire as development occurs. There is more phone calls to 911, to police, fire, and so therefore the funds that we collect from CFD 5, it has been determined by the City Council that those can be used for an expansion of services for police and fire in the future. If we need to, for example, look into the possibility of adding more, another fire station or more services, we have that fund allocated to when it's needed, we can put it to use appropriately for police and fire services specifically. And the CFD4 is essentially for any type of maintenance throughout the site, including road repairs, work on any potential sound walls, the landscaping, any type of repairs throughout the subdivision. We have those funds to be able to use when needed, to either have city crews out there and do the work on the site, or if needed, have a consultant be out there and conduct the work accordingly with the funds that we have earmarked for that particular work.
Thank you. So
Can
if
I
understand-
interrupt just 1 second? We're getting comments. We can't hear you, so if you could move closer to that mic. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Better? All right, I apologize to you and the viewing audience. So for my clarity, that means that these are earmarked only for those purposes, so they're not going to be used to buy other vehicles for other departments or repair roads unless they may be in those specific areas. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct, Councilmember Tim.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I'm curious, you talked about one of the proposals is to eliminate the 33 lesser priced homes. And so, and you indicated in your presentation that there are 60 smaller lots. So will those 60 lots continue to be smaller? And is the proposal to just make those all market rate homes?
That is correct, Councilmember Tim. So in phase 4 and 5 of the subdivision, as indicated in attachment number 5 of the report, and here on the screen as well, that's the location of where the smaller lots would be indicated. A standard lot is currently in our single-family home, R1 zoning district, between 5,500 square foot at a minimum, and the smaller lots are anywhere between 2,500, 3,500 square feet. And so the way that this project was entitled, it was entitled with 60 of the smaller lot homes in phases 4 and 5. And part of the DA development agreement requires that 33 of those units actually are for affordable housing. And as also discussed in the March 1st meeting, if those 33 units are marketed within 180 days and they're not sold, picked up by, like, for example, Chispa or some type of developer who can help promote it and actually sell them, then there is a caveat within the development agreement already that it turns back into market rate. So there is that potential that those can actually be lost. And so I do also want to bring your attention to the discussion that ensued during the March 1st meeting, was that even though it's nice that the applicant has offered at minimum 50 apartment units in exchange to the 33, and now the applicant is offering 100 of the apartment units in exchange to the 33, that owner occupied homes such as the 33 were actually also a big need in our community. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. But to answer your question, the entire 60 small lot units would remain as part of the DA and as part of what was entitled.
Thank you. So now you said in exchange for, as it was in relation to the apartments versus the market rate or the low to mod market rate homes, as I recall. So in reviewing the council packet, do I understand correctly that the applicant is proposing to eliminate the 33 market or below market rate homes, and in lieu of that, increase the 50 apartments to 100 that would be low, moderate income?
That is correct, Councilmember Tim. The applicant has indicated that they would still offer the recommendation would be to revert the affordable 33 unit small lots to market rate, but instead of offering a minimum of 50 apartments to be affordable, they would offer all the 100 apartments. So you are correct. I do want to bring to your attention that part of the reason why staff recommended 50 out of the 100 apartments to be affordable was because there's also a big need for market rate apartment housing as well. But the proposal from the applicant is actually the 33 single family small lot homes to be market rate and have 100 apartment as affordable.
So when the project moves forward, are the apartments, is there a fee associated with those in the rent for the CFD, or are those exempt from CFD funds?
That's a really good question. So the CFDs are actually also included within the apartments, whether it be market rate or affordable, and so that would be another CFD component to this development. As indicated within the CFDs, we only looked at the single family because they're close approximate estimates at this time, because part of what we require is a budget. So we have the applicant would have to actually prepare a budget indicating all the type of work that would be considered for that particular site, all the type of maintenance that would be required, any repairs, so forth. And then that gets vetted through DFA, and then DFA provides it to our management services department, and then they take a look at it to make sure it's good. So we've done very, very close estimates to what we think they are. Eventually, it'll get to you for an actual annexation into these CFDs. But at this time, we just decided to do the single family homes to be as close as possible to what we think they would be.
So thank you, sir. It's my understanding that the way the applicant is recommending that we go from a 10-year extension to a 5 is to lift the building permit restriction of the 70 units per year. Can you tell me what the thought was? Because I wasn't part of this 20 years ago or up until 4 months ago.
Yeah.
What was the catalyst to restrict the number of units? Because that seems to be a huge hindrance, and it seems like it only makes sense to move forward with this, I won't say aggressively, but in a timely way, I would say. And so I'd like to know what the thought was for the limitation of 70 per year.
Very well, Councilmember Tim. Very good question. So during the time that the project was approved, that the whole development was approved, the City of Hollister was actually within a growth management ordinance. So the City of Hollister only allowed a certain number of units to be allocated per year. And so I wasn't here when the development agreement was done. When I first started working here as an intern, when this project came in and was actually approved as a tentative map. But in researching, there was an allocation of only a certain amount of units per year, and so they wanted to indicate that in the DA. And also there's discussion in regards to if there's no, I know in the past it's been my experience that sometimes developers or constituents would like to set some certain type of limits to development because they just would like to control the amount of construction that's going on at any given time. There's just a lot of activity that goes on, and with that, the dust, there can be dust control issues. However, we not just because I'm the interim development service director, but I think it's been going on for the longest time that we are pretty strict when it comes to dust control. The building official pretty much indicates that if there is any calls from anybody, we will stop inspections until we address all the needs for that to occur.
Thank you. And
Sure.
so in checking the staff report, I tried to determine at what, there are multiple phases to this development being built out. What phase are the apartments intended to be built in?
Good question, Councilmember Tim. The apartments are actually in phase one. So the apartments are in phase one, and so they would be a part of the development that occurs during phase one of the subdivision.
Thank you. And then, can you tell me, because again, I looked and I saw some reference to what the definition of moderate income household is as it relates to the homes,
Yes.
but what is the definition as it relates to the apartments? And do we follow the regional HUD guidelines, or how is that going to be established?
Very good question. And that's really what it comes down to. We have the housing and community development is what we follow in regards to the guidelines. And so currently, the 33 small lot would be geared towards moderate housing, which would be for families that make approximately 80% of the area median income. And so that's what is indicated now. The apartments, that what we indicated with the apartments would be that it should not limit it to just moderate housing. It should be open to all the various types of affordable housing, which would be very low, and moderate. And so in looking at the area median income right now, for example, a family of 4 in San Bernardino County, it's approximately at $89,000 as of an area median income for a family of 4. And we feel that at staff level, we feel that it's a little in the high side, and we think that it's because a lot of the people that live in Hollister that actually work, in Silicon Valley, other areas where the pay is a lot higher. And so essentially the apartments, we would want those to be geared towards very low as well, and low. And so just as off the top of my head, the very low income would be for families, for example, a family of 4 that makes no more than 24% of the average median income. And so my understanding is that if 24% out of 90,000 is approximately, say, $21,000, then, for example, like Chispa or CSDC comes in and gets the apartments and say, okay, these are going to be earmarked, a certain amount are going to be earmarked for very low. And so very low for a family of 4, say it's 24% of 90,000, approximately, say it's 21,000. Then out of the 21,000, the program works with that family, so that way no more than 30% of that 21,000 is for rent. So we're talking about $700, $800. No more than that would be for their rent.
Thank you.
Sure.
So how do we as a city protect our interests in regards to what you've just now said to ensure that when the apartments are constructed, that's exactly what happens? Is it through the development agreement, or how do we formalize that so that there's no confusion or things don't change unknowingly?
Yeah, it could definitely be through the development agreement if the council would like to indicate that it should be a mixture of very low, and moderate. You can actually say a specific amount as well. My understanding in working with agencies like Chispa and CSDC is that sometimes it gets very challenging when a specific amount of what goes to what category is included, because they have their formulas as well that they have to abide by in the state. But if you indicate now that you would want a certain percentage to be earmarked, to all the different categories, you can certainly do so, and I would just caution in regards to the specific amount, without necessarily talking to the agency that's going to take over, because my understanding is that more than likely Award Homes will not, and the applicant is on the line, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but more than likely they will not take over the affordable project. They would more than likely work with an agency like Chispa or CSDC to take over that project and try to meet the needs of the community as close as possible.
Thank you, and again, this may be too much into the weeds, but I presume with a 100 apartment complex, regardless of the rents associated with it, there would, because of the volume, there would be a requirement that they'd have on-site management as well?
Yeah, the requirement is actually a zoning requirement, so I believe the number is off the top of my head. If there's 16 or more units, there has to be a manager on site at all times to be able to be approached if needed.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. I appreciate your comments, and I do want to say that I'm highly encouraged by the willingness to negotiate and find a more common ground based on what has transpired most recently. So thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. It's very thorough.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Councilmember Tim.
Thank you. Any other questions from council before we ask the developer to speak?
I got a couple questions real quick.
Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
So on the CFD4, that's basically for maintenance, and CFD5 is police and fire. And where's the school funding come in? How do our schools get paid?
That's a good question, Councilmember Rick. So when it comes to schools, the city of Hollister has the school districts, the school boards, to be able to work with their boards to establish those fees. And those fees would be not through the CFD, but through the impact fees. And so as a requirement, when a project gets approved, prior to issuance of a building permit, the developer has to show proof to the building department that the school impact fees were paid in full. And once they show evidence of that, then we can proceed to the next step.
Okay, thank you.
You're
And then you referred to some, the DFA?
Yes. The DFA is actually a consultant that has been working with the city of Hollister since approximately 2014, I would say. And they are the ones that actually helped us establish CFD number 4 and CFD number 5. They saw that CFD number 2 and the lighting and landscaping districts were just very low. They weren't paying their way. And so they said, look, we can help you. We can bring these fees to current rates and continue working with you. And so, the city council at that time agreed to it. And so they've been helping us since. And every time there's a project or development, they are the ones that help us with all the legal documents that need to be fulfilled and completed for them to bring it before you for annexation into those districts.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll wait and talk to the developer.
Thank you, Councilmember Rick.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? No? All right. If the developer is available.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the developer does have a PowerPoint as well.
Good evening. This is Corey Cusick. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Fantastic. I know that you guys will be queuing up the PowerPoint. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff, and residents of the City of Hollister. My name is Corey Cusick, representing Award Homes and the development known as West of Fairview. Councilmember Burns and Perez, great questions. I hope that I answer most of them during my presentation. And if you or any other council members have any questions of us, I welcome them following my presentation. If you could go to the second slide, please. So Abraham, thank you very much for your presentation. I know I'll reiterate a lot of the points that you made. But since we last spoke at the public hearing on March 1st, and since that time, we've considered comments that we heard from the City Council and have revised the amendment to incorporate the comments that we heard. First and foremost, we have revised the amendment to include 100 total BMR units within the apartment site rather than the previously proposed 50 BMR units. However, as we heard during the City Council meeting last week, as well as tonight, it appears that there may be a preference to have 50 BMR units within the apartment site and keep the 33 BMR cluster units as they are currently required. We are amenable to moving forward with either scenario, whichever is preferred, the preferred alternative by the City Council. Second, we revised the term extension of the amendment from 10 years down to 5 years. With that being said, as Abraham noted, we are only able to move forward with the shorter term extension if the housing allocation and building permit limits are eliminated. I know that there were some questions about how those got established, and I will answer those over the next couple of slides. And then lastly, and in my opinion, most importantly, with the approval of the amendment, we agreed to annex into CFD 4 and 5 as requested by the city. However, we request that the City Council consider allowing the 100-unit apartment site to remain under the current CFD and landscaping lighting district requirements. Next slide, please. So getting a little bit further into detail on those 3 points, as I previously mentioned, we have revised the amendment to increase the total number of BMR units within the project from a maximum of 33 moderate income for sale cluster units, approximately 5% of the development, to 100 guaranteed BMR apartment units, approximately 15% of the development, which will be offered for varying income levels, i.e. very low, low, moderate, etc. The proposed 100 BMR units will help alleviate the major BMR rental housing deficit within the city. Furthermore, these units will be built and managed by a major affordable housing developer utilizing state funding, meaning that these apartments will be offered at multiple ranges of below market rate income levels. However, as I previously mentioned, we understand that the City Council may prefer to have instead 50 BMR units within the apartment site and keep the 33 BMR cluster unit requirement as currently required. Again, we are amenable to that change to the amendment if that option is preferred and requested by the City Council. Next slide, please. So in regards to the term extension, we have proposed a 5-year term extension paired with the elimination of the housing allocation and building permit limits to allow for the timely completion of the project. We have agreed to reduce the term extension down to 5 years from the previously proposed 10 years. However, we are only able to do so with the elimination of the housing allocation and building permit limits. So Councilman Burns, as your question earlier, we are the only project in the city of Hollister with these limits, which we agreed to back in 2004 due to a 6-year sewer moratorium from 2002 and 2008. And that was additionally in regards to concerns regarding sewer capacity, which was associated with that. Since that time, the moratorium has been lifted and those concerns have been alleviated. Therefore, we request to have the housing allocation and building permits lifted from this project. Next slide, please. Lastly, city staff requested with the approval of this amendment, the development be required to annex into CFD 4 and 5, which in my opinion is the most important provision in the amendment as it relates to benefits for the city of Hollister. Approving this amendment and therefore requiring this development to annex into CFD 4 and 5 is extremely important and imperative for the city's financial future. Agreeing to annex into CFDs 4 and 5 puts the onus of all future costs on the development rather than the city. If the amendment is not approved, the city will be responsible for the funding of approximately $700,000 per year, subject to inflation increases to maintain this development. I will show a table on the next slide, which gets into this in further detail. However, currently we are required by the development agreement and the conditions of approval to annex into a CFD for the purpose of funding police and fire protection services, which was capped at a maximum of $250 per year adjusted for inflation, which essentially now is CFD 2, and then additionally to participate in the landscape lighting district pursuant to the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972. Approving this amendment would require us to annex into CFD 5, which covers the cost for police and fire services that has recently been created to ensure full cost recovery by all new developments, and CFD 4, which covers all costs related to landscaping and lighting, in addition to roadway and maintenance repair, concrete, storm drainage, traffic signal, etc. for the entire development. In essence, essentially an HOA. And lastly, before moving to the next slide, I again just want to reiterate that we request to have the 100-unit apartment site remain under the current requirements of the development agreement and conditions of approval, CFDs 2 and the Landscape and Lighting District. And then one note on that is CFD 4 is yet to be finalized, and therefore we feel that we can revise this to ensure full maintenance costs will be the responsibility of the development and therefore cause no financial impact to the city. Next slide, please. So as Abraham showed during his presentation and also in your staff report, This slide provides a table comparing what the development is required to pay under the current development agreement and conditions of approval versus what the development would be required to pay should the city council decide to approve the amendment in front of you this evening. I know Abraham already covered, all the details of this, so I won't go into all the complexities. But as you can see, there's approximately a $702,000 delta between what the development is currently required to fund compared to what would be required to fund if the amendment is approved tonight. Therefore, if it is not approved, the city would be required to fund the difference every year in perpetuity, subject to inflation, to upkeep this development. To show the true picture of what this means for the city in the long run, I've provided the expected burden of cost to the city's general fund to upkeep this development over 5, 10, 20, and 30-year timeframes on the next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, if you could please go back to the last slide. All right, well, I'll continue while they pull that up. But at an estimated 2% CPI increase per year, which is actually on the conservative side, the total expected deficit that the city would be required to fund for the upkeep of this development, if the amendment is not approved, after 5 years, it's approximately $3.6 million. 10 years, approximately $7.7 million. After 20 years, approximately $17.1 million. And after 30 years, it's approximately $28.5 million. I did another one as well. After 50 years, it goes up to approximately $60 million, and it just continues on and on. So as you can see, the city council needs to strongly consider approving this amendment as it is extremely important and imperative for the well-being and financial future of the city of Hollister. Lastly, as noted in the staff report, there's no financial impact to the city council by approving this amendment, which I completely agree with. However, as I have revealed over the last few slides, there's a major financial impact to the city of Hollister if this amendment, for any reason, is not approved tonight. Last slide, please. So in conclusion, this amendment allows the city council the opportunity to positively impact this project for the city of Hollister and its residents by increasing the total number of affordable housing units and ensuring that all costs of this development be fully funded by the development rather than the city's general fund. Lastly, I ask the city council and city staff to allow us the ability to address comments and questions from the city council and the ability to be involved in the conversations and any discussions over the course of this meeting that may relate to anything that we have discussed or potential revisions to the amendment as requested by the council. Thank you very much for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kusic. Why don't we step back and go ahead and have any council members ask any questions now before we open to public comment.
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Mr. Councilmember Burns, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For the consultant, please, and I didn't see it in the packet of information, but I may have missed it. A simple question. Can you talk about the apartments that are going to be built as it relates to size? Are we talking studios and one bedrooms? Are we talking 1, 2, and 3? I just would like to get a better understanding of who the apartments would be best suited to be occupied by. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Kusic.
Am I on mute? Are you guys able to hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. That's a great question. So our intention is the apartments will be a mix of product types. It'll be 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, and all of those will be offered at varying income levels. So, there'll be certain, for very low incomes, there'll be options of 1, 2, or 3 bedroom, and vice versa as you go up on the income limits. So there will be a complete mix of 1 and 2, 3 bedroom units for all income levels.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
I have one.
Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
So on the CFDs that want to remain to number 2, the CFD 2, those are just the 100 apartments, correct?
That is correct, yes.
That's pretty much all I got.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, one more. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Councilmember Burns.
Again, for our consultant, what's the rationale behind that, please?
You know, that's a great question. So in our conversations, you know, we've been speaking to major affordable housing developers who have a lot of interest in this project. And I'm not going to say that having that CFD prevents them from moving forward, but they do have concerns in regards to getting state funding, that with that large of a CFD, it may be difficult or more difficult for them to get financing for the project. So our recommendation to ensure that the city gets the affordable housing units as they envision as soon as possible is to, rather than have those CFD costs be on the 100 apartment units, is working with the city's consultant DFA and Mike Whipple over there to, instead of having the CFD 4 and 5 costs on the apartment site, to disperse that across the single family units. And when you have, you know, 100 units, and I will say, so the multifamily units, their CFD 4 cost is about $1,000 compared to the single family homes of 1,400. So dispersing that cost, the 100 units across the 577 single family homes will be a very minuscule increase in cost to their CFDs and will ensure, you know, the viability of the affordable housing project, you know, moving forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And I know Mr. Prado spoke to it briefly, but it's our understanding, based on the presentation this evening, that those apartments would be built in the first phase. And assuming that's correct, any sense for if this agreement is approved, a sense of timing? When are we talking we could have 100 new apartments in a year and a half? Any sense for that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Just one clarification that I had. Abraham is correct that it's in phase one. However, phase one was split into two phases, phase 1A and phase 1B. Phase 1A, all of the horizontal improvements are actually in as of today, and those units should be going up shortly. The apartment side is actually in phase 1B. And in regards to the timing of those, you know, that's a great question. First and foremost, we have to get it approved with this amendment to allow for the affordable housing to be on that site. And then, you know, we will work with, you know, 2 or 3 of the large affordable housing builders that we have been in discussions with to, you know, sell them or give them this property. And then they have to go through, you know, getting financing from the state, which my understanding is a pretty lengthy process. So I would say on the earliest, and they still have to, I apologize, they still have to design, you know, the building architecturally. Currently, it's just approved for 100 units, so they have to still get the building itself designed and approved. So I would say at the earliest, you would see construction on that apartment site probably within about 2 years, maybe 2.5 years. And the construction would happen fairly quickly because these big affordable housing developers, you know, once they start construction, 100 units is actually, you know, a kind of an average size development for them. So they should be able to build it within, you know, 1 calendar year.
Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Spencer, did I see you have your hand up or no? No. Okay, Mr. Perez, did you have another question, sir? Go ahead.
So is there any way the city, because, you know, I love that we're addressing our not addressing our needs for the lower income housing, but that we're actually putting it to plan and action. We're doing something about it. And I'd like to see it done tomorrow, but in all reality, is there anything we can do as a city to help this process to get done faster?
That's a good question, Councilman Perez. Yeah, so as Mr. Corey Cusick indicated, the actual design of the apartments would be something that they would work with the city to do, and so definitely we can do everything in our power to try to speed that process up. And normally, when an application comes in to us, within the first week, we write a staff report, draft staff reports, and we try to put in a draft resolution of the standard conditions that we know. We send it over to all the different departments by the end of the first week. We send it out to police, fire, engineering, building, everybody to review for comments, and then we get together at the end of that second week to discuss any type of issues, any type of things that we need for the applicant to make revisions. That puts us at week number 3. And then we give the applicant a week or 2 to make the changes if needed. That puts us at week 4 or 5. And and then we sent off a public notice to the newspaper 10 days in advance of the public hearing. That needs to be published. So it's a week for it to be sent and be published, and then 10 days for publication. That puts us at about 8 weeks of what we can do to expedite the process.
The reason I brought that up is because it is such a category that we need to address, and it's like, I think I heard numbers of something like over there on Buena Vista by the cemetery, that project had like
Yes.
41
Apartments.
units, yeah,
Mhm.
and there was over 1,000
Yes.
applicants.
Yes.
And so it's like, I know a lot of people myself that are looking for a place, and so I just out there to the public and any consultants, it's like, we need here in Hollister affordable housing for our residents. And so when it comes to see something like this, there's some trade-off here, but help us address the needs of our residents, please, and we'll help you help us.
Thank you, Councilman Perez.
Thank you. Mr. Kusich, I have a few questions, sir. First, I do want to say I appreciate that your company is willing to accept the CFDs 4 and 5. It's been one of my big issues on some of these developments to make sure we're covering as much of the cost as possible. But we do have other issues. One is the impact with the schools. I understand state law or they create the impact fees. One of the conversations we've had and we're trying to have is the idea of a CFD to help future construction of schools in our community to help offset the problem. That's one of the biggest problems headed towards us. If you looked at any of the property tax bills, you would find residents very unhappy about how many taxes are for the school districts, because it's, as you know, the impact fees do not cover the cost of new school construction. So that's one of my issues, if you're willing to talk about something like that. The other issue I have is the affordable. I know the conversation we're having tonight sounds great. It's one of the issues I've been pushing for so long in our community, and that is really the affordable housing issue of 15 to 20%. We are now talking about having that in the general plan at 20% for the affordable housing requirements. I would like to see that here. I think it's critically important. We've lost out in so many years because of not implementing those rules. And it's one of the reasons I really would like to see more of the community having input on the future of this project and your company working with them directly, or having town halls to have a broader conversation about the things we need to do to make that happen. Putting it off, and again, I do appreciate there are some affordables into this, but the reality is we are way far behind. We should have had these a long time ago, and 20% is a number now that the General Plan Committee has accepted, and hopefully the City Council can move to approve that sooner rather than later. The other issue is traffic. Now, again, I understand that traffic impact fees are built into whatever is built there, but it is part of the reason where I think it is a better idea to pace out the project over a longer period of time, only because we have to absorb some of this traffic until we get Highway 25 finished and some of the other major roads, because we do have problems that need to be addressed. And several big projects are online right now, and it's going to create major issues for us in the near future. So I was hoping you can address some of those comments.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your comments. I'll see if I can adequately address all three of them. So first, you brought up the school impact fees. As you know, obviously.
Yeah, if you'd be willing to discuss maybe the potential of a CFD for a school to add to that. I know the impact fees are what they are, but I'm talking more of a CFD to help with the future costs of some of these.
Understood. All right, so I'll circle back to that. I'll have to talk to Steve, who's in my office as well. But in the meanwhile, so affordable housing, I understand. So right now we're proposing, 100 units, which is about 15%. We're kind of the alternate where you have 50 apartments and 33 of the cluster units, which is about 88 units, comes out to around 12.5%. I understand your concern about trying to get to, 20%, which, I'm not sure if any project in the city of Hollister does.
Not currently, no.
Understood. But, we are willing, if you guys approve the amendment this evening, we're willing to include 100 apartment units as below market rate, and then additionally keep the 33 cluster units as they're currently required. So that puts us, at 19.6%, 133 total BMR units out of the total 677. So that's, as close as we're able to get to the 20%. So if that is something that the city council would like to see, we are amenable to having that changed on our amendment and having to come back as to the second reading to have that proposed. And then the other thing you brought up was the traffic. And I do understand your concern about the traffic, and I agree. I think that spacing this out, over a longer period of time will help that. Two things that I would like to point off in regards to traffic is under our development agreement amendment, or development agreement and other associated amendments, we're required to pay a $1,800 traffic fee per unit on top of the traffic impact fees that the city of Hollister has, which I believe are actually pretty substantial. So that's an extra $1.218 million, which I believe goes to the city's general fund for the use of traffic improvements. Additionally, we're doing some major off-site traffic improvements on Union and Airline and Fairview, and I believe a couple of other intersections as well. We're having those plans reviewed by Caltrans as we speak. Fairview Road has already been widened, and there's a new traffic signal there. So we are, in my opinion, doing more than enough for our project to offsite the future traffic for this development. So I believe those were two of the three things. In regards to the school impact fees that you brought up, I don't think that that's something that we're willing to agree to tonight. We would like to keep this amendment, as currently proposed, with kind of the three main terms surrounding the CFDs, the extension, and the BMR units. And that's just something that, unfortunately, we're not able to agree to this evening.
And again, I appreciate your comments. And as far as the affordables, when I say the affordable 20%, it's not so much for apartments or for the smaller units. It's more throughout the entire projects. That's what I think is going to be important for our future, is that there's no one single area that has the affordables, but rather it's spread throughout the units, the entire project, that being the single family home. So, and I do appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions from council before I open to the public for public hearing? All right, this time I will open public hearing. Do we have speakers tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Jason Noble.
No, actually, my request was to speak on item E2, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Noble.
Sarwat Fani.
Yeah, same. I am scheduled to speak on E2, not on this item. I'm sorry.
Elia Salinas.
Yes, I am speaking on this item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I want to first start off with the fact that this project has been in pen since May of 2000. And before that, it was years. So we know that this project has been in the making for more than 25 years. I don't even think you need to be an attorney to the fact that there was a moratorium and there was a DA written out for limited houses that should be automatically rescinded. I mean, you don't even need to go to the council. That should be taken care of through attorneys, but here you guys are. This developer has gone beyond. I want to be able to have the units, the small units and the apartments. And if you're gonna do 100 and you're gonna do 33, that's even better. We need to be able to have firefighters, police officers, and teachers be able to buy houses. And we don't have that because they live out of town, out of the county, because they cannot afford houses here in Hollister and San Benito County. On regards to the making sure that they're going to be local residents, I'm not sure. I mean, you have to sell this off to Chispa. I mean, is this something that the developers can't do themselves? It has to be a specialty for something else. I mean, can't developer just build the homes themselves? I'm not exactly sure how that works. And then when you say that you broke it down, and I would like the answer, please, is you broke it down to say that in 5, 15, 20 years or whatever, what the fees were going to be for the CFDs. Is that to say that then you mentioned an HOA, so then it's going to be the homeowners that are going to take over with regards to those fees? So it's going to go back to the property owners of this development. So exactly, I'm not exactly sure how that works, and if you can answer that, that would be really great. And then the other thing is with regards to the smaller lots, so the smaller lots are set apart for the apartments and for the affordable housing units. And with regards to the limiting of, or claiming that you want, the mayor is asking for CDFDs for the schools, I don't think that the city council actually has be able to force, right, to request this from you, because it's more like a force. He's asking you, we want you to volunteer to do this. You don't have to do this. So I think you're given, that the developer is given more than they have. And with regards to having this general plan with wanting 20%, just remember that there's only 3 people on that general plan. So that's not something that has been come forward before the city council or for the residents of the city of Hollister. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Loretta Avina?
90% of what she said was supporting us, but then she said one.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I have quite a few issues with this. Number one is, why is it that when we are speaking low income, we're always defaulting to apartments? That's the issue that I have. That's a great inequity. Studies have already shown that families with small children, specifically the children, small teenagers or whatnot, and I work with students, so I know what I'm talking about. Studies have shown that children, they perform better on all aspects when they have a home with a yard with room versus an apartment. I take actually great offense when we're automatically grouping low income into apartments. What I want to see is, I want to see the 100 apartments and I want to see the 33 low income. And as the speaker before me said, our own teachers and firefighters and blue collar workers, they can't even afford a home in our own community. I want to see low income homes and apartments. I don't want to see low income automatically grouped into apartments, number one. Number two, the developer now says, oh, Fairview Road has been widened. I'm sorry, it has not. And it's going to take a beating if the waste management expansion goes through, number one. So I don't want to see any more development, period, until our roads are expanded and are improved. They are already a death trap. And I really don't care how long this project has been on the books. Nothing else should be happening until our roads are fixed, number one. Number two, that is. Number three, oh my goodness, I'm losing my train of thought. Inequity, I've spoken about. I don't want to see low income grouped into apartments. Number one, low income housing. There should be that as well as the apartments. I've talked about the roads. And I think that's about it. Oh, and I feel in listening to the developer tonight, I really feel like he's saying, oh, you have to decide tonight. We have 2 council members that are brand new. They're not even familiar with this project. I really feel like you're being bullied into making a decision tonight. You need to take time. It's a very serious decision. And I feel that you do not need to make this decision tonight. It needs to be greatly discussed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public hearing. Go back to council for any additional questions you may have. Any other questions from council? Thank you very much. This time then, is there a motion?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve item E1, ordinance number 1201 with the following changes or language. Number one, I would like to see the agreement increased by 5 years. Number two, I would like to see the building permit restriction lifted. Number three, I do like, yet again, an additional compromise to not only the 100 units of apartments being below market rate, but also the 33 cluster units as well. And I do also like the increase of over $700,000 annually for the CFD, so I recommend a transfer as proposed by staff, and that would be my recommendation and my motion, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
No.
Mayor Velazquez,
No.
and the motion passes by a 3-2 vote.
Thank you. It is about 8:30. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, everyone?
Thank you.
Clerk's Office recommends that we hold a public hearing, read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister to repeal or replace Title II, Administration and Personnel, Chapter 2.0, for City Council.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Not necessarily a question, but more of an acknowledgement and thanks to the city clerk for her diligent efforts to bring this forward, and even more importantly to the city council. Great work in my opinion, and clearly an example of how we can work collaboratively and collectively to get to a better place. And I just want to thank each and every council member, the mayor and the vice mayor as well. Thank you, Mayor. That's my comment.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from council?
Yes, I have a question. I know
Go
at one of our meetings, when we discussed 2.04.015.12, I thought we had agreed that we would be able to meet with developers if they were developing in our districts. And according to what this is saying is that we can't do that. And there again, I am going to ask a question. And this is to the city attorney. And I want a yes or no answer. This thing, council members shall not hold personal meetings with lobbyists, real estate developers, or any person, third party, entity, or representation of such persons or entities that has business for approval before the city council or is reasonably expected to have business for approval before the city council within 1 year. This prohibition against personal meetings shall include, without limitations, those trying to influence city policy. This prohibition shall not include, however, persons meeting with a council member who are a resident of said council member's district. The express purpose of this rule is to ensure that matters before the city council are heard in public at an open meeting. The reason I'm reading this is I'm going to ask you, Mr. Epperson, and I want a yes or no answer. Is this legal? We are elected officials. The people elect us. We are out there for people to meet with us. I don't care if it's Bozo the Clown. Is this legal? And if it isn't, what kind of lawsuits are we looking at with this specific paragraph?
Councilmember Spencer, I believe that it is legal. The question with all of these rules is how exactly will it be enforced? And is it enforceable? And what options does the city council have to enforce it one way or another?
Okay, so let's just say that we pass this tonight, and let's just say somebody wants to meet with Mr. Burns here. We'll just say Mr. Burns meets with them, or doesn't meet with them. Let's say they don't. And actually, no council member meets with any person coming into this community. What kind of lawsuits are we looking at? Because you know that's going to happen.
Well, Councilmember Spencer, I'm curious who would have standing to bring a lawsuit, because the council member is not obligated to meet with any particular individual. So I can't imagine, I'm not saying, look, we can always be sued. Someone always attempts something. But I can't imagine what type of cause of action they would bring for a council member declining to meet with someone.
Well, the way I'm looking at it is they come into this community and they want to meet with all the council members. And every one of them says no, only because they're afraid of doing this. That constitutes a lawsuit, does it not?
My answer is exactly the same as before. I cannot imagine what type of cause of action they might bring. There are a lot of creative lawyers out there. They certainly might attempt something, but I'm not familiar with a lawsuit along those lines because, again, council members are not obligated to meet with someone.
Yes, this is true, but where it's written where we cannot meet with them, that's my concern. Is because if, just say, I was to stay on this council and somebody called me and I went to meet and have lunch with them, and if somebody saw me having lunch with a developer, they're going to file charges against me because I broke this.
Someone might, Councilmember Spencer, but again, the question with all of these is what kind of teeth do we have? Who would enforce it? How would it be enforced?
Okay, I'm just curious because I see a lot of trouble coming with this one.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, go ahead, please.
Yeah, because so according to the wording, we're not supposed to meet with anybody at all.
No.
Okay, because I thought we were going to meet with people just in our district, and I was going to have issues with that one for the simple fact that I was wondering if I can only talk to my district, you can only talk to yours. Tim, you can talk to District 4, and Vice Mayor Rowland can talk to District 2, then who would the mayor talk to?
All of them.
See, and to me, that doesn't make sense to me. And as far as obligations, I am obligated. Part of my campaign promise was, if you call me, email me, talk to me, I will get you an answer. It might not be what you like to hear, but I will get you an answer. And that's why I was asking, what are the consequences? Because if something's going to happen in my district, I'm going to meet with them. It's, you know, and so I want to know, do I need bail money?
Well, yeah, again, the consequence would be exactly the same as it is for a violation of any of these terms. I don't know who would prosecute that. I don't know who would bring that type of action against any council member or any individual violating or allegedly violating any of these. The question with all of these rules is always, is it strictly on your honor, or is there any teeth to it? And it's been a question for every city for a long time.
And with that, there was, I can't find where it says, but it was talking about, pretty much talking about the spirit of the law, spirit of the rule of ethics, and to me this is also kind of including, if I'm not mistaken, kind of the Brown Act, the Rosenberg, our municipal code, and in that it's like, you know, because we're in pre-COVID, if we're going to have a meeting someplace, if I was at the lake, you know, I'd have to post on my tent that, you know, I'm going to have a meeting here in 24 hours. And then my tent would have to be open, or RV, whatever. Or a hotel room at Disneyland. Same rules would apply. And so now that we're in COVID, those don't apply. But in here, we're talking about the spirit of the law and the spirit of ethics. It's like, I still, especially after last week's meeting, it's like, I still would like to see my representatives of all the city council and the mayor live on screen with the video feed. And I know I'm not the only one like that. So those are the two issues that I really had, two things that I had issues that I was not comfortable with. I'm still not comfortable with. And third of all, there's no teeth to it. So it's like, what does it matter? What does it really matter? If we have no consequences for laws and rules, what are the rules and laws for? For the people that will follow it, okay? But if not everybody follows those rules, especially the ethics rule, what good is it? And so my question, it's just a question to everybody, to the community, to lawyers and councilmen, chief. It's like, what can we put in there for teeth? I mean, because it's like telling your kid, you either follow my rules or you're going to get it. And then they never get it. And they never get it. Pretty soon, he's just running wild. And it seems like if there's nothing to put in there, why are we having these? I don't know. Maybe these are just dumb questions and I'm just ranting and raving. But after last week's meeting, all this ethical stuff to me is throw it out the window. That's all I gotta say.
That is, sir. Let me go back to a point. I want to make sure we're clear on this. I'm hearing questions asked that are not accurate, and I don't mean any offense by that. But pointing out that you can't meet with people, meaning your constituents, is absolutely incorrect. The point is to meet with your constituents, talk about issues that are going on in your districts. That's very important. I think all of us want to continue doing that. This conversation was about how do we get to the point where lobbyists are not lobbying us to try to figure out 3 votes to get their project approved by promises or different discussions. And rather than doing that, why not have those lobbyists come out in front of all of us, the entire city council and the public in general, come to the city council and say, hey, council members, by the way, we're going to be proposing a project that does this, this, and that, and we think the public's going to love it because we're going to offer so and all these other things. So we think the public's going to like it. We hope this council would like it. And then at that point, we can say, well, great, we're all looking forward to hearing more information about it. Please come back when you have more information and keep us posted and updated as a council, as a community, rather than behind the scenes working out the deals with others. I think we owe it to our constituents, we owe it to the community, make everything public. Be fair and honest about it, transparency. That's one of the things we need to be doing. As far as any penalties, I don't think anybody here ever talked about throwing somebody in jail over saying hi to a developer, or maybe you decide to have lunch with the developer, but you're just talking about life in general. Nobody's gonna attack you for that. If for some reason there is an ongoing discussion behind the scenes with a project, then again, that's something that should just be made public and transparent. That's what these rule changes were about, is how do we get to a point of being transparent? No more behind the scenes conversations with lobbyists. We should, first off, we should make sure every lobbyist is registered before they're even coming in and having these discussions. But the point was to be transparent to the public, not to restrict anybody from having conversations, friendly conversations. Nobody's looking to do that. We just, again, if a developer wants to do something or a lobbyist wants to propose something, great. Bring it to the city council, talk about it in public where we can all hear it, the entire town can hear it, and then keep coming back, giving us more information, and we can start making some good decisions as a council rather than just favoring a few people to get the 3 votes needed and then the deal's done. That doesn't help everyone here. This is what this conversation was about. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a problem and it is a problem, let's be clear about that. That's not unique to the city of Hollister. I think it's a bigger problem for smaller cities or smaller jurisdictions than it is for state and federal level, but lobbying does take place on all levels of government, right? I think it can be a big problem here because we have a smaller number of people to have to quote unquote influence to support a project or not. And I just think it's not fair to the public if even some of the city council members are not privy to those private conversations that are going on behind the scenes, then why are we having them? We have a process that we notice everything publicly, that we have people come and talk in a public forum. There's new rules that we can't even ask for information on social media and whatnot. So I don't think it's right that if we can't allow the public to not even have a conversation with one of us on social media, then we shouldn't be having those conversations in private. That's just my opinion, and I do think it's a bit of a problem here in other cities. And I think since we're such a smaller jurisdiction, that it's would probably be more simpler to solve. It's just about being honest, open, and transparent. I think also, Mr. City or Attorney, you probably can help me with this. What about that quid pro quo? Like, isn't there an obligation, so to speak, that if we have a conversation now without even passing this new rule, right? That if we have a conversation with the developer and then the developer in private, the developer or anybody else that could potentially make a lot of money off the decisions that we make, come and present the project, aren't we or are we not supposed to state before we speak on that item that we had a conversation with them just to be, again, open, honest, and transparent.
Council members, and as the standard is that if there's a conversation that's been had with someone who has a matter coming before the board, that the council member does in fact reveal that before the matter is considered. And I notice that council members do that on a fairly regular basis here.
Well, I don't. And there's some that do, and then there's some that haven't ever. And I know for a fact that they are having conversations with developers and they're having conversations with consultants, and it's not being reported before they come up here. So that to me is very concerning. Whether people choose to follow the rules or not follow the rules, I think we need to do our due diligence to ensure that we're being open, honest, fair, and inviting and welcoming to the public. Let's have the conversations, of course, why not, without a doubt, but in a public forum, especially when it comes to people making money. And yeah, that's what I've got to say about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments before we go to the public?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak to maybe 3 points, and I'll be brief. First, as I recall from a previous meeting, that was a special meeting that we discussed this, there was conversation about potentially hosting a monthly special meeting where we would absolutely entertain anybody from the development community that had a proposed project to bring it before in a formal process so that we could all hear things at the same time. And I like that and I support it. Secondly, ethics and conduct are not on again, off again. And I say this because regardless of whether we're in open or closed session, if we're going to adopt these ordinances, we need to comply with them and subscribe to them. You don't get to turn it off and on just because we're in closed session. And third, and city attorney, please correct me if I'm wrong, but typically pursuant to the municipal code that this would then be codified in, when you violate a city ordinance, often they can either be a misdemeanor or an infraction. Routinely, if they're viewed as a misdemeanor, they could be referred to the district attorney's office, who in my experience is routinely will defer those back to the city attorney to decide what they want to do. And if we found that this became problematic, there would be nothing that would prevent us from creating an ethics commission that could in fact have some sort of binding authority if we then willed that. And in conjunction with that, I think it's important that we need to look at this as not only applicable to the city council members, but also to members of commissions and committees. And that concludes my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Perez, go ahead.
I'm not opposed to that monthly or bi-monthly special meeting to have projects brought before us. I still just don't think that, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's because I look at it, it's like, I'm kind of a trusting person because, you know what, it's like people know that, you know what, I keep my word. And it's like, you know, I do my best to keep my word. I'm you know, every time I say the Raiders are going to win the Super Bowl, you know, it's kind of a lie. But, you know, for the most part, it's like, you know what, character and ethics are go hand in hand. And so, you know what, I apologize if I sounded a little emotional because it's like, I feel like, I know you weren't or anybody wasn't attacking, but when we have that conversation of these backdoor deals, it's like, really? It's like, I'm upfront about everything. My past, my future, my present, here I am. And it's like, I have no, help me out. I have no special interest in anything except for trying to create a better community in Hollister. And the more information we can get by talking to developers, constituents, it seems good. And I know not everybody's. Hold that thought. We are not on fire.
Are we back?
No, Mr. Mayor, they just muted us.
Hold on, Mayor. We had
I
a
haven't
fire
muted
alarm
you.
go.
Can we cancel the rest of the meeting?
We could adjourn it, but then you just all have to
Can
come
you,
back.
can you unmute us? Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear us now?
We can hear you now.
Yeah.
Everybody clear?
Yeah,
Okay.
we just had a
Please,
little.
Mr. Perez, do not hit that alarm anymore, okay?
Am I inciting something here? No, you know what, I'd like to trust my fellow council members, vice mayor, mayor, committees, that, you know, we are gonna make the right choices when we're out there in public, behind the doors, in front of the doors, in restaurants. And what else was it? There was one other. Yeah, but I'm not opposed to also having them come and present their projects, their case. But that's it.
Thank you. And going back on this, remember this conversation started happening at the very beginning. Mr. Burns brought up the issue with some of the rules that were in place and having a review of it. And again, it's nothing to do with anyone here. It's to protect the community and be transparent. And Mr. Burns is absolutely correct. We had that conversation about we can have those special meetings. The lobbyists or whoever can come in and talk about this great thing they're going to be presenting to the city. And that way the public hears about it, we hear about it, and we're not having to go back and negotiating in private with them about things we want. Let's do this in the public setting. And I think transparency is going to be a very important part. And, again, this has nothing to do with the current council. It just has to do with changing rules to be more transparent. So I thought it was a very good suggestion when it was brought up. All right, any other questions or comments before we go to public? All right, we're gonna open it to the public hearing then. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Jason Noble?
Good evening and thank you. I speak against the agenda item this evening. I've been a realtor serving this community since 1988. The way section 2.04.015.12, representation of private interest, reads, I would not be able to say much more than hello to a council member, as a great deal of what I do, bringing projects forth for consideration, relies upon communication with staff and elected officials. Most of the projects that come before you are quite complicated. A good example would be the award homes amendment that we just discussed earlier. We all count on staff and their input, but not everything can be clearly conveyed or answered in a staff report and council meeting. Communication is healthy and necessary. It's how good projects come before you for your consideration and vote. The language within just this section would unnecessarily add costs and delays in what is already a lengthy and expensive process. Guess who ends up paying for this? The consumer does. I participated in the San Benito County General Plan update. Much of what we strove to do included taking the unwelcome mat from out in front of the county door and attempted to create opportunities within our county. The same goes here. While I'm sure it was intended to make things better, this will make the ability to bring opportunities forth in Hollister a much longer and more expensive process, and thus placing an unwelcome mat in front of our city. This part of the system is not broken. Stop trying to fix it. Please vote no on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarwat Fami?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Stuart Fahmy, and I am a real estate developer. And I would like to say that I agree with everyone that has spoken tonight. I agree with the mayor that we should be transparent. I agree with vice mayor that we should be honest and straightforward and not doing anything that is not transparent and for the benefit of the community. In every project that I have tried to bring to the city of Hollister, I have reached out to all council members in an attempt to sit down with them, not to ask them, and I never have asked them, to vote in a certain way for or against the project. But it was more of an exchange of information, letting them know where I am, what I would like to do, and hear their opinion and their input, and hope to arrange or amend or change whatever development I'm bringing in to fit their constituents' needs, the city needs, and the city of Hollister as a whole. How can it benefit? It's pretty much a public-private partnership whereby both of us can benefit from whatever development comes to the city. For instance, when I approached some of the council members, I suggested that maybe a community center that will be the pride of the city of Hollister would be beneficial, and I will be willing to enter into a development agreement that will accomplish this and have even an element of affordable housing and do whatever is beneficial to the city. Maybe relieving traffic, maybe adding traffic lights, maybe making, having new roads done, having trails, having parks. All of these things that cost the public money can be arranged whereby the developer pays for a portion of it, which will benefit everyone. Now, the example that happened before us in the item of the award project shows the importance of communication with council members and try to reach an understanding on what's needed. And it's through that path that everyone comes out a winner. In the meantime, every council member can absolutely refuse to meet with the developer. No one is going to force anyone's hand to meet with us or not meet with us. It is an efficient way of conducting business and gaining access to the council and talk to them, listen to their opinion, listen to what their needs, not trying to persuade them one way or another is really key to having successful development and a really successful partnership between the public and private sector. It is and it can be brought up into the council public hearings. There is nothing to hide. They can tell us that we met with whomever and tell us what we talked about. And again, they don't have to agree or disagree. But it is a way of streaming the process, developing the development agreements with the city, and creating a partnership that benefits every citizen, the council and the developer.
Thank you, Sawat.
Allowing me to talk.
Thank you, sir.
Elia Salinas?
Thank you. I completely am against this. Council members, the three of you that are sitting there, basically what this language does is give the mayor that control. You will give the mayor, he's the only one that can meet. Did any of you know about Amazon? I didn't find out about Amazon until I read it in the local paper. So things happening behind closed doors, maybe they are, but they're not coming from any of you right now at the dais. It came from somebody else. How about Jackaloni and Christopher? What about that? Something happened there all of a sudden, and there was a yes vote on that. When the council members have their reports, that's when they say who they've been meeting with. And the mayor did not state that he met with these people, but the votes came through. So this is going to give a mayor that is not strong, because we're not a chartered city, giving him the power to become a strong mayor. Okay? This is just, it's absurd that you would give up your right to do this. You have a duty to meet with anybody, because your vote does not have to do with just your district. It has to do for the entire city. So you have the right and you have the power to say no to this and vote against this, go back to the drawing board and revisit this, because this language is just absurd. There's other language in here that we're just talking about one. There is 6.3 and 6.31 with regards to public comments coming before the council. You can't say anything negative towards a council member. Well, you know, that would stop me from what I just said right now about bringing to the attention that the mayor had information about Amazon and about what happened with Jackaloni and with the Christopher Project. It is my right as a public for free speech. And I have the right to come before council and say what I have to say. I am not defaming. I am not slandering anybody. I am not lying. I am seeing what it is that's happening out there, and every citizen has the right to do that. And by this ordinance or this resolution is trying to shut people down so that they do not speak against what is happening. Please open your eyes. Do not approve this. Go back to the drawing board. And with regards to you're willing to negotiate and say, well, we can meet at a private meeting. This gives, right now you give the developers and the lobbyists the opportunity of a one-on-one. They're not buying your vote. And I'm sick and tired of two people on the dais saying that Councilman Spencer was being bought. Her and Councilman Lenore were being bought. So if anything was coming, it's coming from those two that are not in the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you.
You?
Robert Bernowski?
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
We can.
Yes, we
Go
can.
ahead.
Thank you. I cannot believe this is going to happen twice in one night, and that is that Elias Salinas and I are going to be in agreement. I have a little bit of a different spin, and that is if I'm an elected official, I want the right to meet with any constituent anytime I want. In fact, it would seem like I'm chilling somebody's First Amendment rights, whether it's my own or the constituent, by refusing or not having the ability to meet and address grievances with the government. But more importantly, look, if I'm a member of the public, I only have 3 minutes to speak. So if I have something that I want to bring up to a city council member, you give me 3 minutes and there's no back and forth. If I'm meeting them one-on-one, there's substantial back and forth. And I'd like to remind my friend, the mayor, Ignacio Velasquez, think about the spirited debate that we had years ago over cannabis. What happens if you make the decision or city council says, well, you can't talk about cannabis unless it's in front of the entire city council? I mean, where are the limits? Why are you saying it's just on developers? Why isn't it on a whole host of topics? This is a very bad idea. We need the spirited debate, the detailed discussions that go on, addressing what I brought up to you before. Again, I called an elected official, not city council, county supervisor, about the concerns I had. And there was long discussions between myself and he, and then some county officials, and then ultimately it ended up with a city council member who I did have a nice discussion with, but unfortunately it died there. But please do not limit our ability as constituents to talk to our elected officials at any level on any topic. This is a very bad idea. And Elia Salinas' comments about Amazon was spot on. That's the first thing that came to me, is nobody knew about that until it was a done deal. And that's why school districts ended up being shorted on their developer fees until we brought this up. So, and again, and we brought it up not at a regular meeting, but it was outside of a meeting, one-on-one conversation. So please don't give up, elected officials, don't give up your right to talk to any constituent at any time. Thank you very much. My remarks are concluded.
Thank you.
Courtney Evans?
Good evening. My name is Courtney Evans. It is the responsibility of each and every one of you up there to inform the public every time you come to these meetings on the conversations that you have. This has been a frustration of mine personally, knowing that members of this council have not done that. They've started private Facebook groups. They've had conversations behind closed doors, and they don't report out the conversations that they have. It's very simple. When you come to these meetings, you're supposed to report and have a public calendar that we see who you talk to, that we see the times that you've talked to them, the days that you've talked to them. And if you had these public calendars, and if you kept your constituents informed on the conversations that you're having, and you're open and honest and transparent like you're preaching about, there would be no need for something like this. This is absurd and ridiculous, and another way to push people away. I'm also curious to know if the two members that are not in person, if they disclosed where they were holding their meeting, because the public has the right to know, the public has the right to be there, the public has the right to speak to each and every one of you. And I would hope that you keep that open, honest transparency through not voting on this ridiculous ordinance. Be honest, be transparent, and when you have that moment to speak at the top of the meeting, tell everyone who you spoke with and take it a step further. Have a public calendar and share with the public what you're doing. It's really simple. It doesn't need to be so complicated. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
Carol Lenore?
Yes, good evening again. I just want to voice my opinion here. I always thought communication was a good thing, and I know you're talking about, yeah, you can receive it as a whole, but I think you really have a lot of limitation on you with the 3-minute thing. So you'll hopefully be able to open that up to longer. But I got to tell you, Mayor Velasquez, how many times have I heard you say I'm going to meet with the rally promoter? Well, the rally promoter gets legislative acts passed by the city council. We have contract with them. We pass resolutions. We make things that they have to abide by. So I don't see the appropriateness of you meeting with the rally promoter, because they do look to the city for approval of their project. So I just wanted to point that out. And I really think it's a bad step to roll back. You would listen to Jason Noble. He put it very eloquently. Just why do you want to do that? They always have to come to the 5-member board to get an approval. Just because you and the vice mayor opted to not listen to people, still I found it interesting. And you know, you really can get some good things for the city if you work in partnership and quit insulting the development community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I will close public hearing. I want to go back and address a couple of things, and it shows how quickly the public can be misinformed by incorrect information being spread out there. I heard a few speakers saying somehow we will not be able to meet with constituents. I think I've made that pretty clear. That is absolutely not the case. Any of us we want to make sure we're meeting with constituents to talk about things. If a constituent wants to talk about a project that's coming before the council, that's absolutely perfectly fine. That's what we're here for. The conversation is about having private meetings with lobbyists, developers, or those seeking to make a project come true for themselves without disclosing that and being public in front of the public. I heard a couple of things that are absolutely false again, as if though I had some kind of private meetings with Amazon or these other developers. Absolutely not true. And again, this is the misinformation that keeps happening from certain people in the public that try to confuse the issues. We are not talking about limiting conversations with constituents at all. We want more conversation with our constituents. We want to have an honest dialogue with them. But what would be nice, as was mentioned here, is to have a special meeting where those that are looking to present a project can come out here, talk about their vision, their views, their dream of what they want to present to the city. And the entire council and the public can ask questions of them. And then we come back another time to talk about how they're coming along with their project. Is it still a reality or not a reality? That is perfect, transparent government. This conversation, again, to try to confuse the issue as if there was some kind of other ulterior motives going on, is exactly why we need something like this, to be completely transparent so nobody can claim there was some secret meeting that happened somewhere that never happened. And this is a problem we've had over and over again. So I think this was a good way to start working as a council, be transparent with the public and get the transparency to and from the public. So thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. To eliminate any drama here, I am going to support this ordinance. I recognize there may be some things that could be retooled, and I believe we have the opportunity to do that through text amendments. If we find that this does not work, if we can get a majority of the council, a simple majority, I believe we could ask and go in and do a text amendment here, there, or in any other parts of it. And overall, I think we have to look at the entire body of work in its completeness. And I think that versus where we've been, I think this is good. It is certainly not without controversy, but I believe that there's an opportunity to change it if we need to. And I would be open to that based on evidence, not simple conversation. Thank you, Mayor. Those conclude my comments.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Yeah, I have one real quick. Oh.
Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
So are we going to be voting on each one individually?
No, it'd be the ordinance number 1202.
Okay. All righty, that's it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
And just to clarify, the rule about like not coming up here and singling out council members or attacking them, that's something that we've always had in place, is my understanding. But because of the fact that the council member Burns asked for us to review this with a fine-tooth comb, I mean, we really looked into it. It brought it back to attention. It just, if you come up to the dais, you need to, or up to the podium, I'm sorry, you need to address the council as a whole and what we have the power to do or not to do. And I think some people from the public were taking advantage of that and using it to stage attacks and whatnot. So I honestly did not know that, and I was educated and informed. It's always been a rule. We're not changing that. My understanding is that's always been a rule. And I think it's just a good way to avoid drama, so to speak, as Mr. Burns said, so that we can conduct business in a healthy way. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, is there a motion?
We just broke it.
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, I move that we adopt E2 ordinance number 1202, an ordinance of the City of Hollister repealing and replacing the Hollister Municipal Code Title II as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I will second that motion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
No.
Councilmember Spencer?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We will now move to item F1.
Thank you. Because we have now passed this ordinance, and during our council meetings where we discuss these items, it now makes, we need to rescind in their entirety resolution number 2021-65, which was, resolution number 2021-65 will rescind resolutions number 2004-36, 2008-15, 2009-83, 2016-83, and 2017-332, which would be regarding past city council policies, rules, procedures, norms, protocols, ethics, which will eliminate duplications and inconsistencies.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council?
I have.
Councilor Perez, go ahead, sir.
So it's like all that you just read off, it's like,
So because we've adopted the ordinance,
So
all
it's-
of these are either contradictory or no longer needed because they're all included in that last ordinance.
But, and these are the 2017-332 you were talking about?
So, yeah, over the years, we adopted policies and policies and policies, and we didn't check our older policies to see if there was any inconsistencies,
Okay.
contradictions.
And-
So because of all the work we've done on this Muni Code that we just passed,
And-
these are no longer pertinent.
All right, and that was 332, 36, 15, 83, and 2000, well, all the different years. 2017, 332, 2004.
Dating back to 2004
Okay, yeah,
to 2017.
okay.
All right. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
Jason Noble?
Thank you. Thank you. No, I said everything I had to say on the last item. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have no speakers.
Thank you. Is there a
Oh,
motion?
Wait.
Oh,
Sarwat Fani?
Yes, I'll pass for now. I think I said what I needed to say. And I think all the council members know that I've reached out to them individually and I talked to them transparently, and they're more than welcome to say what I told them, each and every one of them. They know exactly what we talked about and that I had never asked for any special way of voting or not voting. But unfortunately now we're not going to be able to let them know what we have in mind, what we would like to offer the city, and hear their opinion and their input for whatever developments comes to the city. But I appreciate Council Members Burns' idea of having a special meeting with all 5 council members and presenting the development to them at the same time. I'm all for that if it can be arranged. Thank you all.
thank you, sir.
Elias Salinas?
Thank you. I'd like to actually thank Vice Mayor Resendez for acknowledging that the policy has always been there with regards to the public comment, and the language has always been there exactly as well as for council members to make comments, vulgar or whatever negative comments towards the constituents as well. So thank you.
Okay,
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
thank you. Is there a motion?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, move to adopt as written F1 resolution number 2021-65.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
We can't hear you, sir.
Which one are we on? I'm sorry. I was reading.
We're on F1,
Uh,
resolution number 2021-65.
Yes. It's like-
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you. We'll now move to item F2.
Good evening, Council. This is Jamila Saka, a Housing Programs Coordinator for the City of Hollister and San Benito County. Before you is a resolution regarding our CDBG COVID-1 grant. Some of you may or may not remember back in August, we submitted for this grant, and due to changes in state legislation, one of the activities of rental assistance is not able to be, we're not able to use the funding for that project because the state is going to be able to provide funding. And so in order to avoid any double dipping of benefits or anything like that, we will continue with the CDBG grant for utility assistance only. Again, as noted, this is a joint application between ourselves, the City of San Juan Bautista, and San Benito County, where we will be joining our funding together to be able to assist all residents affected by COVID with their utility assistance. If there are any questions at this time, I can be able to take them. But if not, again, I would recommend that we be able to approve the amendments and be able to move forward with our grant application.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez,
Yes.
and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move now to item F3.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council. Tina Garza, Recreation Supervisor. This item before you today is a resolution authorizing the City Council, the City of Hollister, to approve the amended sublease agreement with the Hollister Blackjacks and Cal A's for the use of the Veterans Memorial Park Small Field. In addition to the resolution, authorizes the mayor to approve and sign the contract agreement. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Elias Salinas.
Thank you. So my questions to Ms. Garza are with regards to that. I read the lease and I couldn't see any monetary value other than they would be responsible for maintenance or being directed that there was something wrong and they're supposed to fix it. So cutting the grass, water, bathrooms, maintenance, all that, that's on the leasee and not on the city? Is that how I understand it? Or is it only specific items with regards to maintenance that they're responsible for? And how does it benefit the city? If there is no money value, how does it benefit the city with regards to if there was a water main that was broken? Are they going to be responsible for it? Or that's the landlord's responsibility? If someone breaks a sprinkler head with their cleats out there, I would think that would be on the leasee, not on the lessor. So I would just want a little bit of explanation on the monetary benefit or non-benefit to the city. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
Can I address Elias Salinas? I'm sorry, Mayor Velasquez, may I address her concerns?
Yeah, let's see. First off, any other speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll ask the council if they have any questions.
Thank you.
Is there any questions from council? No questions? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
I'd like to bring up a point of order, if I may, City Attorney. I thought I heard Mayor Velasquez indicate to our staff representative, Ms. Garza, that she would be allowed to address Ms. Salinas's questions. And so can we stall the vote in order for that to move forward, or do we have to move forward with the vote?
Mr. Burns, I'm sorry. That's why when I went back and asked the council if they had any more questions, that's why I intended that. If you had any questions from Ms. Garza from that point.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. So I'm confused. Do I need to vote now?
You can go ahead and ask the question now.
Okay. Yeah,
We'll finish the vote at that point.
I'm sorry. I would just like Ms. Garza to answer Ms. Salinas' question, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Sure, absolutely. As far as the Blackjacks, the small field that is sublet by the leasees, they are responsible for the maintenance of the field, which includes any of the water line breaks that are out there. Since they've kind of taken our maintained the field, it's in really good condition. We have our women that play on that field. In exchange, the city, for their maintenance, beautification of that field, the city pays for the lights, so PG&E bill and the water bill. So it's an even exchange. It's an agreement that allows a travel ball team to practice out there. 2 years ago, the high school was practicing out there. There's one more year on the lease, and then from there, we will decide if we move forward with it.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, since there was a point of order requested and the mayor allowed it to proceed, I think we should find that the point of order was found in the affirmative and make a new motion if that's what the council chooses to do.
Thank you, City Attorney. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So mentioned.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes again.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes, thank you.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
and the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And just before we go to the other one, just a reminder, so usually when something like that happens, when I come back and ask, is there any more questions, then you guys could, any one of you can ask the question from either the speaker or from the city manager or anyone else to get your answers. All right? We'll move to item F4.
Can you put Renee up?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Renee Perales, CIP Manager. Tonight before you is Resolution 2021-68, which will authorize staff to call for sealed bids for the 2019-2020 Road Rehabilitation Project, CIP Project C1902. On April 15th, 2019, the City Council approved Resolution 2019-74, which adopted the list of streets. Staff understands that the current council requested that in the future, we try to focus our road projects in one area at a time. However, this list was adopted prior to the request by this council. So the following streets will receive a conventional overlay: Rustic Street, 5th Street from Monterey to College, and Washington Street. In October 2019, a task order was issued to Kimley Horn to prepare the plans and specs to construct the project. The plans are now substantially complete for bidding purposes. I also want to mention that McCarthy Street, east of Alvarado Street to west of Chapel, was originally on our project list for the 1920 project, but we removed that and that was added to our 2021 project. So staff recommends that the City Council authorize the call for sealed bids for this project. Once bids are received and open, staff will bring back a contract and an appropriation for council approval. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council? Okay. Is there any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go back to the council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
We'll move now to item F5.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. It's still Renee Perales. So I also have Resolution 2021-69 before you. On March 1st, 2021, the City Council authorized staff to call for sealed bids for the Lad Lane and Southside Road traffic calming project. On April 7th, 2 bids were received. The lowest bid was received from Precision Grade Incorporated in the amount of $809,086. However, their bid reflected a 73% of their work would be contracted by subcontractors or would be contracted to subs. We also have a bid protest from the second low bidder, Granite Rock Company, which stated that the low bid received violated the Public Works Green Book standard specification, control of work section 3-2, self-performance, which states that the general contractor must perform at least 50% of the contract price. So staff recommends that the bid from Precision Grade Incorporated be rejected and award the contract to Granite Rock Company in the amount of $907,454. Staff requests that the City Council do the following: approve Resolution 2021-69, rejecting the low bid received and awarding a contract to the second low bidder, Granite Rock Company. Authorize the mayor to execute the contract, approve a supplemental appropriation, and authorize the city manager to execute contract change orders not exceeding $91,000. The total appropriation for this project would not exceed $998,454 without further council approval. Does the council have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councilmember Perez, I see you. Go ahead, sir.
This is more, I guess, just a question about the bidding process. So is it required, or, I mean, do we just take the lowest bid no matter what? I mean, and my second follow-up question, I guess, to Brett or Renee is how do we know we're getting any quality? I mean, I'm not saying nothing against Granite Rock or any company, as just as part of the process. That's it.
Renee, I'll let you answer that for them.
Yes, we are required by the Public Contract Code to go with the lowest responsive bid.
Thank you.
And Renee, you can correct me if wrong, but if we start getting a contractor that is performing below standard jobs, then we can reject it for the future.
Correct, yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. Renee, I do have a question for you. I know this now has come in over what was anticipated as far as the cost. And this project is really, it's not a repair project, it's just for the traffic calming part of this, what we've been talking about because of the speeders, correct? Wondering if it would not be better to wait on this. And maybe I'm hoping that, and I believe the next meeting, the chiefs are going to present something about speed cushions. Maybe that can help with our traffic calming, probably save us some of this money so we could use this $900,000 to actually have more of the repairs of the road. That is possible, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure we can choose not to accept the bid. Thank you. Any other questions from council?
Yeah. Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Mr. Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Perales, can you confirm for me, I thought I heard you say that the reason we discovered that the first bidder didn't meet the minimum requirements was based on an appeal by Granite Rock. Is that correct?
Oh, no, that's not correct. We knew that at the bid opening. But we did, after I submitted my report, we actually received the bid protest.
Okay, so.
But it was for the same reason, but we anticipated a bid protest coming.
Okay, so then remind me, please, but we approved this initial bid in March, is that correct?
No, the council authorized us to go out to bid.
Okay, thank you. I understand now. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
I guess this one was just kind of a clarification, because basically I got kind of confused when you were talking, because it was like, she said that no more than 900,000, what was it, 98,000? Yeah. So, no, if they spend more than that, then it has to come back to the board, to the dais. And you're
correct. So we would, the contract amount to Granite would be $907,454. However, typically when we do a construction project, we will have a contingency, sometimes anywhere from 10 to 15%, authorizing contract change orders just so that we can keep the project moving. So that extra 91,000 is just saying, if there's any changes to the project that come up, we have the ability to do it, or the city manager can sign a change order. But if it exceeds that 91,000, we would have to come back to council.
right. Cool. And so my question is, so Mayor, you were saying that to slow this down because of the calming? I didn't understand what you said.
Oh, okay. I just, what I'm saying is that maybe since it is a little more expensive we anticipated, rather than use that money right now on the traffic calming, that we could use the money on the more resurfacing of streets throughout the city, and maybe look at the ideas that the chiefs are going to be bringing, I believe at the next meetings, about speed cushions that we might be able to implement in different areas of the city. Hopefully that can help with the traffic calming.
Okay.
So in other words, maybe we could take this money right now and use it for more repairs and hopefully some traffic calming with those speed cushions if they do work.
A question, City Manager, how much have we spent so far on Buena Vista? Are we slated to spend on that?
Buena Vista, I believe that was over like 3.5 million.
3.5 for Buena Vista.
Correct.
And so, and how much more is it going to take? How much more are we going to spend there? Isn't that a lot for one road?
Well, it has a lot of traffic calming also, and correct, am I correct, Mark, that we have slurry on that one, and there's roundabouts also, which are expensive.
So,
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, Mark Falgo, Acting City Engineer. I think what you're referencing is the estimated budget for all the traffic calming that we're talking about for 9,000 lineal feet of Buena Vista Road. Is that the question you were asking about?
yeah, that's the length of Buena Vista is 9,000 feet?
That's the length of the study, yeah,
Oh, okay.
from the far west end all the way to,
Hang on, guys, for a second. Maybe the city attorney can help us here. Are we straying too far off by having a conversation about a different road and a different budget project? I'd like to get the answer too, and I appreciate what Mr. Perez is asking, but I want to make sure we're not straying too far off the topic.
Thank you. I suspect, because the question wasn't fully completed, I suspect that it's a question about the road that Mr. Falgo was talking about in terms of, so that he could help enlighten Councilmember Perez regarding this particular item, number 5. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to do is get a perspective. It's like, okay, so we don't want to spend 998,000, whatever, almost $1 million over here on Lad Lane. And but yet over there on Buena Vista.
If that's the case, then I think that it's a fair question, but we probably don't want to go.
Yeah, I'm not going to go
further
too far.
than that.
I'm just trying to get a grasp here. It's like, so we'll spend $3.5 million on Buena Vista and Lad Lane. We're going to hold off on $1 million, and it's like, which district is Lad Lane, anyways?
3.
No, 3. Is that 3? Okay.
District 3.
Anyways, yeah, it's just. I mean, if we're going to appropriate this money, why are we going to wait? Let's move forward. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez, and then I think I saw Mr. Burns.
Thank you. Ms. Perales, what kind of public input has been compiled or has been done in order to come up with the design that you're planning on implementing over there on Lad Lane?
Actually, I wasn't, I really wasn't involved in the project up until we had plans and specs. So I'm not sure if Mark can help answer that question.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I know, like, I was involved in the Central Avenue traffic calming, and we had meetings over a year to find out what the constituents, what their problems were. We met with them, I think, 3 or 4 times. It was a very fair process. And then we came back with a budget. Same thing for Buena Vista. Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Perez. I think there was a complete streets project that was done over there, a whole plan that included input from the public. And then just recently we had another meeting that involved the public. I think we've got another one coming up, and I think that's going to be coming in front of the council. So I'm just wondering, has this project gone through any of that public process at all?
Mayor,
So-
can I answer that? I mean, Kimley Horn did bring this project to the council to do a presentation. So that's, I just want to answer that part.
Yeah, and I think, and Mr. Perez is asking an excellent question about the cost and what we can do to, or the, should we or should not, like as I point out, maybe we can take this money and use the speed cushion. The reason I brought that up is because, again, the chiefs brought that up recently. And I remember some of these conversations at these meetings with the public. The number one thing they would always ask for were the speed humps to try to slow down the traffic. In the past, we did not have an answer for that. And that's why I'm excited about what they're going to present to us. And maybe there's a big enough cost savings there that we could really achieve both things, really repair roads and at the same time slow traffic in these areas where the traffic is out of control. So we want to make sure the residents are safe. And that's why I was just asking that question and seeing if we could take some of those dollars and make it work in different ways. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mr. Burns, go ahead. You're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to recommend to council for their consideration that we pull this item and have it come back when the chiefs do their presentation to trail, so that we would get the chief's presentation first, and then we could have this conversation again, because I'm all about saving money if we can, and if we can get more for our dollar, and it's not something that's going to push this out beyond summer, then it just seems smart to me. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Great suggestion. Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. I really support that, and I would also like to have at least one community meeting out there to get some feedback from the constituents and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilmember Spencer.
Okay, this has been a long time coming. I really thank Mr. Resendez for wanting the public input. For 2 years, I've listened to the public on Lad Lane, and I've sat out on Lad Lane and watched what was going on. I have come to this council many times talking about cameras and all kinds of traffic calming studies. It really saddens me that we finally are going to do something about it in my district. Yes, it's going to cost $1 million, but we're going to put it off again until the next meeting, which, I hate to say this, there'll only be 4 of you. So it'll end up being a 2-2 vote. I'm just really sad that it's taken so long and still nothing's going to happen. And I'm going to tell you from experience, speed bumps, whatever you want to call them, do not slow down the traffic. We had an incident just a year and a half ago in front of the high school where somebody at night hit that speed hump and ended up in somebody's front yard because they lost control of their car because they were going too fast. They don't work. They just don't work, and you're going to slow down fire, ambulance, and police again like you have on Monterey, B Street, and West Street. It's just really sad that this has to be put off again.
Well, a little clarification there. And the reason this is interesting, the chiefs found a system where the fire trucks can go over these speed bumps without it affecting the fire trucks. I happen, by the way, to be transparent here, I happen to live right off of one of these streets that we're talking about. And I do get to hear the racing every single weekend. So I'm personally affected by it. So if anybody would want to have this done sooner rather than later, that should have been me. But I think if we can find something, I think Mr. Byrne had a great suggestion, is if this works, rather than spending more money than we projected to spend in the first place, if this concept works, why not step back, save some dollars, fix more roads, slow traffic at the same time? Everybody wins. So just let's see what happens here. I mean, that's all we're asking. I think it's a great recommendation. Mr. Perez, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, just one more, just real quick question. So basically, this is awarding the $1 million to Granite Rock to go get busy and work on Lad Lane and South Side. correct? This is not just putting the money aside for, and they're coming up with a different.
Correct.
A different project to save more money? I mean, I'm just wondering, how are we gonna save more money than the bid that they already gave us? Because didn't they just bid on it?
What we would do is a different design, probably using depending on the presentation from the chiefs, would be using the speed cushions in lieu of the design by Kimberly Horn.
I just don't want District 3 to think that I'm not thinking about them too, just because they're not an alley in District 1. I'm still trying to think of you guys. But if it makes sense for the chief to come up with the study, then
I would recommend maybe that the chiefs hopefully will present next meeting, which would be on the 3rd. Maybe we could bring this item back then on the 3rd meeting on the 17th of May. Would that work for you, Mr. Burns?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to add one additional thing, that in the event that we determine that the traffic calming devices that the chiefs are going to present and recommend maybe don't pencil out, that we still earmark this money to do what we had originally intended to do on Lad Lane, because I too have a heart for District 3.
I have a heart for District 3 too, so I would agree with you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Good.
Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Elias Salinas?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I know it's getting late for you guys. So just to clarify, not everybody's familiar with Lad Lane. There are no residents on Lad Lane, but it's a high traffic for kids because of Lad Lane School. And then you've got the high school students coming through. So there's a lot of foot traffic between certain hours. And then there's the racing. I mean, this was literally, I think one of Honor's very first phone calls or emails when she was sworn in was Lad Lane, was a woman complaining on Lad Lane. And she continually called and called and called. So this is not new. And I know, Mayor, I think a few months ago, you may have also brought up the traffic with regards to the problem with regards to Lad Lane. So I agree with Councilman Burns that if the money is earmarked, fine, come back and see what Chief Reynoso has to say and Fire Chief Bedoya. In the meantime, they're going to both be reporting, because we do realize that in other meetings, first, fire and police have always said they don't like speed bumps, but now you're saying that they have found something different. So we have to hear from them. But again, if the money has been earmarked, don't put it back into any other project until you get an answer, whether you're going to go forward, because that's not going to work, those bumps, or slow down whatever gadgets you're going to put out there, that they're not going to work. You've got the funding and you already have the bid, and you can move forward and not have to wait if you decide to knock this out and put it into the general fund or whatever it is that you do, then they'd have to start all over again. They've been waiting for a long time, so let's not make them wait. If you can't get an answer in a couple of weeks, or if you do get the answer in a couple of weeks, then get going on it, because you have the money earmarked. And if that's what it takes to get these speed bumps, then you have the money to purchase them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Carol Lenore?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Just real quick, speed tables do work, because I don't know somebody that would hit one of those hard enough to go in a yard and do that a second time. So they'll work. They'll slow people down. You just happened to come upon it and didn't know it was there. But if you hit one of those, you're not going to do that a second time. And if you don't want the speed table, I'll take it over here on San Benito Street. Thank you very much.
How did I know that was coming? Any other speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council? Is there a motion to table to the date certain on May 17th?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
A second, is that also with the stipulation of earmarked?
Well, we back up. The plan for the meeting was May 3rd is when we were going to bring the speed cushions.
Yes. And after that meeting, if we like what we hear, we could, at this meeting, at the 17th, we would reject this. If we don't like what we hear, then we'd approve it on the 17th. Is that the way, that's the way I heard Mr. Burns was saying it?
Okay.
That's correct, sir.
Just confirming. I was just confirming.
Thank you. Okay, so we had a motion and a second. Correct, Mr. Perez, you were the second?
Sure.
I just want to make sure. I didn't know if
Yes.
you did. I thought I heard a second.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, well, before we move to item F6, we are approaching 10 o'clock. Is there a consensus for the council to continue?
Yes.
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 Okay, there's a consensus. We'll move now to item F6.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff requests that we pull item number 6. The Airport Advisory Commission has not finished a process in amending their bylaws.
Do you need a date to bring it back, or what was your recommendation there?
We just asked that it be removed.
A motion to remove?
Withdrawn, sorry.
Withdraw, motion to withdraw. All right, any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion to withdraw?
So moved.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you. We'll move to item F7.
Thank you, Mayor. So this resolution would initiate the establishment of a second city-controlled flagpole, or another name, the Unity, oh boy.
Unity
The
pole.
Unity pole. Boy, maybe I can't make it after 10. Outside City Hall with the approval of an appropriation not to exceed $30,000. At the time of the writing of this resolution, we had just started calling flagpole companies, so we had no idea what the price of the poles would be. And we were also informed by our building department that we would need to have an engineered approved plans, and there would be excavation and cement work. So we estimated that it would not exceed 30,000. So we asked that you approve this item, but the understanding that we are still working on a flag policy, as it requires multiple steps to verify that the policy adheres to different legal statutes.
Thank you. Any questions from council? I do have a quick question for you, City Manager. Maybe you could help me with this. I believe the conversation we were having might have been about 3 poles rather than 2. And the question I have to you is, if the cost of this pole turns out to be under 30, maybe 15, would the council, or could we get the additional pole for the 30,000 still under it? Is that what, would that work on this type of a motion?
Yeah, it would work on that. Our concern would be is the room in front of City Hall, as we have 3 very large trees.
True. Good point. Thank you for that. Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
I think a unity pole is a awesome concept. If you could humor me for a minute, I would just love. I'm all for the unity pole. I like the name actually. Come in unity, community. That's just my. I always got to play on words. Anyways, you know what? So you know what? Organization wants to fly their flag. They fly their flag, and they even get to close the street. I just wonder the cost factor of having city crew come out on a weekend to block off bring the forklift, the trucks with the barricades, have the festival or organization have the whole street. That's great. But it's going to cost the city some money. And now, I don't know if anyone's ever been to Dunn Park, but up there, there's a hill that slopes up or slopes down from the Rose Garden. And if you just humor me for a minute, could you imagine one pole standing tall, our American flag, a POW flag right underneath it, another pole right next to it with our state flag? And how about this? What if can we do a proposal to have our Arts Council or somehow come up with a Hollister city flag underneath that California flag, which that pole is being a little bit shorter than the American flag pole, because the American flag, that represents everybody, everybody. And state flag represents everybody in California. So imagine this. So you have the tall flag, the tall pole with the American flag flying high. Everyone can look up at it and say, yeah, USA, all that stuff. And then you see our California state flag. And then on the other side of that pole, having that come in unity pole, community pole, unity pole, whatever we wanted to call it. And you know what? And then not only that, so right there, I don't know if you guys have ever been there, but there's an area between the Rose Garden and the hill that these poles could stand tall. And if you could actually imagine with me, around the edge of the grass, having pop-up tents or the information booths, candy sales, ice cream sales, I don't know, just the carnival, just all kinds of someone help me. Vendors, just information booths, whatever. But right there at the foot of those poles, you could actually have it so that those stands that are around the grass, you can have the organization, the public assembling in the middle of that grass area, and you could speak to them. You already have your natural platform. You're not interrupting the future pickle courts or tennis. It's actually even really cool because then you could take your kids to the playground. I don't know. Do you know what? I'm not against a unity pole. I am not against it. In fact, I am for it. I think anything that will bring our community together, I don't care what organization you're from, it's everybody or nobody, and we wouldn't have to spend the money unless it was a large event, a super large event. Then we could block off 7th Street between West and Powell and use the baseball field. And if you needed to, any larger event than that, I'm going to be complaining, but because I live on 7th. But I just want us to take a step back, take a breath, and think about it. It's like this is a natural auditorium for us to get together. I know the recreation department and Tina, they use the park a lot for many different events, and I just think why not use what we have? We wouldn't have to block off streets unless it's a huge event, and we get our city workers some time off. I'm sure there'd be a minimal cost to having to go clean up and stuff, but for me to support any unity pole, it's going to have to be at Dunn Park, and it's not against any organization. It's for us as a community to have a place to come and go.
Thank you.
That's it.
The proposal was at City Hall for a reason to show residents that the city supports either this flag or something else going on. That was the purpose of having it at City Hall, to show the complete support. Whether we add some poles at Dunn Park some other time, sure, why not? Get some fundraisers going and do that. But this is a proposal about it being at City Hall for that purpose, to show that the support for this or any other event. Is there any questions from council? Councilman Perez, go ahead.
So, I mean, so I know that we've like amended other resolutions and other items on here. So this one, we're not gonna try to amend.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Occasionally, it's my job to be the wet blanket, and I apologize for that. But it's worth the public and everyone recalling that the purpose of agendizing it is so that if the description must be specific enough so that if any member of the public reads it, they know exactly what the city council is considering. And I don't think a member of the public could read this and reasonably understand that the city council will be considering a flagpole at Dunn Park.
Okay.
So I think it would either be, this is very specific, for better or worse, it is what it is, and it's very specific about it being at City Hall. So this would require a yes or no vote, and on another agenda item, if the city's going to consider Dunn Park or any other location, it would need to be agendized that way.
Thank you. Thank you for clearing that up. I just, yeah. Yeah, so.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from council? Councilmember Spencer, go ahead.
Okay, I too am all for this unity poll. I think unity community poll, I think it's an amazing idea. I can go with this poll, I guess, at City Hall. I just don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna be here, but I think before this is even passed, I think this council needs to look at that May 3rd, the proposed policy regarding flying flags on city-controlled flagpoles. I think that needs to come before any of this, because I will reiterate my concerns. My concerns are that you're going to have a group that you may not agree with who wants to fly their flag. You tell them no, you're going to have a lawsuit, because whatever you put out in front of this building, if one person's allowed to do it, every other interest group has the right to put their flag out there, whether you like it or not. It is called discrimination, whether it's something that we all can agree that we can't stand. If that group comes in that door and says, I want to put my flag up, and we tell them no, I can guarantee you we will be in a lawsuit, because it's happening throughout the United States. Bigger cities, San Francisco, New York, Minneapolis, they can afford lawsuits. This city cannot afford any more lawsuits. And that is what I am concerned about. I have no concern. I mean, I do want this flag, but I'm just stating, and I'm going to reiterate it again so this community understands. My concern is for the people of this community having to pay frivolous lawsuits, and they will. And that, wherever this poll goes, I'm fine, but I think you guys need to see a proposed policy regarding flags flying on city property. I think that should be, I know this keeps being put out, but I think this should have been brought first before the flagpole.
Just again, I think as a reminder, this is about having a pole installed, whether that becomes a city flag or state flag or something else in the future, that still can be worked out. I think the request at the last meeting was to try to get something done as soon as possible to accommodate the flag of the LGBTQ community. But this first step on this item is about the poll. The next item, you talk about some of the other things, but I think we want to get focused back onto that. Is there any other questions from council?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thanks. I too was wondering, Mr. City Manager, as the mayor inquired, is it correct? I don't know. I tried to do some research and I couldn't find the right answer. Is it correct to have 3 poles, not just 2? I don't know. So I'm wondering what the proper protocol is. And I'm wondering the same thing. If we're going to install 1 flagpole, we'll get into the reasons of why we're going to install that in the next item, not this item. This is if we're going to install a flagpole, should we in fact install 2? 1 for the United States of America flag, 1 for the state of California flag, 1 for the city of Hollister flag. And then I would imagine on the 3rd one, the city of Hollister, we can also consider hanging other flags of the proposal that's going to come back on May 3rd. I'm just wondering. And if so, then if we're going to do it, I would assume that we should do 2, not just 1. Again, this is about installing a flagpole in front of City Hall. The reasons why the majority wanted a flagpole installed out there, well, we can talk about that on the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Ashlyn Barnes? Ashlyn?
Yes, yes, it is Ashlyn. So I do have a more prepared piece for the next article, but I just want to reiterate the importance of this flagpole being at City Council from the perspective of a community member who is an out and proud member of the LGBTQ community. The reason why it is so important to me and other people who I have spoke with that is in front of City Council is because it is City Council taking a direct stand with us as a community. So at Dunn Park, while I am not opposed to there being an additional flagpole at Dunn Park, if that is something that we want to do in the future, again, from what I have heard tonight is not part of this article, but if that is something in the future that we also want to do, then I don't think anybody would be opposed to that. But I think the real importance of it being at City Hall is because it is such an important step for us that City Hall and that our City Council members are taking that stand with us. And also into the concerns for lawsuits, I did try to do some research about people flying flags and City Council disagreeing with it. I actually did reach out to a friend who lives in Morgan Hill who says that the City Council in Morgan Hill actually flies the pride flag year round. And so this was from a 2018 issue where somebody asked to raise a traditional family flag, which basically was a representation of a male, female, a child, and a heart. The flag was taken down by the community of Morgan Hill, saying that it did not support a recognized cause and it's not consistent with the city values identified in the city's policies according to city officials. So that is how they took that down. If there's any concerns with with the city and the City Council not agreeing with a flag, that is what they were able to do in 2018, and there were no issues and there were no backlash from the people who suggested the flags and from the community in a general sense. So that's just from a sister city, a smaller city, and one that is close in our county. So that's all I have to say on this article. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elias Salinas?
Thank you. So the previous speaker basically said what I was going to say with regards to the fact that what this represents is our values as a city. This pole, we're not talking about anything else but a pole. And the pole is actually a long time coming. We should have the California flag up there. Talking about having a flag for the city of Hollister, that's an all in all project and all in itself. And we shouldn't even be discussing it not tonight for this poll. The fact is that as a council, you decided that if you were going to go forward with the next item, you should have this item first because you need a poll. And thank you to Councilman Burns. He came up with the idea of a unity poll. If you go to the city of San Jose, you got 3 polls. If you go to the city of Morgan Hill, you got 3 polls. You got a courthouse in the city of Morgan Hill, they got 3 polls. And thank you to Councilman Resendez. Now, actually, I've spoken to 2 separate supervisors And this is an idea that they want to bring forward to themselves because they actually don't even have a pole over at the county building. So this is for a pole that will be used for, first of all, it's going to be the flag if it's not anything else. So we should have a flag of the state of California flying up there. And we have the U.S. flag, we have the POW flag, and I think then this would be for when anything else is not going, it'll be lower. The flag, the California flag should not be taken off. The other flag can fly for it. So if it is possible, economically possible, that since you are going to be doing this job one time, maybe it is, maybe if it's feasible, go ahead and put up that third pole. I like the idea about Dunn Park, but Dunn Park in itself is not a government building. And the whole idea behind this is the fact that as a government entity, you have values that you want to represent to the entire community, and that is what this pole would represent. So I hope wholeheartedly, that all 5 of you will agree tonight that this pole should move forward. The next step is whatever else you're going to fly on there, but for now, please approve this flag. Thank you. This flagpole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony? Tony, go ahead. Unmute yourself. There you
Can
go.
you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. Okay, June 17, 2020, this was addressed on the flagpole. The city flagpole has never been used as a forum for public speech, and allowing a flagpole to become such a forum would subject the city to a host of First Amendment issues. Also, down to paragraph 3, flying a flagpole is considered speech. Therefore, if the city allows flagpoles to become a public forum, it risks running afoul of the First Amendment, which excludes some groups from using the forum in a favor over others. Now, I've been hearing that we should discuss the poll first, but actually we need to find out what the agenda is as far as what is going to be appropriate on what we're going to fly on that poll. Is it going to be who's the one that's deciding which flags are going to go up over the other? Now, I would be in favor of a unity flag that represents all values and all walks of life. I would like to see Jesus lives on the month of April, Easter. Same thing, I'm sure other groups in December would love to see their Christians, Jewish flags, Kwanzaa flags, etc., flying. So if we're going to be denied, and I agree with the first lady, one of the sitting members there will be lawsuits. And if you can afford to find, people are ready to stand for what their beliefs are. It has nothing to do with gay pride, gay whatever. It has to do with, is this going to be fair? And are people of faith also going to be treated fairly on your poll? And I would like to have that conversation before we get into a poll. And I rest. And if you want, you can find this on packet on page 5 was the last findings on this subject. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Celeste Toledo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I'm for the unity poll. I think it's a great idea for our community. I was born and raised here in Hollister, so I think this would be an amazing time to bring the community together. But just like other speakers stated, we do need to remind ourselves that there are other members of our community who not only represent, our LGBT community. So just like I believe San Benito County is a pro 2A community, we have a lot of community members who are CCW carriers and would also like to raise the Don't Tread on Me flag. So, and I'm one of those community members. San Benito County is pro-gun community. So consider I'm for the unity poll. Just that's exactly it. We would all like to be part of this unity poll. There's not just one group. Thank you.
You.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the council. Any other questions from council?
Mayor, real quick, as we just continue to discuss, either a second poll or a third poll, that if the choice is to go to the 3 polls, can you maybe allow us as staff to work with whoever we're getting the poll from in the construction to see if there's actually enough room? So maybe think about how you're going to do your
Foundation.
Yeah, foundation, or just how are you going to make your motion to consider that? Because like I say, we have 3 very large trees, and I was concerned about being able to get a second pole in, but maybe as we work with whoever the contractor is, that they can come up with a solution.
I would agree that would probably be the best solution, get their expertise on if it can work there or if it's too close, and go by their recommendation, whether 2 or 3 would work. If 3 would work, then and it stays under the $30,000 amount, I'm sure we can make that work. Once they bring equipment out, it brings down the price quite a bit. Councilmember Perez, you had a question?
So we're going to table this until we get more information, like we did with, was it Lad Lane South Side? We're gonna table this till the next meeting so that we can get some information before we make a decision, just like on all the other issues?
No, this was getting the approval for the funding to have a pole installed.
Yeah,
and if
but we
3 poles can be installed, then he would go with 3, if that's the motion. If not, it would just go with 2.
What was that last part? So if there's room for 1, we put 1. If there's room for 2, we put 2. And if there's room for 3, we put 3? Is that what you're saying?
Just 2, because there's already 1 there. What the city manager was recommending was for him to speak with the installer to see if there's room for all 3 poles to be there. That would mean 2 new ones being installed.
Okay.
If that price is under the $30,000. If
Right.
not, the 1 pole would be installed, and that would be it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Question for city manager. Who's the installer?
At the time of writing this agenda item, we got quotes from, I believe, 3 to 4 individuals, and we were working it out who was going to be the best price. So I'm not sure just yet.
So we don't know yet.
Correct, because we need to find out if they can get us the engineered requirements that we would need.
So I suggest that we do just like we did with the $1 million for the Lad Lane South Side. Earmark that money for that until we get some more information to see actually how much it's going to cost us. I think that's one of the things I'm kind of learning from you, Mr. Mayor, is that, you always want to get the cost first. So it's like, should we not get the cost first for this one? So before we move forward? Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Brett?
This would be not to exceed. That's why you put that number out there.
I'm sorry, I was asking Brett.
Yeah, this would be council sets policy, so this would be your policy.
Okay.
Question, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilmember Sendes.
Thank you. For the city manager, out of the quotes that you've gotten, what is the highest and lowest amount of estimates for the 1 flagpole?
They're running about $5,000.
$5,000 for one flagpole?
Correct.
And installation?
No, that was just for the flagpole.
Okay, and then how much for the installation? Like in total for one flagpole, how much would it cost?
That's what we're still working out, because we need to find out what kind of engineering that we would need below ground and how much cement work and excavation would cost.
Okay, but I would imagine it for two flagpoles, again, as was pointed out, I've never seen any government building with just two. I've always seen them with three, as was pointed out earlier by one of the speakers as well. We could probably get two flagpoles for the 30,000. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
I would hope so, but when you have to include the engineers, it usually starts getting up a little bit more expensive.
I understand. Do you think we should increase the amount not to exceed another, let's say, $10,000 if needed? And if not, then we don't need to spend that money.
Right. I leave that to the council.
All right, well, I'm prepared to make a motion and to add the extra $10,000 if it so pleases the council. Thank you.
Thank you. So your motion is for resolution 2021-71
$40,000.
with the $40,000 for
With $40,000 instead of the 30. Yes, Mr.
for up to 2 poles.
For 2 poles, installation of 2 poles, that's correct.
Okay. All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
No.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
And the motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We will now move to item F8.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Councilmember Roland Resendez, Vice Mayor, Roland Resendez requested to place on the agenda the display of the LGBTQ plus flag at the City Hall during the month of June 21st to commemorate the Stonewall riots and the LGBTQ plus Pride Month. So we're asking for the approval of this item.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Yes.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, it was brought up last meeting, that, last time we voted on this, it was a unanimous vote. And you're right, it was a unanimous vote to fly the LGBTQ plus flag for 1 day. You are asking for a month, which again, I have no problem. I will vote yes on this as long as the unity flag is up and the LGBTQ flag goes on the unity pole. If the flagpole is not up, then I suggest with my other council members that we go back to exactly what we did last year, because I really do have a problem with any other flag flying on the pole where the American flag is, which covers all of us, and the POW flag. Those are the only 2 flags that should be on that pole. Just like I said, we unanimously voted for this last year, but it was for 1 day. You're asking for a full month, which is fine, as long as the unity pole is, God, that's a hard word to say.
For you.
As long as the unity pole is up in front of this building, I have no problem with this flag flying or any flag flying on that pole. But if these poles are not up and all that's up there is the pole that we have right now, then I suggest that any flag, the LGBTQ flag or any other flag, fly for 1 day. and that's it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
So actually, it's a quick question to what you were saying. So if we get the Unity pole, which we're gonna get,
Yeah, and if it's up,
so,
straight up.
so is the Unity poles coming before the state flag? Is it, that's why I get concerned. That's why I'm, not to go back, but I'm trying to clarify because it's kind of, trying to look through muddy water, because if we have our flag already up there for the American and POW MIA, and if we get another pole, is that the Unity pole or is that the state flag?
Well, hopefully, we'll have both poles, seeing how we just increased the amount of money to $40,000. And hopefully that will pay for 2 poles and the installation.
Correct. I mean, that's what we're going off of with the 40,000. We hopefully will have 3 total poles.
So, you know what, longer than a day, yeah, you know what, I think, so if this is a Unity pole, we're gonna, you know, we had a lot of different month things. Today, this month is Water Awareness Month. You know what, we're gonna have a Red Ribbon, we're gonna have Cancer Awareness Month, we're gonna have, all kinds of different months, and there's only 12 months in a year. So for us to open up to have a flag, any organizational flag up for a month is too long. I suggest, and a day is not enough, but I think a week is appropriate. So if we're gonna go up with the Unity pole, I don't think, if we do it for a week, we have 52 organizations that get to represent themselves for a week each. I think that's a good number. I mean, 12 is kind of small. You know, one day, that's 365, that's way too many flags. Where are we gonna store them? But, you know, 52 a week, I think is good. I would, if someone wanted to amend this for a week, I would vote yes on it. If not, then I can't support it.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, can I ask you a question? Can you guarantee me that we're gonna have a Unity pole, 1 or 2, by the time that we need to have this flag flown up there for the entire month of June?
I cannot guarantee it because I have not got the commitment from any kind of installer.
Okay, thank you. If I recall, the conversation was, if we couldn't get the Unity pole installed in time, we would do like we did last year.
One day.
Excuse me, I'm talking. But for the entire month of June, that's what we're considering tonight. When I was first on the council, we voted unanimously to give a certificate of recognition, I think it was, that June was LGBTQ Pride Month in the month of June, for the month of June in the city of Hollister. The next month, because I kept learning more and more about me even being part of this community, how important it is to have a flag flown there, and how politically divisive it could be too. Let me just put it that way, right? So then I asked for one day, and it was on the 30-year anniversary of the Stonewall riots. I intend, by the time that I leave this council, for us to bring more visibility, inclusion, and welcoming our LGBTQ citizens to the city of Hollister by hanging a flag, an LGBTQ plus flag, up on that pole for an entire month. I am sad, I am hurt, I am angry, and I am embarrassed by watching. I want you to go home and watch this video of you trying to justify why we can't have, number one, why we're gonna be treated as second-class citizens and have the flag flown at Dunn Park. Excuse me? No, thank you. That's an insult. Number two, at the last meeting, we had you comparing KKK and the Satanist flag and Muslims. That's extreme and ignorant and embarrassing. And number three,
Should we get up and walk out now?
we need to
Someone needs
keep
to,
the momentum.
I'm being
bring this
bullied.
back? Can we bring this back?
We need to keep
Point
up
of
the
order.
momentum and the
Can we
progress
bring a-
that we have shown as
Mayor,
a city.
can you bring a point of
Hang
order?
on, hang on. This councilmember is speaking. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Mr. Resendez.
Can you not use the condescending,
Mr.
words
Perez, let him
that
finish.
we-
He's
that we
making a
just
statement
approved
about
in the ethics?
his feelings about this. Go ahead, Mr.
I am a Catholic. I pray with my daughter every single night. We celebrate the Christian traditions. I have nothing but respect for them. We celebrate Easter. We have our communion, just like any other family. And if somebody was to come and to ask for another flag up there, I would consider it just like we're considering this one. But I feel ashamed, and I feel like we're taking a step back, that we're even entertaining this conversation and that it's being politicized. That is embarrassing for me, for my family, and for our community. I can't believe we're even entertaining this. So I would ask the council to strongly consider flying the LGBTQ flag for an entire month so we can continue the progress that we've shown to be as a United City Council and as a warm, welcoming, inclusive, inviting city of Hollister. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor
Any other
Velazquez?
questions? Any other questions or comments from council? Mr. Burns, I see your hand up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
So, I guess my first question is, it kind of rolls back to the previous conversation on the previous item. My number one concern is that it's hard for me to fathom that we won't have city policy in place that's gonna define and regulate what flags will be allowed to be flown and how long and how, and all that. Is that correct, city manager?
Correct, that's the item we're bringing back at the next meeting.
Perfect, that puts my mind at ease. And so, while I don't necessarily agree with some of the most recent comments of Vice Mayor Resendez, I absolutely agree, and I'm gonna eliminate some of the drama here, I hope, by saying unequivocally, without a doubt, I do support the flying of the LGBTQ flag for the month of June. And I would like to see there be a goodwill and a spirit of cooperation on this council, and I believe that we all want to be there. We just have our individual concerns. Thank you, Mayor. Those conclude my comments.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
So we're gonna go forward with this item instead of getting policy in place first? I mean, is that making sense? I mean, we have a very, the municipal code for the flag is very limited. That we don't even have our own wording in it, do we? It's pretty much, you're just referring us to the United States Flag Code of Ethics, from my understanding. From my memory, that's what I read. I mean, it's just like, you know what, it's like, I agree with what you're saying. You know, I don't think 30 days is too much for any flag. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's my Raider flag, which would probably be at half mast. But the, you know, to 30 days, it's like, so if we allow flags for 30 days, it's like, we get 12 flags a year, that's it. And then that's the only reason I'm saying that, you know what, we should go for a week. And you know what, or if we had some policy in place, it's like, so what if another organization wants to come up in the month of June? You know, do you guys split the month? And if there's 3, do you do 10 days each? And that's, I thought what about the policy behind all that? It's like, or, I mean, first come, first serve. I mean, whatever policy we're gonna have, we need to have something. If it's first come, first serve, then it's first come, first serve. And it's like, you know, every one that comes in, you start splitting up. So if we get actually 10 flags for the month of June, then they each get 10 to 3 days, I mean, what kind of policy? Shouldn't we have some type of policy, or we're just gonna go all, just wing it as we go?
Thank you, sir. Is that it?
Oh, the Councilmember Perez addressed me. That policy, whether to have one now or later, it's up to the council, sorry. So.
Thank you, sir. if I can make a quick comment here. The item here is to discuss the LGBTQ plus flag for the month of June. It is unfortunate that I'm hearing a lot of going back and forth and different ideas and ways to change this or not fly it or fly it for a day or half a day or whatever. The item is for a month. The item is, as spoke about earlier, at City Hall, that the city can show their support. And I appreciated the comments of Mr. Burns. I think we get through this. City manager will again bring a policy to place next month. But tonight we're talking about flying the LGBTQ flag for the month of June. Do we have speaker cards?
One more question real quick, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
So this is not like an annual thing. This is just for this year, until we get the policy back in place? Is that what am I understanding?
That would be on the person making the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, we have
We have
speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I'm going to call Steph Castro first. And Steph, it is only 3 minutes, and I apologize, I didn't call you on F7, but you weren't clear when you signed up, so I apologize. Go ahead.
Actually, I signed up for both, and I spelled both of them out specifically. So I would like 6 minutes because I was skipped on the last item.
Sorry, Ms. Castro, it is the 3 minute per item. Sorry for the misunderstanding on the previous item, but go ahead.
Good evening, city elected officials. I disagree with spending any tax dollars on a second flagpole when we already have a flagpole that represents our state and our country, which is the intended purpose of the flagpole historically. In addition, I disagree with singling out a certain special interest group's flag to be flown on said pole because you are showing favoritism. If you pass this, not only will you be catering to your own council member and showing preferential treatment, but also to other groups who want their flag flown on city property. And this will open a can of worms that will have great implications in the future. As Honor Spencer said, you will have lawsuits. The first reason being, how will you decide who is worthy of having their flag raised and who is not? Everyone has different opinions on certain groups, interests, and level of worthiness. Who will you choose over the other? Both, one, or none? Who gets to decide? Do the people get to vote? It's the taxpayers' city proposed on city property. So do the citizens get a vote? If only the 5 of you get to decide on giving favor to one group and not another, you are perpetuating disunity among our city, and that goes against your job description and the reason why you were voted in. A unity poll may sound good on paper, but deciding who gets representation over another will cause more harm than good. Secondly, if you openly glorify rioting in order to push an agenda through and allow a flag to be raised in support of a rebellion, then some citizens who see this as a positive way of breaking free from their oppression may want to see other riots glorified, or may perpetuate future riots to get a flag flown, or for pushing a cause they deem worthy to be recognized nationally. Just like Rick Perez said, he has no special interest to push through. He said that prior in regards to another item. He just wants to make the community better. This is a special interest, and this will sow seeds of division among our community. If the council member would like to spend his own money to erect a flagpole on his own property and fly whatever flag he wants to, he has that right, and fellow council members and the community can support him and others who choose to follow in that effort. Just because an additional costly flagpole is not approved and certain flags are not flown does not mean that your friend and fellow council member is not supported. A flagpole and specific flag or lack thereof is not going to mean that person or group is not supported, but it is reckless to spend taxpayer dollars in excess of $30,000 to favor a specific group or cause, because if that's the case, there are many people in our town who will want to fly the Trump flag in the month of January and
Very much.
Capitol riots. Thank you,
Thank you
Steph.
very much.
One more time because I had.
You don't have more time. That's it for 3 minutes per item. Next speaker, please.
Brent Snell.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I would encourage the city council to delay or to vote no on resolution 8F I believe just hearing our previous speaker that we can recognize that the issue is controversial for our city. Voting against this resolution, a no or to delay, does not have to be a negative thing for the city or its citizens. Tonight, delaying does not portray any negative attitude towards any particular group. But we're prone to think of political controversy as an avoidable and unfortunate development in contemporary political scene. But contrary to current thought, a no vote on this issue is quite different. Here's why. Controversy is a fact of democracy. Our representatives have learned that uniformity is not always unity. So this same discovery holds true for this resolution. The more flags that fly at City Hall will disproportionately represent different groups, and the city will become less inclusive and unifying. And secondly, political controversy is necessary to define soundly what liberty is for all groups. Our early American fathers needed time for study and thoughtful discussion to come to understand the full ramification of a Declaration of Independence and an adoption of the Constitution. Here's what Greek philosopher Aristotle once said: "That which is underdefined leads astray." So can the city then take the opportunity, because of the controversy here tonight, to better articulate, better craft a flagpole policy which better represents all the citizens of Hollister? Since the city's flagpoles are not intended to be a forum for free expression by the public, delaying or rejecting this resolution tonight allows for further study to be conducted, allowing for the development of counter proposals. This is not unreasonable. So the council should recognize that, yes, the installation of that unity pole will probably not be complete in time for this resolution, but sufficient representation is found currently in the display of the American flag and should be found with the erection of a pole for a state flag. So please defer the adoption of this resolution tonight until that which is underdefined and leading us astray as citizens is resolved. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Tony Avia?
I also agree that we should hold the vote until we do have a total resolution on the agenda on the controversy over the cost of the flagpole. Continually adding more money on taxpayers' dime is not acceptable. And a unity pole, from what I've been hearing, is causing more division, even amongst the members of the council there. So I highly recommend that you take a step back, really consider what we're doing here before this totally gets out of control. We do not want to glorify riots. We do not want to glorify anything other than bring our community to a unit agreement. This is causing division, and this must stop. Furthermore, our flagpoles are not meant for public speaking agendas. So the red, white, and blue is the one we should stand for. I agree with the NRA flag would go up as well. I mean, council members, please reconsider what you're doing to this community. Whatever Morgan Hill has to do, that's Morgan Hill. We're talking about Hollister. So I can't stress enough, reconsider, take a no vote for now, get us facts, and then we can have a decent discussion on, we're putting the horse before the cart, wanting to see how many days a certain flag will stand or fly or will not fly. Again, bring a resolution of unity to our community tonight. and reconsider these flagpoles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Bernowski? Robert, go ahead. Robert? Celeste? Celeste
Can you hear me?
Toledo? Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening. So first, I would like to say that I do appreciate Roland for being our first gay of District 2 representative. So, and nothing against the LBGT flag. So I'm okay with one day, having it displayed for a day, but not for a month. Like I said, it's nothing against Roland or our LGBT community. It's just, it would bring issues like I commented in the prior segment, number 70, resolution 71, I believe, or yeah, the prior one, stated with the unity flag, I wouldn't want to force my views upon somebody who doesn't believe in, you know, the 2A community. So just as that, I wouldn't want you to force the LBGT flag on others who don't agree with those views. So considering that not everyone in our community accepts it, I believe that you guys should hold this resolution and maybe consider not flying it for a whole month. That is why we display, you know, historically, the city displays the United States flag, because in the United States flag should unite everyone. Unfortunately, in today's culture, that's not the case. But the United States flag should unite everybody. So we are all here, you know, to come together, and that should be enough. So, like I said, nothing against Roland, and I appreciate everything you do, but we can't display your flag for a whole month, just because the whole community, it would be an issue for the community within itself, and we have to think of the greater good for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashlyn Barnes?
Hello. I would first off like to start by saying that I am deeply saddened by the remarks I've heard this night, both from residents of Hollister and the council members. And I would also like to thank Roland for fighting for this flag. It's not just his flag, it's a flag that represents an entire community. So I would like to thank him for that. So my name is Ashlyn Barnes. I'm 18 years old and a senior at San Benito High School. I have been the president of the GSA Club, or the Gender and Sexuality Alliance Club, for 3 years. So I'm here today speaking as a community member of both Hollister and the LGBTQ community. I have been out and proud as a lesbian for the past 4 years, and I've lived in Hollister for my whole life. I have to be honest with all of you, many times in those past 4 years, I did not feel accepted in Hollister. I have felt like an outcast. But the day I was lucky enough to attend the hanging of the pride flag, that was one of the best days of my life. I cried that day. It was the first time I had truly felt represented by my city and honored by those who represent this community. But upon hearing the news that this monumental decision could be overturned broke my heart. Coming up with this statement has been difficult. I don't want to put too much emotion into this, because this is about so much more than my feelings being hurt. It's about so much more than a flag. I understand the concerns, Council. I truly do. Taking a stand is hard, and it comes with its issues. And you are going to have people who do not agree with you. But I'm telling you that this stand is necessary. I'm imploring you to listen that we are here, we see your actions, and we are affected by it. Most importantly, I'm here to say that this fight is far from over, regardless of what your decision is tonight. To add, asking for 30 days is only so much. 1 month is all we're asking for. 1 month of your outward and obvious acceptance. And the other 11 months, I promise we'll take care of the rest. All we're asking is for a month to see our flag proudly fly and to be able to walk in front of our city council building, a city council building that should also represent us, and see that we are represented, respected, and warmly welcomed into that building and any other building in this city. City Council, I want to finish by saying this. I'm a member of 2 communities, and all I want is to be loved by both of them. Please show your support and re-raise this flag to let me and countless others know that you stand with us, you love us, and you will always, always listen to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Courtney Evans, sorry.
Good evening. I just want to reiterate that the American flag has a unique meaning to each and every person, not in the United States, but all around the world. The American flag symbolizes freedom, pride, honor, and responsibility. The red, the white, the blue represent the unity and equality and the opportunity to make dreams a reality. The American flag flies to represent us all. Every month in our country, there's a different awareness. There would be no way to accommodate equally everyone. That's why we have the American flag. Just for the month of June, some of the awareness are Alzheimer and brain awareness, cataract awareness, hernia awareness, post-traumatic stress disorder awareness, child vision awareness, cancer from the sun awareness, world infertility awareness, professional wellness. The pharmacists declare war on alcoholism month. There is awareness for the African American Music Appreciation is in June. Juneteenth falls in June. In recognition of slavery's abolition in Texas in 1865. June is also National Caribbean American Heritage Month. And the list goes on and on each month for each individual awarenesses, which are all very important and very heartfelt to different members in the community. But we must not lose sight that our American flag flies for us all. We need to take away sometimes the labels and these, boxes that we've put each other in with these labels and understand that we are all the same. We are all created equal, and that is what our American flag stands for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas. Elia, go
Hello,
ahead.
sorry, Christine, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we
thank
can.
you.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Okay, so we may be all created equal by quote unquote God, but we're not treated equally. And that is why we're discussing this, and that is why Roland Resendez brought this 3 years ago. First was a resolution, then a declaration, right, a resolution, then there was the flag last year, and this year he's asking for a month. Everyone there at the dais is in agreement that they do believe that a flag should be flown. There's not a consensus that it is not going to happen, because it is going to happen. The only thing we don't know is whether or not a pole or a third pole can be erected in time. For anyone to say that this is a decisive issue, this is not a decisive issue. This is an issue to include. It's an inclusive. We want to be able to, when I walk into a building, into a meeting, when you look at me, I'm a female, and then you look at the color of my skin. You don't think of me equally as you do everybody else, because the first thing you look is the looks. That is what Roland Resendez is trying to say to you guys. We want to be treated equal. If we walk into the room, You can look at me and I am a member of the LGBTQ community and I am accepted. There are many, many people in our community that are not accepted within their own families. And you have the opportunity, and you will be doing this. It's not like you're not going to do it, but I just find it ridiculous that somebody can come out here and say that this is dividing everybody. This is not dividing. This is something that allows everybody to be inclusive. And I know that I'm repeating myself, but it is so important. We had a young lady speak. She's a senior in high school. She's proud and been out for 4 years now. There are people out there today, tonight, and tomorrow that their family members and their friends still don't know. They don't have the confidence, but this allows people to say that we want you to be who you are. We accept you for who you are, and we will let you know that this is a safe place. No, we're not Morgan Hill, but you know what? We're Hollister. And what makes Hollister different than anybody else is that we should be inclusive of everyone. And don't fall for this fact that someone with a Nazi flag or a KK flag is going to come forward, because that's not going to happen. I know that you guys are all going to do the right thing tonight. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I have, oh, hold on. I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. This flag is not my flag. And last year when we flew the flag, I invited Raymond Andrade, who is a member of the youth LGBT community, to come and be the first person to fly the flag. He helped open up the LGBTQ Center. He helped open up a couple of Pride celebrations. And I think that's what we're doing, is we need to pave the way, we need to push, and we need to show a good example for the youth. Is it a controversial item? It can be if we make it, and previously we've never really made it one. But I can tell you and I can guarantee you that the majority of the community supports flying this flag. And it's gonna be, if it passes, a historical decision, a beautiful decision. And I invite all of you to come out there. And I would like, again, to invite a member of the youth community to fly that flag, just because it sends such a strong message of who we are and what we're all about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from council? No. Do want to make a comment. Aston Barnes, I want to let you know, if you're still out there, you are cared for, you are loved in our city. And I'm proud to have supported the flag raising last year. I'm going to be proud to support it this year. I'm disappointed to hear some of the comments, but I know we can get through it as a community, and we can show that everyone can be equal and should be equal, and everybody should be loved and not hated. So I want to thank you for all of your comments out there. If there's no other comments or questions.
Yeah, I do. I got a comment, I guess.
Councilmember Perez, go ahead.
You know what? I support all our youth. I don't care if you're black, brown, bald, long hair, male, female, whatever your sexual identity, or how you associate. I don't care. You know what? I care about you as a person, and that's all I care about. You know what? I accept everybody as they are. You know what? And I'm just trying to do something fair for people, and that's why if someone wants to change it for a week, that'd be great. That way we can get 52 groups up there. But to only have it for 12, and this is a unity poll, so it's only the first 12, and then after that everyone's out. And so you know what? Hopefully you guys, if anyone thinks that I'm against the LGBTQ, give me a call, 673-3366. That's my number. Talk to me, because it's like I am totally about including everybody. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care anything. I care about you as a human, and that's that's my conviction. Fairness for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So
Mr.
moved.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2021-72, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the display of the LGBTQ+ flag during the month of June 2021 at City Hall to commemorate the anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion and the LGBTQ+ month.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
No.
Councilmember Spencer?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
And the motion passes by a 3-2 vote.
Thank you. Is everyone doing all right? Anybody need another 5-minute break at all? Yeah. We good to go? All right. We're going to move now to reports of City Council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns.
Mayor Velasquez, I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Spencer.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes, the Downtown Hollister Association held their annual spring cleanup on Saturday, this last Saturday. Over 250 people showed up to clean downtown and the county areas. Thank you to our partners, Selena Stotler with San Benito County Integrated Waste Management, Sarah Nordwick with the community, if I mess up on anyone's names, please forgive me. Yeah, call me. Where did I leave off? Integrated Waste Management, Sarah Nordwick with the Community Food Bank, Ryan Ockrant with the Hollister Litter Project, Ashley James, Tina Garza and the Hollister Rec Department, Derek Space, and the City Public Works. You guys did a really awesome job. Alan Herrera and Veterans Memorial Building and KC Schaefer. Thank you, Technova and Salvation Army for your generous donations. The following groups, plus our wonderful community volunteers: Boy Scout Pack 455, Churches of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Cub Scout Pack 444, Cub Scout Pack 455, Girl Scout Troop 20030, and also Girl Scout Troop 25005, the Key Club of San Benito High School, Pentecostal Church, Salvation Army, San Benito County LULAC Youth, Technova, and Youth Alliance. You guys did all great. It was just, talk about unity, man, everyone coming together for one cause to clean up our city because we have trash all over. And so I wanted to give a shout out to that. And one more. Let me pull it up. So last week, do you guys know what the Compass Rose is? Anybody know? It's the navigational sign out there at the airport. And every year we have, well, I don't know about every year, but when it gets faded, we have a group of volunteers that go out there and make it beautiful again. First and foremost is Michelle Serracio, who reached out to the city and organized this event. Her group is the Monterey 99ers, a group of female pilots. Other groups participated as well. Let's see, with the Monterey Bay 99ers was also Jean, Kay, Carolyn, Elizabeth. The Bay City chapter's 99s are Maggie Renee, Lydia Sarah, Wendy, and Carissa and Nancy. The HAA, Hollister Airmen's Association, Ruth, Mary, John. Salinas Pilots Association, Jim. And the EAA, the Experimental Aircraft Association President and Airport Commissioner, Renee. I wish I could show you a picture, but it's like, then it would be a presentation. But, you know, they're doing a really great job. It's so awesome to see that we are taking care of our city. You know, hopefully any of these topics that came up tonight are not going to divide any people with hard feelings or harsh feelings. You know what? Let's just all work together, whatever it has to be. You know what? I'm just, like, again, I'm about fairness for everybody. And I was just kind of sad that we weren't able to get a number on the tonnage from the spring cleanup. But they took, like, how many bins?
A lot of bins.
A lot.
Recreation collected 3,000 pounds.
Just the recreation alone collected 3,000 pounds. But anyways, good going, Hollister. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have any comments on any of your committees?
Yeah, I'm confused. Are we talking about information or committee?
Committees.
Okay. So I attended COG, and then we got an update about Highway 25, and then we got an update about Measure G funds. And I probably should have checked with you earlier, Mr. City Manager, but I heard that the county and San Juan Bautista have tapped into their Measure G funds to fix roads, and they've got current projects going on. And I'm just wondering why we haven't, or if we are, what's the status of that?
Well, I would say we tried to tap into some Measure G funds with the projects that we brought forward tonight.
Perfect. Thank you for that. That's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Just my report here, to finish up the COG, there was a report. Highway 156 is on target. They're going to start doing some of the work, moving some of the lines, some of the utilities out there. That's on target. It's going to go out to its bid phase, and it should stay on target to start construction in the fall. So that's good. The conversation about 120 or Highway 25, still working with COG, making sure everything's staying in line and on schedule as far as environmental work and some of the other work that needs to be done. COG did report out that they are exceeding the original estimates of sales tax revenue, as we all have seen here in our reports. So that's also very good news. On Intergovernmental Committee, we hadn't met for a year, but we did meet, and we discussed the homeless issue, working again, trying to get the county and San Juan Bautista, the city, all working together to solve some of the issues that are happening out there. We made good progress and looking forward to more information at our next meeting. We also discussed broadband, which is going to be a major topic as the federal government is looking to help fund broadband systems throughout the country. So we're going to stay on top of that, try to get systems in place so our entire community can benefit from having wireless. With that, we're going to move to informational reports from city council members. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and be brief here. I'm pleased to report the creation of the Marty Richmond Memorial Scholarship Fund, which will be administered and awarded by LULAC. Today I made my first contribution. During my campaign, I committed to donating all of my money to our local youth for scholarships. And so I'm pleased to announce that we're moving that forward, and I'm grateful for LULAC to be willing to administer that fund and choose those recipients. And so I'm going to challenge any and all elected and appointed officials to contribute as well. We all know a contribution to the scholarship fund is an investment in our future. We all know that our kids, our youth, are our future. Additionally, I have had some constituents in my district request that we get some direction regarding block party permits, and I'm going to ask that that be agendized for the next city council meeting for May 3rd so that we can get some clarity. With the 4th of July coming up, I'm sure there's a lot of interest in that. Additionally, I wanted to remind members of the community that the Park River Trail Ribbon Cutting Ceremony is scheduled for Saturday, May 1st, 2021 at 10 a.m. It's my understanding that there will be a plaque memorializing the event, and the council members' names will be on the plaque. I, for one, do not see a need for a plaque.
I don't believe I had anything to do with it, so I'm requesting that my name not be on it. If the plaque is placed, I recommend that Marty Richmond's name be placed on the plaque instead of mine. I also want to say congratulations to the Baylors for their great victory recently over Palma. Great sportsmanship, a great game, and it's good to see us gradually moving back in to some degrees of normalcy. And congratulations for them and their resilience, as well as all the other sports programs associated with the Baylors. Finally, I'm going to request, I'm going to request that we close the meeting in memory of Marty Richmond, of his memory. He's been gone for a little over a year now. And finally, I want to thank Honor Spencer for her service to our community, and we will miss you. And that concludes my comments, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Spencer?
Well, as everybody has heard tonight, this is my last meeting. I resign at the end of this meeting. My life has taken a different path, one that I'm looking forward to. By this time next week, I will be leaving Hollister, and probably not to ever return. No, I can't. I've already promised people I come back. I want to thank Christine. From day one, you made me feel so welcome, and our friendship to me means a lot. Means a lot. Paul. I know I have been the biggest pain in your butt, only because, I only thought it was because of all the laptops I've gone through. What am I on now? Number 4, 5, 10, 12? But thank you for all the help, especially when it comes to electronics, because God only knows, I don't know what I do to those things, but they just don't last with me. Nova, I know she's not here. I will miss her. She's amazing. Renee, aka Karen, private joke. Abraham, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for all your help in the last 2 years I've been here. Tina, girl, I love you. Thank you. You have been amazing. Been amazing. Rick, yeah, I know. You've only been on the council for a few months, but you know what? We've known each other for years. And I've always appreciated how you've always treated me. It meant a lot to me. Because in the position I was in, I was always the one that was always greeting you. We'll leave it at that. Mr. Burns, it has been a pleasure. You are an amazing man. You're calm, which sometimes I wish I could be calm, but unfortunately I allow people to push my buttons, and name calling is not something that I like. Brett, I'm gonna miss you. I mean, there's so many names I can do, but there is one more name that I really, really need to say, and that is Bill Avera. He was with me through the campaign. He was with me right up until he retired. And he's still with me, though. I do want to thank Elia Salinas for the kind words she said. We have been friends for over 15 years. God, I feel old. No, I don't, Elia. But I just want to thank everybody. You know, it's been the 2 years that I've been on here, it's been great. And I'm going to miss you all. And thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
Nothing.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know I've had conversations with the city manager and the city clerk about this, but I'm not sure if I brought it up in my informational report before. I'm very sorry, but during GPAC, we talked about having a historical commission in order to preserve some of the buildings. Anyhow, I'd like to get the support of another council member to see if we can consider having a historical commission for the city of Hollister. It's something that we talked about in GPAC, and I know that there's interest from the members of the Historical Society to make that happen. So I'm reaching out if anybody would like to support that. I'd like to see that on a future agenda item. Thank you.
Actually, Mayor, can I speak real quick on that item?
Go ahead, sir.
Christine, or the city clerk actually found that we actually have bylaws for it. It's just nobody's been meeting. So what we can do is bring that up forward as a report item on the next meeting if you'd like.
Perfect. Thank you.
Is that in your report, Mr. Resendes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask, can we make Kylie Luna our official city poet? I thought she was just awesome today, and that young spirit of hers is just beautiful words from her. So, Ms. Luna, thank you for your words today. I want to set a couple of things straight here. I heard some comments earlier about giving things away to get one of the industrial buildings built. So I just want to make sure the public understands that is absolutely incorrect. The city did not give anything away to get these projects moving. What the city did do was work tirelessly to make sure the rules were understood and what needed to be done to make that project happen. So there was no giving away of anything. And I just want to make sure if people are speaking here at the city council meeting too, if they're not sure of the facts, please ask. A lot of people here will be happy to help that. And it's important for the public to know facts rather than make assumptions or spread misinformation, because these things have not been given away. And for those that wonder, if the city had decided to give away impact fees, it would have to pay for it themselves. So it would all be whole at the end. There's no such thing that we do that. I want to also ask the city manager if we can invite the LAFCO executive director to come to one of the meetings, explain how some of the things work at LAFCO. We had a conversation about some of the issues to services that are not annexed into the city. I think it'd be important for the council to understand how some of those state laws work. Very important, so we can have a better decision process going forward. And lastly, I wanted to see what we can do. We've talked about this affordable housing many a times. The GPAC committee is making a recommendation of 20% affordable housing in future projects. I'm hoping that we can do that sooner rather than later. This is a conversation that we've had so many times, and yet all these years later, we still don't have it in place. So I'm hoping that with the council, we can get to that point and finally get that done. That'd be very important. And that is all I have. City manager.
Okay, just real quick, I'm going to talk about future agenda items real quick. Staff does ask that when we ask for something to be, or council asks to put it on to the next meeting, to remind them that usually that gives us 2.5 days to get an item on. Like I said, the historical commission is fairly easy because we already have that together. We don't mind doing emergency items, and so I'm just kind of asking about the block party if you felt, I know you're saying with 4th of July coming up, that probably need more time, but would you like that on the next meeting, or 2 meetings okay?
I would prefer as soon as possible.
Okay. And then the other, the mayor kind of gave no timeline on the LAFCO director or affordable housing. We'll try to get those timely, but we appreciate that usually that you give staff at least 2 meetings to get items on. Like I said, 2.5 days is quite a bit, especially if we have to do policies. So the planning department has asked that they are looking at dates in June to schedule a study session with the city council to discuss and get directions on the general plan policy options. And looking at the calendar and also our consultants' availability, it looks like one of the only dates, options that might work is Tuesday, June 22nd. So I'm wondering if that would work for a special meeting.
That works for me.
Do I got any, do I got a third one? Not you, Honor, you're.
You said at what time?
Oh, that would be up to the council. Probably like five or six.
Right, we have the general plan committee meetings at 6, so that would be a good time to start it.
Okay, 6?
6 o'clock.
Okay, still have 2. Do I have a third? Honor, you don't count.
That's fine.
Okay,
So yes, consensus for everybody?
yeah,
6?
6 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, so a couple of my other items are positive. So when we did the Parklets program and the redoing of downtown, as we started this, everybody said either make it look like San Juan Bautista or Morgan Hill. So I find it very kind of ironic and excited all at the same time that Michelle from the Chamber and myself have been invited by Morgan Hill to come and talk about how we did our downtown so they could start looking like us. So I will be doing that on Friday. And so it gives me great pleasure to be able to go and talk to them. So another positive thing is we were notified by the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada that they presented us with a Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the annual budget for the fiscal year starting July 1st, and I believe that is our 4th one in a row. So I want to thank everybody for all your help. And then now to some not so good things. I've been working with the county on the tax sharing agreement, and we're at an impasse. They would like, their stance is at a 50-50 share of all revenue for anything that is annexed for industrial or commercial, and I feel that is too far off of a base. So right now I'm just going to say we're at an impasse with that. One of the items they were talking about is Christopher Ranch project, and they have informed me that they're going to look at putting a wastewater treatment plant out there for themselves to accommodate that. We'll see what the study comes back, but I don't think it'll be, my gut feeling is that it will not come into a price range that they can afford. So, so we're at that spot. I talked about future agendas, and the last thing, Honor, it's always been a pleasure. You've entertained us, and you will be missed. Thank you.
Well, you get lunch, right?
I will have lunch with you.
Okay, good.
So that concludes all my items, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No statement.
Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just want to echo the thanks to Honor. All these years of service, you've always been a listener to the police department. You've always come with us with questions on solutions that we can come together. You've always been a friend to the police department, and we appreciate you. We're sorry to see you go, and Godspeed on the rest, the next chapter in your life. Good luck and with all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
I know that we'll be in touch, Honor. I know that we will, but I do wish you luck. I know you're going to have a wonderful time, and you deserve it. Relax.
Is that it, City Clerk?
That's it for me.
Thank you. We'll move to item G3. Anybody need a break yet, or are you guys all right?
Yeah, we would probably appreciate that. And then we can get set up with our consultant.
Okay, why don't we take a 5?
Thank you.
We'll come back at 11:35.
Okay, Mayor, we're all back, I believe.
All right, let's go ahead and move to G3.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to introduce Connor Bokey and also thank him for staying on all night till now. He works for Alliant that manages our Monterey Bay Area Self-Insurance Authority, and he's going to give us a kind of a presentation of the state of the market for our risk pool, just so that the new members of our council kind of have an understanding of how our risk pool works, or allows them to ask questions if they have any.
Hi, this is Connor. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Council, Mayor and Council, for having me tonight. And thank you, Brett, for the introduction. So in the agenda packet, I saw that there's a presentation copy, but I'm just gonna say next slide here, if that works. Thanks. All right, so I'm gonna go through this in two parts, hopefully not take too much of your time. The first part will be just about who Mbeja is and how we run the pool, why you're in the pool. And then the second part is gonna be a quick focus on the state of the market for what we expect in the future. And as Brett started out by introducing me, I'm Connor Bogey. I work at Alliant Insurance Services. We're a large insurance brokerage that focuses on public entity business. We're from California. And I am the contract pool administrator for this JPA. So if you go to the next slide, thank you. In the state of California, there's been a long, rough history with insurance companies for public entities. And starting in the 1980s, you saw a lot of public entities either lose insurance coverage or the pricing and terms became something that was just not worth purchasing. And the cities came together and formed joint powers insurance authorities, joint powers authorities, we call them pools. But they started in the 80s and have had a lot of growth over the years. The city of Hollister is with 9 other cities in our group, Monterey Bay Area Self-Insurance Authority, Mbeja. And what we do is we pool risk. So basically we hire consultants and actuaries and we self-fund. We create our own miniature insurance company and then buy excess insurance. And the reason we do this is we keep the city's deductible levels reasonable, the coverage as good as we can find. And in our pooled layer, we write our own memorandum of coverage, keeping the coverage very broad rather than acting like an insurance company, being restrictive. With the pool, we can also come together and do other things outside of just purchase insurance, and that's manage risk. So if you go to the next slide, just for historical reference, I think this is helpful. In the 1970s, the blue line is insurance rates. Are they going up at 5%? Are they going up at 20%? It's kind of typical that this would trace GDP. As GDP goes up, insurance rates are also going up. In the 1970s, there was an insurance crisis. It started California on this legislative change to allow JPAs for work comp. And then in the 1980s was a really rough market. That's when that Time magazine is from. And you saw the liability pools form like Mbeja. And then in the early 2000s, after 9/11, any cities that weren't really considering it jumped into pools. Recently, you see that spike for 2018, the last known year, and then an optimistic estimate and forecast. I'm here to kind of talk about how rates are up. But what I wanted to show here was that as rates historically in California went up, JPAs became the solution. So what I want to talk about is that we're in tough times for the pricing of risk, but that when cities got creative to figure out how do we solve this problem, everyone went to JPAs for the solution. So if you go to the next slide, some people are more visual and this might help. So the city joins Mbeja. You're there with 9 other cities. You sit on the board of directors. Brett is our board member representing the city of Hollister. And then we have our self-insured layer. And then we also join excess pools where you have even more cities coming together to join and have pools or purchase excess insurance. So there's IRMA for employment practices, KARMA for excess liability, and on excess work comp, it says CSEC EIA, but they just rebranded to PRISM. And Brett has also helped us with our representation to our excess pools. So thank you, Brett, very much for your participation and leadership. If you go to the next slide, the Ambesia Board of Directors sets are similar to how the city is run by the city council. Ambesia is run by our board, and then I am just like the administrator and make recommendations and act as staff. When you look at what we really are, we're a risk financing tool for cities to be able to afford the pricing swings generated by large claims expense. For liability, our program, 71% of the budget goes to claims funding. It's determined 50% by your payroll and 50% by your claims experience. So if you're a member that has a lot of claims, your costs go up. If you don't have claims, your costs go down. And overall, 71% of our budget is going just to claims costs. The remainder is going to auditors, actuaries, insurance expense, claims administration, the administration of the pool. But overall, out of every dollar you spend, 71% of it, 71 cents of it is going just to claims cost. For workers' compensation program, 60% goes right to the claims cost. It's less because our retention to our excess is at a lower point. And 30% is on payroll and 70% is on claims. So the work comp program is more loss sensitive, which really motivates safe workplaces. And then our property program, the city of Hollister joined last year, and it is rated just on TIV, total insured values, not loss sensitive. And that's just traditional for property programs. If you go to the next slide, a visual aid on how these work for the city at the very bottom, you see you have a very low deductible for a city, a California city. And then the Ambesia pool is the blue band. And then we join other excess pools like KARMA, IRMA, and PRISM. Got the update there on that slide for our excess coverage. And in those groups, we come together. PRISM is the largest one in the state. Pretty much most all cities, counties, districts are in that pool for excess work comp. And KARMA is a group of over 100 cities when we get up to that level. And IRMA is the sister program to that. And so when you go to the next slide, please. Looking at the history of Ambesia, it's been a tough history with finances. These are negative net positions over the years. And in 1920, we almost celebrated with getting to a positive net position. Hopefully we're gonna do that here this year or soon after. What's occurred is that prior to 2010, there was an escalation of claims expense. The pool didn't properly identify it at the time. We went further into debt. And what you see here is a board taking hard decisions to get ourselves out of debt and to adequately fund the pool for all the claims expenses. One of the points that I'm trying to make here is that we have had to raise rates historically to account for the claims costs. The board made those decisions, but at the same time, with COVID-19 and the financial impacts, there was a lot of pressure on us to reduce rates, and it wasn't something that we were able to do because of our own need to raise funding to be able to meet the moment. Because going into the next slide, talking about today's insurance market, what are we facing today? That last slide was about what have we had to overcome over the last 10 years. If you go to the next slide, these are a list of some of the most recent large either verdicts, settlements, final resolutions to large matters against public entities. There was the one just a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, with USC that was $900 million as a class action against that university. What you've seen is just a dramatic escalation in the value of claims, and you could look at it a lot of different ways. These ones are all public entity or related to public entities. And if you go to the next slide, what they all really come down to are kind of California's recipe for disasters. When it comes to defending cities, you have joint and several liability with no tort caps, meaning that you could be 1% at fault. and the public has the right to sue you for as much damages as they have. There's no cap. Jury awards recently have been a rapidly developing issue, especially with law enforcement, and what's being awarded. It's reaching new heights, and insurers are not willing for too much longer to continue to insure the excess coverage because of the size that claims have become, at least not at the historical pricing. So pricing from the insurance market is going up rapidly. We use our pooled layer, the underlying layer, to try to absorb most of the cost. But this is an issue. Dangerous condition of public property is another area of loss. Police professional I mentioned, and then sexual misconduct liability and simple auto liability. Those are the types of losses that were on that prior slide. There were very large sexual misconduct liability claims, but even on an auto liability with a single injured party, the city of Seattle had to pay $65 million on a simple auto accident. So when things like that are happening, the insurance market is changing as it reacts to that. So if you go to the next slide, looking ahead, what do we expect for our pool and our excess coverage is increasing reserves for law enforcement liability claims. And when we have interactions, the amount that you have to reserve on those claims is higher than it used to be due to the new reality of what these claims are settled for. And then with sexual abuse and molestation claims, if those continue to come out with this lifting of the statute of limitations, that coverage will likely go away on a going forward basis. And for K through 12s and colleges, that coverage is already not readily available and is very expensive and hard to apply for in the underwriting process. So for the liability market, it is a very hard, what the insurance people call a hard market. Work comp through a pandemic remains relatively stable, which is amazing. And then the property market, up until the last 2 years, the property market was everyone's concern in California, and it continues to be a concern. But compared to the liability market for a public agency with a police department, with high income residents, or with dangerous condition street issues, crosswalk issues, the liability market is truly the hardest market, but the property market is still challenged. And I worked with Brett a lot last year on the property coverage because there's concerns worldwide about wildfire. And whether you try to explain that you're surrounded by agricultural land or not, there's just a perceived risk of wildfire for the global underwriters. And California is facing rate rise on the property side, but not nearly the same level of change that we're seeing in the current liability market. So on the next slide, and I hope I didn't put anyone to sleep talking about insurance too long, but what to expect moving forward, and the reason I'm here today. We are trying to do everything we can do to manage costs. And what you see is most of our costs by a long margin is going right to claims expense. We can try to do loss control measures and what we can to reduce loss on the claim side, but really what we're trying to do is risk finance what's really happening, and that's causing us to raise rates. So I'm sorry to say that, but it is what's occurring. Workers' compensation, again, remains relatively stable. It's liability that's going up at a large degree. And when I say large degree, what am I trying to convey? Somewhere between a 10% to 30% year over year increase, just on a going forward basis, until something shifts in that market. Property, it has been about a mid 20% increase for the last couple of years, not due to any City of Hollister losses, but just due to the global pressures on insurance carriers to raise rates in California due to the new large losses coming from wildfires. And then overall, just kind of pressures on insurers to raise rates. And there are also concerns, as you watch the news these days, social unrest focused on public entity infrastructure, City Hall, police stations, et cetera. I was watching CNN one Saturday night and saw people breached Santa Monica City Hall, which we ensure. And it was a very nervous, terrifying event. There was no loss that night, but underwriters are also watching that. So there are concerns because we're already facing a tough market due to wildfires in California. What we don't want is to add civil unrest that leads to the loss of highly valued municipal structures. So overall, from Ambasia, this was just an informational presentation to try to reassure you that we are addressing the coverage needs of the city, but that Brett is aware of this as our board member, that we are facing pressures on rate rise. And we hope that that won't continue for too long and it's not too much of a hardship, but we are trying to just properly manage this coverage authority. So with that, I would take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? No, I can't see any hands.
This is the first item tonight, guys.
Do we have any speaker cards? Thank you, Connor, for your update.
I have no speakers and no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you for the update. We appreciate it.
Thank you. You can count on insurance to keep people quiet. So thank you for having me, and it was a pleasure to be with you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Connor.
We'll move to G4.
Good night.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Michelle from the Chamber to provide a presentation to the City Council regarding the resilience plan for fiscal year 2021-22 and 22-23.
Okay, Michelle, go ahead and you should be able to share your screen as well.
Fantastic, thank you. I just was able to unmute myself. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. It's really great to be able to see all of you. I can see you all on video, but I don't think that you can currently see me. Hi. So I'm really excited to be able to present our resiliency plan. It's kind of a look back and also a look forward. So over the past year, all of us have been through so much as a community. So I really just wanted to take some time with our chamber team to put together a presentation so that you are aware of how we've been working for our community to help everybody combat COVID-19 and its impacts on our economy, on our community, on our relationships, on our businesses. So I'm gonna play with the technology a little bit and try and share my screen, but I do have a slide that I would like to show you. So I'm gonna go pretty slow, but not too slow, but I want you to stop me if you have any questions. And I don't want to go too fast and mess up the technology. So I appreciate your patience with me. So let me know if you can see my, anything on my screen.
Just seeing your logo.
Okay, let me go back to the Zoom. And Christine, would you be able to make me a host so I can share my screen, please?
Done. You're on mute, Michelle.
Now I can, I hope you can all see me now for a minute or two.
Yes, we
As soon as
can.
I start sharing my screen, I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my video so that we can focus on the presentation. So good to see you all. Thanks for having me. Okay, can you see my screen now, everybody?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Okay, so our resiliency plan is going to focus on what we've been working on over the past year. So this is for the past year, where we are currently, and looking forward into fiscal year 2021 through 2023. It's a presentation put together by us, the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor, with our Director of Tourism and Hospitality, Jen Rodriguez, and our Foundation Executive Director, Ture Aceves. So on the agenda tonight, we're just going to look at the community impact that the Chamber has had. We're going to look at our financial contributors who have been the huge driving force of all of the good work that we've been able to do. We're going to look at our current expenses and how that money was allocated. We're not going to go too deep into budget. I just want to give you guys an idea of how funding was allocated. Our competitive advantage and reach. What are our current challenges? What are some goals that we have looking forward? The strategy overview of what we would like to see happen moving forward, and how we measure success and how we plan to continue measuring success. So currently, and most recently in the past year since COVID, our community impact has been that one of the most immediate things we did was we created Savor San Benito to Go and Pick Up. It is a Facebook group that reaches over 4,700 people. As soon as the pandemic hit, we noticed that a lot of people that reside in San Benito County, 60% are commuters. And when they were here, in response to the shelter in place, they needed to know where to eat, where to go, who was delivering, who was doing Uber Eats or DoorDash. So we created a Facebook group so everybody could access this in real time. Businesses needed to reach people fast, and not everybody had an Instagram or a website that was current and up to date. So this Facebook group really helped people meet the community where they are, and definitely access economic opportunities by way of customers that were now in San Benito County during the day and not just after business hours. So in addition to creating Savor San Benito to Go and Pick Up Facebook group, we got more involved with COVID response programs. The Chamber was involved with the Small Business Grant Program, which allowed over 200 businesses in San Benito County the opportunity to access over $1 million of CARES Act funding, because we worked in partnership with the county to do the CARES Act Small Business Grant Program. So that was a really great project. We got to learn a lot about the business, what their financial needs were, the troubles they were facing, along with the surveys we did. We had a lot of data that really helped us meet businesses and their employees where they were at that time in response to COVID. So in addition to that, we did the mask initiative with the county, the city of Hollister, and also San Juan Bautista. So the Chamber worked as the financial liaison in between allocating any CARES Act funding to be able to acquire masks from local mask makers and to distribute them to the community at a time when masks were not accessible. So that was a really great project where we really got to see how fast we could all work together. The city, the county, the city of San Juan Bautista, and the Chamber, we all worked together really quickly to meet the need. And I thought that was really powerful. It was a really great opportunity to show people that even in a time of COVID, when we were sheltered in place and social distance, we could still meet the needs of our community and give them, what they needed to be healthy and to feel safe in the time of COVID. So we really thank you all for giving us the opportunity to be a partner in that. That was really great. So, and as we learned more about COVID and we were starting to understand what's working for some businesses, we started facilitating town halls with the County of San Benito to advise local businesses and community members all across industries and sectors of some best practices in COVID-19, how to be successful, how to adapt, and what we can do differently to modify our business plan We did our real estate, agriculture, hospitality, retail, all industries. We did town halls, and those are really helpful. We got a lot of really great feedback. So on here, there are definitely images. This is the flyer that we created when we were doing the mask initiative. This is Rich Brown from San Juan Bautista, and this is PIO David Westrick. And we're outside of the county administrative building doing the mask initiative. So that was really cool. Just all throughout COVID, all throughout the year, we do this as a chamber continually. We offer a lot of outreach and marketing support for businesses, but we also did a lot of COVID specific press releases, digital newsletters, a lot of posts on Facebook and Instagram. And we even did some printed material that was made available through the chamber's no contact pop-up outside of our chamber door when we were sheltered in place and not accessible to the public. So we created the no contact pop-ups. So those have been a huge help to get information to people that were walking downtown and visiting Hollister as a result of the shelter in place, where people were encouraged to do a lot of outdoor activities. So our tourism program was definitely put to use and is currently very active because recreation and outdoor activity is at an all-time high. So the Downtown Parklet program was a really great partnership that we did with the city of Hollister and the county of San Benito. We worked with the businesses and city staff to start the conversation about how we can respond to COVID, how we could give them what they need so that they can meet their customers in that moment of COVID response and outdoor dining. So working together with the city as they were doing the traffic study and their downtown redesign, it was all just the perfect storm to have a really great parklet program. It was so great to work with everybody that was really excited and engaged and really wanted to give the businesses the support that they needed. So that was really special. So slow me down if I'm going too fast. I know it's getting late, so I just want to give you guys all an update. But if at any point you have any questions, please slow me down and I would love to answer any questions you have. After the Parklet program, we immediately jumped into the Great Plates Delivered program. Again, that was in partnership with the County of San Benito, but it served the city of Hollister and San Juan Bautista, Tres Pinos, and Piscinas. We served over 527 seniors from the course of the start of the program to the end of the program. They were getting up to 3 meals a day, up to 7 days a week. We worked with 12 local restaurants. They were located in Aromas, Piscinas, Tres Pinos, San Juan, and Hollister. So again, it was one of those really great programs funded by the county to be reimbursed by FEMA, but it was a collective effort of all of us working together. And then immediately, well, as we were doing the Great Plates Delivered program in response to the huge need that restaurants and the hospitality industry were facing because of the really strict guidance that was put in place on restaurants because of our high COVID rates at the time, we worked with a private donor to give us funding to relaunch SavorSanBenito.com. At the beginning of COVID, we created SavorSanBenito.com to be a resource where it listed all beverage businesses, wineries, breweries, tap rooms, and restaurants in San Benito County. So we had the private donor that said, let's give everybody professional photos. Let's do it really detailed where we link in their menus. We put icons if they're doing outdoor dining, if they have to go or delivery. So the website turned out really great. So I'm gonna go to the next slide and I'm gonna press play and I hope that you can see the video. It's just a really quick overview of SavorSanBenito.com so you can have a better understanding of its functionality. So it might be a little loud, I apologize. Was everybody able to see the video?
Yes.
Awesome. So with SavorSanBenito.com supports 94 restaurants, 29 wineries, breweries, and tap rooms, and 25 farms, markets, and CSAs. CSAs are consumer supported agricultures. So more direct, like farm to table delivery services or pickup. This was so important for us because one of the huge issues that restaurants were facing was that because of COVID, they had a limited staff and they couldn't be the media person, the cook, the accountant, the bookkeeper, the waiter, the front of house, and be cleanup crew. Like, they were overwhelmed. And one of the biggest things that they asked for was marketing support. So we felt this is a way that we could help meet the needs of so many. One of the big issues that we noticed was a lot of Spanish speaking restaurants were not getting the support that they need because they didn't have the ability to convert their marketing material from Spanish to English to reach a different sector of our population that isn't only English speaking consumer. So with SavorSanBenito.com, we've been able to work with Spanish-speaking photographers and Spanish-speaking marketing companies that have been able to work with them and give them the support that they need. So we're really happy with the outcome of SavorSanBenito.com. We have analytics to show the weekly reach of how many people it's been working with, in addition to the website that has this really great resource. On Facebook and Instagram, we do daily posts, and every day we highlight a new restaurant or winery or farm. So over the course of the year, all of these restaurants, wineries, and farms collectively will have a feature one day out of the year. So that's something that we're really proud of, and we hope that it's helping. So we just want to acknowledge and say a huge thank you to our current contributors that help us pay for our overhead, our expenses, our staffing, all of our marketing outreach that we do. Everything that we do comes out of the funding that we get. And as you can see outlined here, the County of San Benito annually has given us $36,750 for the past 2 years. We have a 1 year at a time MOU. And then the city of Hollister has provided us with $50,000 for the past 2 years. We do have a 5-year MOU, which helps us a great deal so that we can forecast what we'll financially have available so that we can just keep rolling with programs and there's no stop in between it. We don't have to slow down. We don't have to cut staff. We could just keep moving forward and building year after year. So thank you to the council, to the mayor, to all of city staff that we work with that has helped us to stay in alignment with our MOU, to check in with us, to make sure that we're giving you what you need, and to make sure that you feel that there is value in the partnership and the contribution into tourism efforts, business support, education and outreach for the community, and just an overall connection to the business community, public and private partnerships, and to everything that is still to come. I think COVID has really taught us to avoid redundancies and leverage our resources. And as a chamber, we've been so thrilled to be included in so many conversations and to be able to be there to meet the needs of our community. If you look a little bit step further, we have had private contributions from either donors or fundraisers we've done or events, and that brought in about $70,000. So that goes towards a lot of our expenses and staff, like the funding from the city and the county, and our chamber members. So primarily we are a 501c6 nonprofit, which is a membership organization. So what we do under the direction of our board of directors is we provide member services. So normally when we make decisions, we say, okay, what do our members want? What do they want to see? And what do they need? But because of COVID and because of our strong partnership with the city and the county, we didn't just help members. We were able to help so many businesses in our community to have what they need to be successful, resilient, and empowered during COVID. So a lot of parents are working and taking care of the home and are not currently commuting, or they're transitioning into a remote workforce. So there's just been a lot of change and transition. And for us as a chamber, we've adapted to meet the needs of the business community as it's happening in real time. There's been a lot going on. Looking back over the year, it's kind of wild to see what we've all been through. And it's really great to see us all still standing in unity. So I'm proud of us. So on this next slide, you can see some of our expenses. We kept it pretty general. I don't want to put too many numbers and make it too busy or too specific. But our expenses is that we have our chamber office, we have our visitor center that is also a pop-up. We have 3 women-owned local San Benito County businesses that are currently popping up in the chamber. We have an eco-friendly business, we have a jewelry business, and we have a cultural clothing business as well. And we also have a nonprofit, Growing Hearts, that has their succulents in here. Our expenses also cover 1 full-time CEO, which is myself, and 2 part-time people. We have our director of tourism and hospitality, we have an operations manager, and we also have a newly hired executive director for the Chamber Foundation. So I'll talk about the Chamber Foundation in a little bit. But all of our programs and resources, our marketing, our outreach, everything that we pay for, whether it's a trademark, a website, an email, you name it, all of it is covered by the collective contributions of the city, the county, donations, event income, and chamber members. We've done a lot of marketing material that has data to track its reach. We're part of the Central Coast Tourism Council. We have had a ton of promotion for Pinnacles National Park to really bring in tourists to San Benito County. We have a digital guide that we do every year, which has a ton of local stories and pictures. It has a directory, it has information. If anybody needed to know who their city council representative is or how many miles it is to San Jose or a local airport, you can find it in this guide. So the Yosemite Park National Park Journal, we have a 4-page spread, and it gives us monthly analytics of how many people it has reached and how many people would like to learn more about San Benito County. So that's data that we have, and we are reaching out to these people that are interested in San Benito County, and we would love to share this information that anybody that would like to help us to welcome them to our community and invite them to shop and spend and stay here with us locally. We are a partner with Visit California. Discover San Benito County is our trademarked branding for all of our tourism efforts. This Location 2021 magazine is part of our partnership with the California Film Commission, where we were advised if anybody wants to come film in San Benito County. And then also we work with them when they're scouting for locations, when they're looking to film for either movies, pictures, documentaries. So that is a really great partnership that we have. It keeps us on the map. We have one of our local photographers that has a full page photo spread in there. So that's really exciting. If we go to the Chamber's competitive advantage, one of our advantages is our leadership team. The San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center has set and achieved challenging goals, taken fast and decisive action when needed, and has inspired others to perform at the highest level that they can. So I'm really proud to work with local business owners, local nonprofit directors, city council, board of supervisors, local directors, and just work together to do really great things for our community. The relationships that we've built over the past 100 years have been so vital to maintaining and developing any program or event, because they're attended by local dignitaries and state representatives, and they really believe in San Benito County. They love us, they support us, and it's so important that we maintain those really strong relationships so they can advocate for us at a higher level. Working with the public sector and the private sector is a really strong benefit to how the chamber functions. We get funding from city and county, but then we also get a lot of private donations for programs. It's a great benefit for businesses, for them to expand their marketing reach, for us to share what they're passionate about and what they value. So it's really important to us that we honor and respect all the relationships that we have at all levels. So we're really proud to partner with the City of Hollister and every organization that's represented under that, the Downtown Association and Hollister Recreation and all of our local nonprofits. So that's really important to us. Collaborations, again, are so important. Here you see some photos of the ribbon cutting ceremony for the reopening of downtown. That was so special. I can't believe we all did that so fast. We couldn't have done it without the city and HTA and so many groups. It's just been such a wild year. The VFW and the auxiliary and Veterans Memorial Building and city staff and Calvary Cemetery are a huge help every year when we do Wreaths Across America. The past few years, we have met a goal of placing a wreath on every headstone for every San Benito County veteran that is passed and is buried in Calvary Cemetery. And we met that goal every year because of the support of our community. So we're really thankful for everybody that just continually steps up with us. It means so much. So for us, the challenge that we see and the challenge that we're in is that we know that the COVID-19 pandemic is still very real and its impacts will live on for a very long time. As we begin the slow process to recovery, it's forever present in our minds that many will continue to face economic challenges. So now more than ever, we feel the sense of duty to continue providing much needed relief for our community as we rebuild our lives back, knowing that things will not be as they were before COVID-19. We aspire to build a more resilient San Benito County community, taking with us all that we have learned through the adversity we've faced. COVID-19 has given us the foresight to understand that we must create a plan of action to safeguard our community from the impacts of any catastrophe that can bring devastation and loss. COVID-19 was a wild card that nobody was ready for, but it could have been an earthquake. We definitely had fires. In spite of everything that last year has thrown at us, we're still standing and we're resilient. And I think this is the time where we start to rebuild and we say, okay, we're here and we're okay, but what are we gonna do to make sure that we can save money and put money aside and create more jobs and get people off the road and generate so much tax revenue and TOT that your general fund is bursting at the seams? How do we do that and how do we help you? And the way we think that we do that is by continuing the good work that we're doing, but also making a plan to create more ways to generate revenue locally, like doing more events that put people in hotel rooms and put people in restaurants and bring people shopping and going to the pinnacles, wherever that is, whether it's a festival, a cultural event, a rally, whatever that looks like. Those are the things we want to start focusing on that benefit more than just a few. It benefits everybody that's here and everybody that's going to come here or to want to come here. We want businesses to say, hey, that's a great community. They value what we value and they're doing it right. And that's where we want to open up our business. So for us, this plan, it can be adapted, it's workable. This is a conversation we want to start having, and very much along the lines of the conversation that you all had earlier. This is where we bring a really big idea, we present it to everybody, and then we say, okay, we have a lot of questions. Let's start talking about this. And this is a conversation we have to keep coming back to. This is definitely one of those moments. This plan, we want it to be a two-way conversation where we say, what are your needs? How can we help meet that need? And how can we bring the business community and the nonprofit community to the table to do that for the benefit of everybody? So for us, our goal is to gain support for our resiliency plan. And with time, as we iron out the details, for the city of Hollister to adopt that plan. And if at any point you want to be a financial contributor on top of what you already do towards this opportunity for San Benito County, for the city of Hollister, for everybody to benefit from, we would be more than grateful. What you do for us is appreciated already. We couldn't do anything that we do without you. So anything that we do on top of this, we know it would be great for the community. So for us, we know we're working towards acquiring funding to support our resiliency plan. We want to make sure we retain our skilled staff and expand to create more jobs in the nonprofit world that directly connect them to their community and have a direct impact on the community. And then with that, we would roll out the resiliency plan. And the resiliency plan, as we mentioned, it's a lot of events and things that would generate revenue, whether it's TOT. So I'll just go ahead and read you.
Michelle, I'm sorry, we're already going on 30 minutes on your presentation. I know you have a lot to talk about, but you can kind of try wrapping it up. It'd be great, so we can.
Sure, totally.
It's getting late. Thank you.
I know, I'm sorry. I appreciate you putting me on the agenda and letting me present. I appreciate that very much. So we'll just present our strategy overview. We're going to be working on creating events and programs and outreach that drives tourists and businesses and individuals to want to be part of our community. We can track TOT, sales tax revenue, charitable contributions, new members that we gain, and there's a lot of metrics that we can track to show you that it's working. So, more ribbon cuttings, more visitors to our tourist destinations, ag being successful, businesses that are coming to San Benito County, having successful and safe rallies. That's something that a lot of people want to see. So we want to make sure that we can get to a place where we can have all of those things, because we know that's what's important to the community. So we just wanted to say thank you so much. From me and Jen and Teray, our entire board of directors, they're so grateful for your faith and support in us financially and also as partners. So we really thank you. I think that's the end of my presentation, unless you had any questions.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. 2 questions only. I appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation, and I'm wondering, I saw your funding stream and I saw a wide range of areas, but I did not see any contributions directly in your budget for the city of San Juan Bautista, but yet I believe they have to benefit from your actions as well. Can you speak at all about, did I miss it, or does it not exist?
The city of San Juan Bautista does not contribute any funding to the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Centers programs currently. So no, you did not miss it. There is not any funding that's contributed at this time.
Do you anticipate approaching them about some sort of financial support?
I would definitely like to, yes. I think because the reach of the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Center very much impacts and supports San Juan businesses as well. And the city of San Juan is a partner. I don't see why it would seem crazy for us to ask them for some financial contribution to our efforts. I think it's a great idea. I would definitely take that to our board of directors, and then they would, return with guidance for me to present to the city council of San Juan Bautista as well.
Thank you. The only other question I have is, you talked about services that you offer, and at some point in the future, we're going to be hosting a motorcycle rally. And one of my concerns is, I know from other life experiences that when you host an event of that magnitude, there's definitely an infusion of money into the community, but I've never really heard, and I might just be ignorant, what that infusion of cash is from the people that attend the rally. And so I was wondering if, I believe there's clearly a formula, and I'm wondering, and maybe this is a bigger conversation for another time, if there's a way that the chamber could provide us with data specific and factually accurate that would show the economic benefit to the city hosting the motorcycle rally in the future.
We would definitely love to partner with you on collecting financial data, traffic counts of how many people are coming here. We've worked with the hotels locally because they're chamber members, and they've talked about their capacity when there are rallies, when there are not rallies. So we can definitely, even right now, see the TOT based on the capacity of all the hotels in San Benito County, and just measure year after year what that looks like during a rally week. There are definitely ways to track data. We would love to work with you on that.
Thank you for your responses. Mayor, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speakers? No? Well, thank
Sorry,
you for
Mr.
the
Mayor, we have
update.
no speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item G5.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. City Clerk, would this be your item?
I am so sorry. Yes. So I am asking if the mayor will appoint and council will, if the mayor will appoint, we have one application for he lives in District 3, but I need the only vacancy on the Airport Commission is the mayoral appointment. So if we could appoint him, then we would have a full roster for Airport Commission.
I'm fine with the appointment. That's all right with the council.
Yes.
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 Consensus. Do we have any speaker cards on this?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so there's a consensus on that one.
And then for G6, wait, is it G6? Yes. We have 3 seats still available. We have the mayor, the District 2, and District 4. And of those, I've received applications from Paul Ortega, District 1, Rosalinda Sanchez, District 1, and I apologize because we do have her listed as District 2 on our staff report, and it was a mess up on our part. Christina Ross and Matthew Rojas. So I have 2 from D1, 1 from D2, and 1 from D3. But
go ahead.
If there's not an application in your district, you can choose another.
Christine, or Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Last I checked, Rosalinda lived in District 2. Are you sure she lives in District 1?
I have her as District 2 listed, but when I plug her into our district map, she falls under District 1.
Unless she moved, my understanding was, Christine, she lived right next door to Calaveras Elementary. I don't want to give away, I don't know her address, but
She put District 2 on the application, but when I plugged it into our district map on our
it's a
website.
newer development, so I'm just wondering, but my understanding is she lived in District 2 because I've met with her several times as a constituent.
We can say District 2. I'm just letting you know when I go into our website and I plug it in to the district map, it shows District 1.
I'm just wondering if she moved, and so I'm kind of in a bind here because I would really like for her to be my representative if she is in fact in District 2. So I don't have the unredacted report in front of me, but my understanding is she lives right next to Calaveras School, unless she's moved. I'm sorry, I know it's late, but.
Well, I have a choice in a person also, correct?
Yes, you do.
So I'd be happy to appoint her.
Awesome.
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd actually like to hold on my vacancy. I'd like to see if I can find somebody in my district, please.
Okay. And what was the other district that was still open?
District 2?
Well, in that case, I would be honored to have Ms. Ross represent District 2.
All right. Does that cover all the?
They now have a quorum, but we're still waiting for District 4.
Okay. And then hopefully Mr. Burns will find somebody and bring that forward. Is that all right with the council?
Yes.
Yeah. Do we have any speaker cards on this one?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There's a consensus there, so we'll move now to G7.
This is an ABC license, but I am going to defer to Interim Police Chief Reynoso.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. What you have before you is a report with the staff of the city receiving notification from the California Alcohol Beverage Control, ABC, that Roomba nightclub located at 850 East Street, Suite A in Hollister has applied for an on-sale beer and wine license transfer. The current owners of the Roomba nightclub have an active ABC license and want to transfer to the new owners. This is an opportunity for the city to add additional conditions that are for the new owners, and that's why it's before you. Recently, the police department has responded to reports at this location, including a recent stabbing, underage drinking, fights, and drunken public offenses at that location. Additionally, the location has inadequate outdoor lighting, no outdoor surveillance cameras, and the City of Hollister, as well as ABC Board, may issue additional requirements and conditions on the new owners. ABC has notified us as a city that if the city so chooses, they will apply or make it a condition, whatever condition the city puts on the new establishment, that they will also include those in their recommendations. The police department recommends that that for the public safety there be conditions for this location tied to the ABC license, and those conditions, in addition to the ones that were already at that location, is to have adequate outdoor lighting to illuminate the front door and outdoor parking areas during hours of darkness, surveillance cameras that sufficiently record the front sidewalk, doors, entries, parking lot areas. Cameras should be operational at all times, recording at all times, and recording footage should be made available to police when there is a criminal investigation I may add, they do have a very good surveillance system inside the establishment. It's just there's a need for there to be more on the outside. And also designated security personnel that checks for identification for patrons entering the establishment. Staff requests that the council provide direction regarding how to proceed with the ABC license transfer requests for the new owners of the Roomba nightclub, and we recommend that these conditions be part of those recommendations. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So Chief, do we have a need or is there an opportunity to further restrict their hours of operation as well?
I think their hours of operation are the same as the other bars in the downtown area. I think that if they take these measures, it's going to help considerably. A lot of the incidents have been happening outside the establishment, and I think that with the lighting and the surveillance cameras is going to help tremendously with a reduction of that type of activity, and also allow us to as an investigative tool to find out what happened there.
Thank you, Chief. My next question may be more appropriate for Mr. Prado, but I'll put it out there and see. Is the current applicant or the owner of the establishment, are they currently in compliance with their site plan agreement and or their conditional use permit?
Thank you, Councilmember Tim. So the applicant has been in operation, as Chief Reynoso has indicated, and normally they will come back to the city planning department if they are planning on doing any type of remodeling or any type of changes to the actual site layout or building that are considered to be significant that would require some type of planning entitlement. And in that form, then we would take them through the planning commission aspect. But if they are not making any changes and are just looking into doing the ABC transfer, then it's just an administrative process that we go through with all the different department heads, and ultimately comes before you for the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. I appreciate that. Mayor, that completes my questions of staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Chief, I do have a question. Is this something where we can require the food service?
You mean as a part of the COVID?
No, part of their sales requirement. I think, it's a mistake nowadays to have facilities open that don't have food that go with their sales. I think those days of just opening a beer and wine and nothing else, it just leads to issues down the road. Is this something, like for an example, to get a liquor license, you need to have a full service restaurant. I think that's one of our policies in the city. Is there something we could do for just a beer and wine to require some type of food service to go with what they're doing there?
I agree with you 100% about adding bars that are just bars. When they do have food service, there does be a tendency to be less problems. However, I'm not familiar with this location, if it even has a kitchen, or if it even has the ability to add that, or the expense that would create. The bar in different owners over the years has been there in existence. I would agree with you that if there was a new bar wanting to open in the downtown area and it was just alcohol, just a traditional bar, that we would not recommend something like that. We've always requested that there be some restaurant type or food service be part of that. For the lack of a better term, this place could be grandfathered in since they've been already in business for years and years. I'm not sure how much it would add an expense to them to add a kitchen to that location, not being a patron of the location.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about a full service. I understand that'd be very expensive, but some type of food just to help calm things down. I mean, a little food goes a long way in that industry. So I'm just wondering, because it's a new applicant, so is that an opportunity to try to do something? I don't know if you can do some research on that or not.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I thought I was somewhere else.
We all do right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, it's getting late. I guess we could always do the research. That's not a problem. That's not an issue. We could find out what the location is and whether they have that capability, if that's a direction that you want us to go.
I just think it'd be helpful to have a policy in place so that if someplace does want to open, that they understand early that food service is going to be required, because it just does seem to calm people down a bit when there's at least some food to digest while they're drinking.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Ms. Resendez.
Thank you. You mentioned that they have a good surveillance system inside. How cooperative have they been with you? Because I noticed one of your requests is for them to turn over their surveillance. When asked, how cooperative have they been with you if you've asked for it, if you have?
Yes, thank you for the question. They have been cooperative up to this point. They have been cooperative, so it's just that there's inadequate recordings or surveillance cameras on the outside. And I added that section of the condition for the license to be cooperative with the police, because if I think any bar in the city, if they don't want to cooperate when there's been a crime in that location, it's something that the city council should take issue with, and in regards to their continual use of a liquor license. But as far as this establishment, they have been cooperative with our investigations up to this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Speaker cards, Mr. Mayor?
No speaker cards? The council, how does the council feel? Would they like to get some more information as far as some food service, or you guys want to make a recommendation now on?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I've read the staff report, but I don't know if I'm confusing this with Dollar General. But is this time sensitive, as in, do we need to have a decision tonight, or could we push this down the road for a couple weeks to give you time to do the research that has been suggested may be helpful?
I don't know of any time constraint, and if there was a time constraint, I think we would still be within that time because it recently came forward. So pushing it to the next meeting or the one after that, I think that could be doable. And that way we can find out what kind of food that if they do already provide food there, and if they can't, or if they don't, what's the possibility of doing that? And being able to speak with the new owner, see if this is something that they want to do. We might be drastically changing their conditions as far as a business model, or this might be something that they're already looking into doing. So yeah, we can meet with them and try to get more information for you.
Thank you, Chief. I'd also ask that, you may have already done this as well, but I'd ask that you would do a crime prevention through environmental design assessment of the property while you have staff on board to see, what else might be helpful in reducing calls for service and, potential problems.
Excellent point. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, I would recommend that we move this to the next council meeting for decision, if that's the will of the council.
All right, is the council all right with that? Yeah. Okay, we'll do that, Chief. Give you some time to look into this.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to G8.
So for clarity, that's going to be tabled to May 17th to give him time?
The next meeting,
May 3rd.
Yes.
Chief, is that going to give you enough time? Because that's like pretty much 2.5 days.
Oh, forgot about the information gathering.
Would 17th be better?
It would be better, but I think that I don't think it'll take that long to meet with them. So we can try for the 3rd if that's what you like.
Well, I would agree with the city manager if you can go to the 17th to do some really good research what's going on out there in the industry and see if I've been in the industry myself. I know there's studies on this and the difference it makes by having food part of their requirement of their sales. really takes it down a notch as far as criminal activity. But you can go do some research and find out and let us know.
Will do. Thank you.
So that would be the 17th, City Manager.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for reminding us. We can move now to G8.
G9? No, G8, you're right. On March 1st, 2021, the City Council considered Dollar General's request for approval for a Type 20 off-site alcohol sale license. Due to public convenience or necessity, there was a lack of motion, and because there was no action taken by council to approve or deny the request, the State of California Alcohol Beverage Control has the authority to make a decision within 90 days, which would be May 30th, 2021, to either approve or deny it. So we didn't know that information at the time, and now that we do know the information, we are only bringing this back to council to request that you provide us direction to either A, allow ABC to decide within 90 days from the date of the no action whether or not to approve the request for the PCN for Dollar General, or B, would you like us to bring the item back to council before May 30th to make a decision to either approve or deny?
Any questions from council? I would personally say at this point, let the ABC decide.
Yep.
They have their information
Agreed.
From the other places.
Agreed.
Does that sound right? All right. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Sound like the consensus was for the ABC to make that decision?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move now to G9.
Okay. One moment. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to actually say good morning now. So Councilmember Burns requested at the last meeting to bring forward a report or kind of a status of the 2021 rally. I have met with the promoter. They would like to move forward, but their concern is the effect of the COVID-19, kind of where we stand. We've had our meetings with EOC. The biggest concern is, as long as everybody's getting their COVID vaccinations, that we should be, as a community, okay. But the concern would be that if we could be a super spreader event. So I've been kind of in emails back and forth with the governor's office. What we're trying to do is we talked to a contact of his office to see if the governor's office would actually support or not support the rally. And that's what we're currently in, like say, email exchanges to try to set up a date to meet. I'm open for questions or just to get direction on how to go forward.
Well, actually, I do have a question, and I think this will be directed to Interim Chief of Police, Mr. Reynoso, Chief Reynoso. Okay, so this is for the rally for this 4th of July?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, as of right now, seeing how it is after midnight, we have exactly 70 days until the 4th of July weekend. Is it even feasible to put forth a rally in 70 days, Chief?
I would say it's never been done. We've always had several months of preparation beforehand, knowing that it was happening. One of the major assistants that comes with us to help us during the rallies is the CDCR, California Department of Corrections, their officer division. Sometimes it takes up to 4 months to get the contract in place, going through the bureaucracy of Sacramento. And I'm not sure if that would take longer with COVID, the times that we're living in right now. But usually we like to, in a perfect, when we do have the rally, we knew we were going to have it, we were making preparations September, December, and the contracts are going out in January. And some of them come back quickly, some of them take months.
And in this case, even with the Department of Corrections, what about other police agencies coming in? Because we know we don't do it alone. Is in 70 days, can you round up enough security? I don't want to say security, enough law enforcement to cover the fact that thousands of people would be coming in?
Well, last year before COVID, I was already getting responses from police departments that have helped us in the past, advising us that due to their staffing shortages that they weren't going to be able to assist us in this year. And I don't think in this last minute it would be very successful. So we're relying a lot on the other agencies like CDCR and probation departments to supplement our law enforcement for an event like this. But we're really pushing up against the timeline to be able to do this. If we needed to do this, we needed to do this a long time ago already, to start the contacts.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I have, unfortunately, far more questions than I want to take us into the last call hour at. Having said that, City Attorney, do we currently have I've read the last year's contract, I believe, and I'm somewhat confused. It appeared to be a contract for 1 year. However, it also mentioned that the term, in terms of agreement, it just says the term of this agreement shall commence on the date shown above. It shall continue for 5 years through 2024. The provisions of this agreement relating to insurance and indemnification shall survive the termination or expiration of this agreement. So I know that the agreement that I read was for last year. It didn't appear to me that we actually have a clear contract moving forward at this time, do we?
My recollection is that it was a couple of years ago, and I may be incorrect on this, that the contract was signed and that it was for a 5-year period. So what you're referring to that would have been for 1 year, I honestly don't know. I'd have to take a look at that.
Okay, it's actually on the page 1 of the contract under item number 4. And so, of course, I've already said publicly that I have some concerns about the rally, but I also will not be an obstructionist to a 5-year contract moving forward. But it's also my understanding that the initial expectation of the cost for the rally was about $180,000, which was reduced significantly over the years from about $300,000, as I recall. But it appears to me that the city's underwriting the contract, and this may be more for the city manager. There seems to be about a $50,000 deficit there, according to my old school math, based on the contract that I've read. Is the city underwriting this deal?
Well, I mean, it's like I said, in the past contracts, it was about 180,000, and now we're at 135,000. That's what the council has agreed upon. I think in the past we have said that the costs have been probably closer to 180,000, but we would work with staff to. It just really depends on the police officers that we bring in, and what contract we come up with them, because Chief, weren't some around? What was the high end of some of the officers, and then what's some of the low end?
Well, we're basically paying their overtime rate for their agency, and if we cannot get police departments that would charge us, their basic overtime rate of 60 or around that area, there's some police departments that charge over $100 an hour, and if those aren't available and we reach out to the highway patrol, their hourly figures could surpass $130 an hour. So it can get very expensive. And the reason we do this is because in California, the guidelines for hiring police are you have to do a background and a psychological evaluation for everyone you hire. And obviously we're not going to do that expense to hire someone over a weekend. So the only thing available to us is to hire people who are already police officers from other agencies. So we're kind of like at their, whatever their overtime rate is we just have to reimburse them of that amount.
Thank you, Chief.
Correct. So that determines how much we are subsidizing or not subsidizing.
Okay. And then it's my understanding, and please correct me if I've misunderstood this, but we are also financially responsible in the event an outside allied agency's officer were to become injured for their workers' comp claim.
That is correct. I'm glad Connor's not still on the line. We did discover through another claim through Embasia that because we are giving these employees direction, that they are actually under our risk pool.
So that would, and essentially I appreciate the earlier presentation, but in my lay terms, it feels like we're more or less self-insured through this pool. Is that accurate to say?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, so if we have, the more claims we have, if we had any claims, it would affect future rates.
Okay, and that's an important factor. And I think the most important concern I have is, I understand we are not the city of Gilroy, but I understand that the city of Gilroy has just gone to a drive-through version of the Garlic Festival, and so I recognize this is a very different event than that. Having said that, knowing that the governor is moving to, or is proposed to open up the state on, as I recall, the 15th of June, and the rally is 2.5 weeks after, I really think it's premature to move forward to host the event this year. I'd much rather give our police department the adequate time necessary to plan and prepare to do it and do it exceptionally well. And I don't say that lightly because I've already committed to support the rally, but I'd rather do it well than haphazardly or with little forethought and either compromise public safety because it becomes a super spreader event or put our staff at risk unnecessarily simply to host an event. I would, and I also don't take it lightly, knowing, as I recall, July 4th is on a Saturday, so that's like the preferred weekend, and probably the best weekend that the promoter will see in the next 5 years. And it's my sense we've already extended or will extend this contract for last year's loss as well. And so I have some real reservations about this, knowing our PD routinely and city staff routinely begin to prepare for this the December before the month of before the year of the event. So that's like a 5 or 6 month planning period, and it just feels, unfortunately in my mind, like that ship has sailed for this year, and there's still way too much uncertainty. And I appreciate the promoter wanting to maybe move forward with it, but it just does. If we're going to do this, I want to do it well, I want to do it right, and I want to do it as safely as we possibly can ensure. And it just doesn't feel like the timing is good for 2021, and I'd rather focus on 2022 and make it an amazing event. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my questions and comments.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? I do want to go back and circle back. I think some of the questions you asked, Mr. Burns, good questions, but I do want to circle back and kind of make sure we're on the same page. And City Manager, you can help with it. As I recall, the reason it went down from the 180 is because we finally gave them credit for the additional businesses license that were coming in about $30-something thousand. So that from the 130 gave 30, that gave it to 160, and then there was credit for sales tax, I think another 20. That's how we got to that number. Is that what you recall?
I will say I'm sorry. At that time I was in the audience, so I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
remember
how we got
exactly
to that number.
Spot on.
Yeah, and that's how we got to that number from the 180 to make it fair. And then as far as the workman's comp issue, in the past, what had happened is people thought, or the conversation was that if somebody got hurt, we'd have no coverage because workman's comp wouldn't cover it. And what we found is that actually because technically they're employed by us, that workman's comp does cover it. So obviously if an injury happens, it is workman's comp covered. Whereas before the conversation, the misinformation was about we had no coverage whatsoever. So that that covered that part of the conversation. You know, this rally is we're all at that point. We understand. State's going to be opening up June 15th. Is it going to become a super spreader event or not? I think at this point, by June 15th, either everybody is concerned about COVID, it's going to either have the vaccine by then done, or they're never going to get the vaccine. And that's just where we're going to be as a state, especially here in our county. Unfortunately, we were the leaders in keeping the numbers down, and all of a sudden we became one of the worst counties around. But as the vaccine is going out, by June 15th, either you're covered or you're not covered. And I think there's a point where things have to turn as far as this COVID goes, and we can't just wait around any longer. Trying to pull it off, I understand that part as far as the chief is saying, but if we can pull it off, what a kickstart this would give our community and around all around us. But of course, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to the governor's office saying yes or no if this can happen. But I would personally rather see us make the effort to really get this economy going back to that level where people are coming all around to spend their money here again. And I think that's one of those great opportunities that we have an opportunity to do. But I understand your concern. I understand everybody's concern. And again, if I didn't feel as confident with the vaccines, I think again, at that point, after June 15th, either we're moving past COVID or we're just gonna be stuck forever. So that's my 2 cents. Councilmember Perez?
I just got a quick question. I guess it would be towards the city manager. So, so last year it was the price or the last year of the rally was reduced from 180 to 135 for they could we're giving them some credit on some extra stands. So,
No, what he said is for the credit for the business license and the sales tax.
sales tax, isn't that what we make our money on? Isn't that our bread and butter? Anyways, that's one thing. And so usually when we would put the bids out there for the 180, how much would we make on that during that year of that rally? The last year we ran before the 135.
I'll have to pull up the financials.
I mean, you don't have a roundabout number? I mean, I don't even.
I think we roughly broke even at the 180.
Broke even?
Correct. But that's what, like I said, that was not including the sales tax that we brought in and the business licenses.
So we actually do make money on these biker rallies? I mean, I'm not against it, or I'm just asking, because from my understanding, it's like we've never made any money or broken even. So I'm trying to get some clarification from you.
Right.
Maybe you can give me some more information and show me some numbers.
The issue
this week
is
sometime.
The issue is that with the sales tax numbers, because it's only 3 days, they don't really show up on any of our reports because it's fairly small, spread out over different groups. So that was always the issue of trying to track what our sales tax dollars are.
Yeah, so basically, we don't know anything because we were not able to track whether they sell by cash or they're actually recording it. So we're not able to track that, but we don't know where we stand as far as making a profit or not.
Well, we have the money that came in from the promoter, and then we also have the business licenses that we issued. So we have that much, and then our actual expenditures.
But out of that 180, so to speak, So how much is it costing for the law enforcement?
Well, there's law enforcement, it's all the different departments, so
Okay,
the
yeah.
exact amount for the law enforcement, I don't know, I don't have
Is
off
it
the top of
more
my
than
head.
180,000?
I'd have to get the numbers back up. And it's been a couple of years. And then when we had the promoter doing the 180,000, that's the one that actually, we had to take to court to get money paid back to us.
Does that finish
I,
your
I I
question,
will
Mr.
be
Burns?
asking for those numbers this week, if I can get those numbers as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'll get that for all the council members.
I think, go ahead, Mr. Burns.
So, Mayor Velazquez, and, city manager and probably city attorney as well, how and where do we move from here? Because clearly this isn't intended to be a conversation solely about whether or not the rally moves forward for 2021. But my sense is if it's going to move forward, there's going to be a contract that will have to be drawn up. Is that correct?
Councilmember Burns, I'm sure there would need to be some agreements drawn up, yes. But again, as I recall, I think that contract was in place for 5 years. So at least the skeleton of it is in place, if I remember correctly.
Okay, and so if we revise it and do whatever's necessary, then to move forward with the rally for 2021, then will it require a simple majority or consensus of the council to agree to that before the rally moves forward, or will we then be in breach of a contract?
If we opt not to go forward with it?
Yes.
Again, as I recall, Councilmember Burns, the agreement required that the city issue a public assembly permit under the Hollister Municipal Code, which is contingent upon health, safety, and welfare. So if we are not able to issue that permit due to health, safety, or welfare issues, then anyone can sue you at any point, but I do not believe that we'd be in breach of the contract if that's the case, and if we are not able to secure sufficient police or other resources that impact the health, safety, and welfare.
Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I needed to know. Thank you. Mayor, that concludes my questions and comments. Thank you, sir.
No problem. I did want to step back real quick to the conversation about whether the city makes a profit or not. This has been a discussion over the years. At the time when the original group that put this together was running this, they actually were making a very good profit and then distributing the money back into the community. The city is not in the business of trying to make a profit. Of course, we don't want to take a loss, but what this event does, it gives an economic boost to all the businesses, local businesses, hotels, restaurants, bars, grocery stores, and so on. So, I think the question I think you brought up earlier, Mr. Burns, about the economic study, and that is really something that we should have a professional firm that does that to give us a good idea of what those numbers really look like for us, because I think it is important for us to know that number. And I think most of us would be pretty shocked at that kind of a boost that it does bring to the economy. It's that shot in the arm that our local businesses need to really push them forward through the year and get them excited about the following year. Of course, I understand there's concerns with this timing of this year, but that's up to the council. And I want to make my point of, I think at this point, if we were to do it, it would give us that shot in the arm, and pun intended, by the way, to get this thing going, our economy going, or another pun, to kickstart our economy. So that's just my feelings on it. Any other questions or comments from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
I like and I support your idea very much, and not that I want to ask the city staff to do yet another thing, but I'm going to. And so I don't know who to approach or how to approach, but I would just love to know the numbers
over the next 5 years, and maybe we make that part of the contract, not the contract, but maybe we put that as a requisite of staff to either put out an RFP or reach out to a group of people that know how to do this, and then the council can decide whether or not to approve whatever the cost is, because my real concern is that it's safe and it's budget neutral. And if we can get to those two, I'm all in. And so, thank you again.
Yeah, you're making another good point. I just saw recently, I think it was Monterey, did a economic study on one of the events they have. I know they just did it recently, so I'm sure we can contact them, find out who did that study for them, because it is very important to understand those numbers. So I do appreciate that comment.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
I might be going off topic just a little bit, but I think that if we do that economic study, that we can probably use that for different industry or different areas. Sometimes I have questions when people come up here and present, and I want actual data or facts. So I think that would benefit us in other areas, not just with the biker rally. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Elias Salinas?
Yes, I'm still awake. Okay, so the city has never made money. The city has always been in the hole when it comes to the payment of law enforcement or first responders. It is my understanding from having read the agreement that actually the promoter breached the contract last year and they would have to start over again on a whole new contract. So what you're looking at for, even if you have a June 15th date, and Mayor Velasquez, the shot in the arm should be everybody getting vaccinated. I totally agree with you with that, but that's not happening, and we have variants. This event, it would be the same thing as what happened in Sturgis. It was a super spreader. You're not having people from Hollister show up. You're having people from out of the state that show up. They come from all over, and those people that come from all over don't believe the way a few of us do here, that COVID is real, COVID is not over, and it's gonna be with us for quite some time, especially with the variants. It is not logical to try to set up something up for this year. I have told other people with other things, it's nothing, don't look at anything until 2022, because 2021 is a recovery and we're gonna see where we are. I don't want to see the city of Hollister host a super spreader. I make comments on people getting together, they're not wearing their masks. They refuse to wear the mask. And even those who wear the mask, they show up at these super, at large gatherings, even if they're wearing masks, it's still not safe. So my thing is, the city needs to slow down a little bit. Don't do anything for 2021. It is not logical. We're not out of the woodwork yet. And anything, it gives you more time to plan for 2022. And not only that, you are able to have more time to maybe seek out another promoter instead of staying with this one. We've never made any money. You gave up, earlier on I said, we're always willing to give up something. You gave up taxes for the promoter to come and be here. The promoter and the people that they bring are the ones that make the money, and they go away and the citizens don't make any money. It gets paid, they get paid cash, and they are not reporting all the cash is coming through. We need to figure out a way how that can be more supervised so that literally the city can make money on sales tax revenue that is being hidden by the people that are coming here and taking our money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to go back to that comment. We hear this over and over each year, and that is just not the way it works. The big money is not from the vendors that are selling trinkets here and there. The big money comes from the hotels, the restaurants, the local bars, grocery stores, gas, on and on. That's where the big dollars come from. This promoter actually has been one of the best that I've seen and been involved with. Absolutely a professional outfit, keeps their word about everything they do. And they've been a pleasure to work with them. Again, the city wants to be in a position that they're trying to make money as a profit for themselves, then they need to get themselves organized to run the rally themselves as a business. And I would not recommend that. These guys do what they do. That's what they do all over the country. It's just a matter of getting more of the local groups involved. So they're making some money during the rally too. And I think that's what this promoter's done. He's worked with nonprofit groups to man a lot of the events and help with the facilities. But again, this is a decision from this council, and I pointed out my feelings, but every one of you has a view, and I think definitely the city should be getting some direction tonight and go from there. If we can't do that, I agree that we can't go put it off any longer. It's at that point. So, and it's for going back to the COVID, again, we're going to be in another world in a few months where you have those that took the vaccine and those that just are going to refuse. And that's just, unfortunately, the reality. We're seeing that now with some of the numbers from increasing just from the younger generation. But hopefully by June 15th, people have realized, take that vaccine, protect yourself. So with that, we have speakers. So I think there was,
Mayor,
well, let's just do this. I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Brett. If you
Go
don't
ahead,
mind, the past city manager and myself, we've had long conversations on these sales tax. And one of the estimates we always came up with is if we brought in 60,000 people over the weekend and each person spent $100 with the Bradley Burns sales tax and transaction tax, that came out to 120,000. So that was a quick, easy math. And like I said, we don't see those things right away, but that was the estimate. So, you take that plus the promoter's amount that they brought, that's where we kind of came up with. But that's you hope everybody spent $100.
Well, hopefully we can get a firm to do a good study. And I remember my customers back in the day would tell me they got $500 to burn. What can they buy? And that's what they were doing all the whole weekend, buying goods and buying food and staying at the hotels. So, but that's for a different conversation. So maybe we can hear from each council member where they want to go with this. That would be helpful. And that would give the city manager direction. We can do that. You guys all right with that? Maybe a roll call on this. City clerk, are you still awake?
I am. So I'm going to be asking for consensus to move forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Perez?
So we want to,
Consensus to move forward?
I'm sorry.
No.
Maybe I was a little bit asleep at the wheel, but I'm going to actually ask that we not take a vote because we're not agendized for an action item, but we could give consensus. And I think direction's probably been given to staff sufficient to come back with other things and researching things. Now would be the opportunity for you to ask clarifying questions if you don't feel that you have proper direction. Otherwise, we could just proceed.
Okay.
The recommendation was just to receive the report.
I would say I don't have clear direction of what council would like me to do.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thanks. I'd like to see the police department start preparing just in case. I'd like to see us continue to contact the governor. And I would very much like to see the rally be on this year. So I know it's a far reach, it seems like, or it sounds like, there's a lot of things up in the air, but again, I'm pretty optimistic that we're headed towards a safer community. Everybody's being vaccinated, so I definitely want to pursue it. And if it doesn't happen for some reason or something changes, well, at least we tried and we were prepared, but there's no reason not to start getting prepared for it and to continue the discussion. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
And if I may, I think that's not enough time to set everything up. My real concern is getting the law enforcement, and at the same time, I'm looking at the other side, because what are we gonna do if we don't go forward with the biker rally this year, which I think is the way we should go. There's too many red flag or yellow flags going up. But with that, it's like, what are we gonna do if they show up anyways? Because I believe it was Johnny's on Facebook, I'm not sure, were they already advertising that we're gonna have it? Was it, I don't know, somebody advertised it, I don't know who it was. And so, what's our plan for that?
Well, we've had that happen before. They've always said that they're going to come anyway. And if there is no structured, organized event by the city, they don't come in the numbers that everybody's talking about. There's plenty of things for them to do on that holiday weekend, rather than come here when there's nothing official. There's no rally. And we always cancel all vacations and time off during that time. And all our officers are working during that time, that weekend anyway. We just won't have additional officers from outside. So we've done this before. In other years, we've had actually DUI checkpoints during that weekend that's funded through OTS to help the city not expense the expenses with the overtime. We can do a lot of things. We're going to have our motorcycle units available during that time. So they're going to be out there trying to keep everyone calm, but we've always had that message that they're going to come anyway, and we do what we can, and it's been peaceful in past years when there hasn't been a rally. It does get busy, and we're dealing with the fireworks throughout the whole city and things like that, but we've done it before.
Yeah, I just kind of agree. I think it was Councilman Burns I was talking about. I'd rather be prepared for next year than rush this year. And you know what? It'd be great to kick off the summer with a good economy boost. But you know what? Sometimes I don't know. Who was it that said sometimes you got to operate on the caution, on the side of care, caution. Okay, somebody wake me up.
Yeah.
I'm out of coffee.
Yeah, and Councilmember Perez, I would say we always invite them, motorcyclists, to come to town. We are always glad that they come to spend their tourism money here in Hollister. One thing to add to, if we don't have an organized event and something did happen, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but Chief can call in mutual aid, and then we do not get charged when that happens.
That's correct. If it's not an organized event and something gets out of hand to the point where we have to call mutual aid and assistance from other departments in our region, it is covered under the mutual aid agreement in the state of California. But it changes. If it is an organized event, then there will be a bill.
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I am really torn, and I'm also concerned about if I were a vendor, and if we're going to push forward, and at the very last minute we cancel, I feel like we're doing the vendors and the promoter a huge disservice as well. And I'm just so concerned about a super event that doesn't end well for health reasons, and I'm uncomfortable with it, and I'm not willing to want to put our community at risk, whether they received shots or not. And I would really much more prefer focusing on 2022 and just do it well. And so if I had my druthers, I would say let's err on the side of caution for 2021. We're not going to know for sure, it doesn't sound like, until 2 or 2.5 weeks before the event. And I just, I'm really concerned that it's just not going to end well for us as a community. And I think we can do a much better job. And
there's no reason we can't start preparing soon for 2022. And that would be my thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I concur with Councilman Burns. I think take the time, go slow, and work on a spectacular rally for 2022. I think that's the best choice for us right now because there's just no way we can put together something in 70 days. I just don't see it. And if we could, I see it being a total disaster. So.
Okay, so city manager, it sounds like the majority would rather not see it move forward this year. So I believe that would be the consensus. Because I think, I think one thing we all agree on is a decision needed to be made because it can't just sit out there like that. Time it's ticking by every day. So the consensus from the majority is not to move forward this year, from what I've heard, correct?
Correct. I did hear that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay.
for the
Just wanna make
direction.
sure. Thank you. All right. Anything else from, okay, we're gonna move HIJK. There's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So move. Oh,
The motion, is there a second?
second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Marty.
Councilmember Perez?
Oh.
Mayor Velasquez, we wanted to close.
Go ahead,
the-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor. I didn't mean to interrupt you. We wanted to close tonight's meeting in memory of Marty Richmond, former City Council Member, District 4.
Correct.
Thank
In
you.
memory of Mr. Richmond. So there's a motion and a second. A roll call vote.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Good night, everyone. Or good
night.
morning.
Good morning. Paul finds a naked woman who comes against me.